All right, you and I are diving into the world of 𝒖💂💏, where the demon lord was bored of winning. Suddenly, he spots a host of angels descending from the clouds. He is thrilled. Finally, a challenge worth his time. Michael the Archangel arrives to end his reign of terror. That is when the real chaos begins. An epic showdown follows. For 3 days, he fights the entire heavenly host alone until he is the last one standing. He is battered but still alive. Exhausted, he sees Lady Isabella, his own army captain, approaching him in the rubble. She executes an angel before turning on him. She could never rebel before, but now she wants the throne for herself. He just laughs at the sheer audacity. Does she really think she can finish him off right now? The traitor is shocked by his defiance and orders every demon to charge. He fights back, but his strength is gone. Now watch this part closely. Even as his fate is sealed, he pulls off a legendary self-reincarnation spell. He wakes up in London, where magical rifts are tearing the city apart. Standard fantasy stuff. A massive cyclops is smashing through army tanks. Before it can crush a child, our hero drops in for the save. With a single punch, he literally splits the beast apart. He stays calm and reveals he is a first-tier slayer. Let us skip the fluff. We all know about dungeons and knights. Let us get to the good parts. A young boy watches the news, dreaming of glory. But in this world, being a slayer is all about your bloodline. If your father was a nobody, you are stuck. And this kid's dad is a total loser who takes it out on him. After a rough night, the boy's phone starts glowing. Meanwhile, another kid is under a tree, defending a friend from bullies. The orphanage wants to send their best kids to the Royal Academy. Soon, a girl takes her entrance test. Elizabeth begins protecting the young boy, Henry, making him feel useless for always needing her help to survive. Elizabeth is hailed as a prodigy and sent to the academy early. She tells Henry she cannot be his shield anymore. She says the weak must fight smarter to survive and walks away. Henry feels small, but he knows she is right. Her words leave a mark. Years pass, and a group enters a training dungeon meant for future students of the academy. Henry is there too, joined by a healer and a young support mage. 2 arrogant veterans force the rookies into a terrible deal. Henry thinks these 2 are as obnoxious as ever. But someone shouts for them to stop, arguing that rewards should be earned through merit, not stolen by force. Before the boy can finish, he takes a brutal hit to the gut. They beat him for acting like a hero. You and I both know Henry wants to help, but he freezes, remembering the advice to live wisely. He starts feeling truly pathetic. The cruel man keeps kicking the boy until his partner stops him, needing the kid to crack the treasure. The bully promises to settle the score once they are out of the cavern. The group moves deeper into the shadows, unaware they are being hunted until a pack of goblins lunges at them. The veterans draw their blades and start carving through the green monsters. One of them starts screaming at the mage to cast his spells faster. The mage grips his staff, shaking. Meanwhile, the 2 young men are busy slaying goblins. Most of the crew joins in, except for Henry and his friend. Like I said before, the gap in power and leveling speed is just massive. Eventually, the squad clears the room. The veterans start berating the mage, threatening to cut his pay for being slow. Henry walks over to the brave kid, praising him for standing up to those 2 bullies earlier. The kid says he had no choice. He believes everyone is risking their lives here, so the rewards should be shared fairly. He really needs the gold. Henry asks why, and the kid explains he wants to start a guild for the poor and the forgotten. He asks if Henry knows how many lives dungeon potions could save, especially for people with rare and incurable diseases. The kid mentions that these potions cost a fortune. He reveals he could have saved his sister if he were not broke, proving the medicine never reaches those in need. Henry thinks the kid is truly special and asks for his name. Trust me, you are going to want to remember this name. He introduces himself as Arthur Thorne. Soon, a veteran finds a treasure chest in the nest and demands Arthur unlock it. The kid gets ready to shine. The impatient men try to rush him, but he warns them to stay back before the trap goes off. Stick with me, As the veterans turn away in disgust, a mage stammers that a novice dungeon shouldn't have lethal traps. Alistair is in deep trouble. As Silas eyes the treasure chest, the rest of the party chills out. Alistair assumes they are safe since no one has ever perished here before. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air. They look up to see Silas skewered by iron spears. He must have tripped a hidden trigger. Then the floor shatters, and a massive abyss swallows the entire party. Alistair groggily wakes up, wondering if that was all just a trap. He spots Silas lying lifeless right in front of him. It is the first corpse he has ever seen, and the shock is paralyzing. He knows the others will mock his fear, making this nightmare even harder to endure. After a moment, the survivors struggle back onto their feet. The healer sees Silas and loses it, bolting into the dark in a blind panic. Her veteran commander fumes at the cowardice and lashes out at the mage. His companions are equally annoyed, telling everyone to stop the drama. To them, Silas was just a foolish thief who died alone. They ask if anyone else has a problem. Terrified, the younger recruits stay silent. Another veteran scoffs, saying they only lost a single chest, and their party's combat strength remains exactly the same. They decide to turn around and head back for now. A recruit asks Alistair if he has the rope. He promises to grab it immediately, but his mind is spinning. He just cannot stop thinking about his dead friend. As they retreat, the mage breaks down, sobbing that this novice dungeon should not be taking lives like this. The healer whispers about an abyssal shift. A veteran looks back, asking if she means those rare moments when the difficulty spikes without warning. The girl nods, mentioning rumors that it happens every few years. The veteran actually laughs, relieved that the weak kid was the one who died since he was useless in a fight anyway. Alistair feels sick hearing them mock his fallen friend. He starts worrying about the reality of an abyssal shift. The group trudges forward until the healer suddenly freezes in her tracks. Alistair asks what is wrong, and the girl whispers that she felt something move beneath her feet. Now watch closely, because this is where the ground trembles and giant paws erupt from the dirt. A pack of wolves charges straight at the group. The veterans are completely petrified, knowing they cannot handle these monsters. Silver Fang wolves, a grade D threat in a beginner zone. One man gasps, saying these wolves have no business being here. The mage cries out that novice dungeons shouldn't have monster summoning traps. The crew panics, realizing they cannot outrun those shimmering, deadly fangs. This is a full-on abyssal shift. No joke. Just as the legends say, a relentless chain of attacks is coming for these hunters. A long-haired warrior asks for a plan, and his companion shoots Alistair a truly psychotic look. No mercy here. Through their training, the boys learned that silver fangs are the deadliest predators in these low-level caves. They always target the weakest link. The veterans start laughing, saying they are all getting out except for Alistair. The heavyset knight tells Alistair to run the opposite direction. Terrified, the boy asks if they are actually being serious right now. The man orders the mage to blast the boy, turning him into bleeding bait. It only works if he is left behind. The mage is sweating bullets while Alistair begs him not to do it, tears streaming down his face. The mage just mumbles a pathetic apology. Alistair pleads with the healer to stop this madness, but the girl just agrees with the men, sobbing that she does not want to die. Alistair screams that they would survive better as a squad, but his two friends just start crying and whispering their apologies. Alistair stares in disbelief as they suddenly sprint past him, leaving him alone in the dust. You and I know an apology means nothing when you are left to die. Alistair can hardly believe his eyes. Alistair tries to flee, realizing the world is a cruel place where the weak are simply crushed. That includes people like Isabella too. Then the wolves pounce, tearing into his flesh as he screams in agony. He wonders if this is really how his life ends. He wishes he wasn't a victim anymore. He wants to be someone who can finally protect others. The boy is furious at his own helplessness, craving strength more than anything. Nearby, his magical slate begins to glow with a strange light. The wolf pack notices the light and suddenly retreats. leaving Alistair bleeding out on the cold stone floor. A message flashes on the slate. It has detected a desperate wish for power and has successfully accessed Alistair's very soul. The artifact glows brilliantly, enveloping his body. A status panel appears, showing his life force surging back from 0 to full health. He has been granted a legendary new ability. Moments later, the boy wakes up completely healed, though his clothes are in tatters. This strange new power literally brought him back from the brink. Alistair is stunned to be alive, touching his skin where the wounds vanished. He grabs the slate, knowing it is his only hope. He sees a Demon Lord system active on the screen and wonders what it means. He is confused, having never seen such magic before. Then he spots the dried blood on his tunic, a grim reminder of the nightmare. And that's where we leave Alistair. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what he does next. All right, stick with me. You and I are about to watch a total underdog survive the ultimate betrayal. Caspian realizes his only priority now is to survive and find a way out of these crypts. Creeping through the gloom, he hides behind stone pillars until he finds a pile of slaughtered goblins left in the dirt. He figures his old party did this, but one mangy goblin is still alive. It lunges, sinking its teeth into his neck. They crash down, and the monster keeps its grip on his throat with a murderous glare before it starts pummeling the kid. Goblins are weaklings, but Caspian is getting mauled by a one-armed runt, proving he is currently lower than even the bottom tier of fighters. The creature claws at his eye, but suddenly his dormant power finally sparks to life. Within this brief window of time, he is granted absolute, unconditional buffs to his physical form. As the goblin winds up for another strike, Caspian's eyes glow like brilliant stars. In mere seconds, every wound heals like pure magic right before the monster's very eyes. Now pay attention. This is where Caspian stops running and finally starts fighting back. You have to see this hit. The creature recoils, shrieking in agony like it just stepped on a bed of rusted nails. Seizing the moment, the boy smashes a rock into its skull. A message appears. The monster is slain, and its essence is absorbed into the Shadow King's vessel through the ancient slate. Just like that, his character sheet updates, boosting his vitality and skills. Caspian is stunned, wondering what kind of holy sorcery is happening to him. Meanwhile, the traitors who left him are fleeing, and one veteran is being monitored by the same strange magical interface as Caspian. Our hero is shocked to see the man's high stats, feeling even more lost about how this twisted world actually works. Suddenly, the boy senses a presence lurking in the shadows and wonders how his instincts got so sharp. Caspian shuts his eyes, feeling the monster nearby. He remembers rumors of master thieves being able to sense danger before it ever strikes. He stands up, hurling a stone to distract the beast. It works. The creature turns its head toward the noise. The beast sees the boy charging and gets a face full of rock. The massive orc starts squealing in pure pain. Caspian keeps swinging, hoping his ambush was enough. He is winning, but he knows this fight is far from over yet. Since orcs are level E threats, they are way tougher than the rank F goblins he just faced. And those wolves, they were rank D. Knowing this, the boy realizes that despite his clever surprise attack, a total victory is still a massive gamble for him. Caspian realizes his current strength won't cut it with just a stone, so he decides to play it smart and strike from above. After a grueling struggle, the young warrior finally kills the orc. The green screen flashes again, granting a special bonus to every stat. Caspian levels up from 2 to 3, pushing his power even further than before. He is still confused. While scrolling through the data, he notices his physical strength is growing faster than any other attributes. Picking up another rock, his hands surge with newfound power. In a blink, the stone shatters into tiny pieces. The boy's jaw drops. His strength is becoming truly monstrous. You and I both know his talent was 0, right? Well, think again. This new strength of his is absolutely unreal, leaving the boy questioning reality. High on the ceiling, bats are being knocked out of the air by Caspian. He has learned so much from that cryptic window. Defeating monsters fuels this dark, godlike ability inside of him. He wipes out another orc easily. It turns out orcs and goblins provide a massive boost to his raw strength. Bats give him agility, skeletons grant mana, and golems boost his constitution. He is becoming a one-man army. Checking his stats again, he has already hit level 4, with most of his abilities reaching double digits. He knew he was leveling fast, but jumping 2 ranks at once. Absolutely insane. He decides to venture deeper into the dungeon, but a magical barrier stops him. He doesn't have royal permission. The boy is gutted because he wanted to hunt the silver fang wolf. Suddenly, a notification pops up. A new mission begins 10 seconds after clearing the beginner floor. Caspian is confused as the panel vanishes. A low growl echoes through the chamber. Looking back, he sees the pack of wolves, and they are not waiting for an invitation. Our hero grins. This isn't just a simple dungeon crawl anymore, it is a war. He checks his agility and realizes he is fast enough. Surrounded by predators, he stays sharp, trusting his sharp instincts. One wolf lunges, but Caspian sidesteps the attack with ease. He gets hyped. He is becoming a powerhouse. Thanks to his evolution, he can finally outpace these deadly beasts. And trust me, you and I are about to witness his total evolution. Trust me, you and I are about to watch the most broken rebirth in the history of knights. Alaric realizes punching a wolf isn't cutting it. The wolf pack circles him once more. Alaric is officially fed up with this entire situation. He swings at a beast, but it dodges his strike like a total ninja. Suddenly, he is slammed to the dirt. The rest of the wolves pounce, seeing their chance to finish the boy off for good. Our hero gets ripped apart again, but wait, his forbidden passive skill finally sparks to life. His health bar hits full instantly. The Demon King's essence has completely fused with his soul, making him immortal. His mangled arm starts glowing with ancient golden magic, spreading through every fiber of his body. Within seconds, Alaric is back on his feet, fully healed and ready. He opens his eyes while floating in midair, but gravity kicks in and drops him. He just brushes it off like it is a normal Tuesday afternoon. The wolves lunge again, but his ability grants him insane pain tolerance. He does not even flinch as they bite. The glow returns as his body knits itself back together. Alaric is back in the fight, though honestly, he is still feeling pretty trapped. While being torn into, he thinks about how having an undying body is actually a massive royal headache. For anyone constantly suffering, death would be a mercy, but for an immortal like him, that sweet relief is forever out of reach. Immortality is the ultimate curse, and now he has to live this nightmare forever. The kid keeps falling, but his divine blessing just keeps dragging him back to life. After another resurrection, he realizes pain does not matter anymore. Alaric hits the ground and plants a heavy fist right into a wolf's snout. Without a blade, he is just wasting time. He needs steel. Then he remembers Julian's fallen body. That is the real reason he came back here. Now pay attention here. This is where he turns the tide. He bolts for the body and yanks out a gleaming sword. He grins as the blade bites deep. With one wolf down, he decides it is time to end this bloody massacre once and for all. A veteran explains that soloing elite monsters is the key to leveling up. He asks his partner what she thinks of a rookie slaying 100 frost wolves. It sounds impossible, but that would be legendary. Back in the depths, Alaric wipes out the entire pack and lets out a roar that shakes the dungeon. His special skill triggers a massive level jump, and he even earns the legendary Giant Slayer title for his troubles. His stats skyrocket after the level up, leaving him completely baffled by the power. He checks the new title, which adds 5% health per level. Alaric wonders if this magic window is actually for real. It is an insane bonus to get so fast, but he stays cautious, unsure if he can really trust this mystical system. He taps a bell icon on his panel, and a notification asks if he is ready to enter a high-rank dungeon filled with interdimensional beasts. He is stunned because he has not even cleared the first floor boss room yet. Let's look at how far he has come. He sees the dead wolves and realizes the Demon King's power has made him incredibly strong. He has the Dark Lord's blessing now, but he is still worried about facing even deadlier monsters in the next rift. Even if he is immortal, the pain still feels very real, and he would really rather avoid getting shredded again. He turns to leave, but suddenly hears a voice. It sounds just like his old friend calling out. He asks the system how much time is left on this skill, and it shows 32 days remaining. Alaric calls himself an idiot for wasting his life as a lazy slacker until now. In a fit of rage, he hurts himself just to see the glow return and heal his wounds in an instant. The hero takes a breath and declares that those who do not evolve have no future. He screams that he is taking the challenge. The magical glow wraps around him, teleporting him away. Meanwhile, 2 old knights are sharing a drink at a local tavern. One mentions he has seen far too many dungeon tragedies lately. His friend laughs, saying it is still crazy to hear about a death in a beginner dungeon. The whole crew starts cracking up. The fat knight stops laughing and admits it is actually quite tragic. His buddy pours a drink, saying even the strongest knights get rattled when they see a comrade fall in battle. Then he mentions the Royal Academy inspector is coming to watch their mock battle next week. The boy says kids should join up, while the fat man vows to make the rookie his rival. They laugh, oblivious to the glowing screen on the table. Somewhere else, Alaric's clothes are in tatters after dying countless times. A beast lunges from the dark, snapping its jaws on his arm, but it is dead before his wounds even heal. That kill levels up his combat skills again. Soon, he reaches the boss chamber and faces a gargantuan, terrifying otherworldly insect. You and I both know his cycle of death is only beginning. All right, you and I are watching Arthur finally slay that beast as his magic slate searches for true power. He is now level 15 with all his stats over 20. Returning to the kingdom, our hero realizes he has already surpassed a veteran squire knight's level. Back at court, the fat noble asks his pal if they've heard the news. They're actually laughing because Arthur survived that cursed dungeon against all odds. They think the upcoming duel is safe since he won't be chosen. But then, a page rushes in asking if they've heard the latest decree. The nobles are confused by the sudden panic. But the messenger explains that knights can only duel once per day now. Everyone is left in a state of total shock. Arthur sits in his chambers, dwelling on his lost memories and how the monks found him unconscious outside the monastery after that dungeon run. He wants to believe it's just a dream, but he opens his magic slate anyway. He knows there are only 2 answers left after coming this far. Staring at those stats, he wonders if he's losing his mind or if this power is actually real. A knock at the door reveals a lanky senior knight named Julian, who is looking for a quick, private word. They meet in the stables, where Julian makes his move. He wants Arthur to name him his rival in the next duel. Acting on reflex, Arthur shakes his hand, but the knight reveals the boy can't fight any more duels for the rest of today. Suddenly, he crushes Arthur's hand with a wicked glare. He promises to make the boy remember what real agony feels like. But Arthur feels nothing. Julian is completely baffled, wondering if the kid is faking it while he uses all his knightly strength. Arthur realizes his pain resistance skill is working. He lets go, thinking Julian used to be scary, but he's a tiny flea compared to dungeon wolves. Then Arthur starts to smirk, which absolutely triggers the senior who charges at him like a madman. Now pay attention here. Arthur's instincts kick in, and the entire world slows down to a crawl. Just like that, Arthur sidesteps the lunge and counters with a brutal punch right to the knight's gut. Doubled over, the senior gasps in disbelief. Arthur is just as shocked, wondering how he moved that fast without even trying. Julian is left wondering who this monster is, while Arthur realizes his foe isn't weak. He's just becoming an unstoppable force of nature. The knight scrambled up, grabbing Arthur's tunic and demanding to know what kind of dark sorcery just happened. There is no way a lowly squire like Arthur could have ever landed a strike on him. He demands Arthur reveal his secret technique or pay the price, claiming the boy is far too pathetic to possess such a move. This ticks Arthur off. He could easily end this bully right now, but he decides to keep his cool and stay the better man. Arthur tells them to drop the act. The senior shouts that Arthur struck first and is just playing the innocent victim. Arthur grips the man's arm, using his new strength, and warns him that stopping now is best for everyone involved. Julian lets go. As Arthur walks away, Julian calls out, but the boy just promises to stay out of his way if he does the same. Arthur leaves the stables behind, letting the knight scream and kick at the hay in a blind rage. Back in his room, he draws a sample of his blood. Every knight must be tested for their health and magical tier by the kingdom. He hands the vial to the healer, apologizing for the delay. But as he walks away, a terrifying thought hits him. You and I know this is bad. If they check that sample, his power will be exposed. Meanwhile, Julian is back with his squad fuming. He's convinced Arthur used some forbidden trickery because no commoner could ever hit him. His friends tell him to relax. A long-haired knight wonders if it was rare loot, but Julian reminds him it was just a beginner crypt, nothing legendary inside. Julian is still obsessed with how Arthur survived. The others agree they need to teach a lesson to anyone who disrespects their noble house. The one who got punched asks if the leader is trying to steal his chance at vengeance. The heavy knight grabs his friend's collar, saying he only wants to handle this himself to avoid more public embarrassment. He mentions the physical exam before the next duel, meaning Arthur won't be able to hide any of his dirty tricks. They don't see the kid as a real threat, but they plan to wait until the tournament is over to finally break him for good. With sinister grins, they agree the real entertainment is just beginning. In the alchemist tower, a scholar is scanning the blood samples. Suddenly, his eyes widen as Arthur's file flashes across the screen. His colleague asks what's wrong and sees that Arthur hasn't even started the academy, but is already at a master's level. The woman is absolutely stunned. Looking at the impossible stats, they wonder if this is a dungeon paradox. Things are about to get wild. All right, you and I are about to see Alaric jump from level 1 to 15, and the High Council is baffled. But the lady claims there is no need for reports since it was unofficial. Her colleagues are still very skeptical. The woman explains the crypt paradox is where all the strange and weird stuff usually goes down. She notes Alaric has F-rank potential, meaning he won't grow much, then ditches the boring paperwork. The scholar remains puzzled. The world has fractured since the monsters emerged, she says, and now everything is getting much harder to predict. She says labyrinths and nights are the same. In the mess hall, people watch Alaric devour a massive plate of food. The boy asks the cook for seconds, and she jokingly tells him to just take the entire heavy iron cauldron. Someone notes this kid can really eat. Then, out of nowhere, a stunning noble lady asks to sit with him. Alaric asks who she is. She remains chill, revealing she is a master instructor at the Royal Academy of Valor. She is hunting for talent from today's battle and teases him, wondering if her own face is really that forgettable. But his older sister recognizes her. Then it clicks. She was the one talking to Alina during the palace siege. Now pay attention, because the competition between these academies is brutal. She has to recruit talent before they are snatched away. She has watched this boy for years, but today, something feels different about him. He chooses to stay completely silent. He shuts his eyes, acting like it is no big deal. She mentions crypt accidents often awaken strange, hidden powers. She asks for a moment of his time, claiming her gut feelings are never wrong about potential. He figures she is from Alina's school. He agrees to chat, but warns her not to expect much from him. When she sees his low rank, she apologizes, but then remarks on how difficult life is for those without power. She hands him her personal seal, telling him to reach out if things get dangerous. She has his back now. Alaric realizes there are two types of people, vultures and helpers. He decides she is a lot like his friend Alina. Later at the Imperial Arena, Alaric thinks about the rumors of the Royal Guard testing their new experimental weapons there. The walls are built from reinforced dungeon stone, perfect for war. He arrives and spots those veteran mercenaries once again. That same mysterious instructor is there too, watching the combat floor with a very keen and focused eye. In the arena, a big brute walks up to Alaric, ready for war. With a smirk, he vows Alaric won't leave alive. "You and I saw this coming, right?" He mocks him, saying Alina isn't here to save his skin this time. He sneers that Alaric will be the second to die, right after Julian. Hearing his dead friend's name, Alaric snaps. Seeing this coward trash talk his friend, Alaric asks if he can fight without holding back. The duel finally begins. The big guy wants to show off for the crowd. Suddenly, he drops his sword and lets it hit the sand. Alaric is confused, wondering what is happening. With a grin, the brute says taking him out with a sword is too easy. He reveals he is a rare battle mage. Alaric realizes this man hid his power while their allies were being slaughtered. So the kid decides to use magic too. The brute laughs, asking what weak sorcery Alaric could possibly possess. Alaric surges with 𝒂𝒂, boosting his mana. He creates an epic energy sphere that completely blows the entire crowd away. Some spectators even panic because nobody can do that. The brute stands frozen, thinking it is just a clever bluff. He hurls a fireball at the boy, but Alaric fires back, his attack swallowing the flames whole. The brute barely ducks as a massive explosion erupts behind him. The crowd goes absolutely wild after witnessing that epic and overwhelming display of raw power. Meanwhile, the lady stands up impressed, wondering if that was high arcana. She then compares the young boy to Alina's legendary talent. She leaves the arena, convinced that this year has finally produced another top-tier monster for the Royal Academy's ranks. Time passes, and the boy wakes up in bed, forgetting what happened. He decides to follow Alina to her school. The boy also got his gold payment sent directly to his account. Then, our hero dozes off into his deep subconscious. There, he finds a mysterious person bound in heavy, glowing chains. He wonders who this prisoner could possibly be. He wakes up terrified by his enchanted scroll, because it says 36 hours remain until the demonic eclipse event begins. Suddenly, the artifact starts glitching, and the boy shakes it thinking it is broken. But the text only gets more scrambled. Alaric says to forget it and tosses his scroll aside, wondering if it was some kind of strange magical event. He jumps up, convinced the magic made him stronger, and decides he is ready for anything if it means leveling up. So what do you and I take from this? Ditch the demon's request now, or his soul will be the payment. A dark portal tears open on the screen, and from the shadows, a sinister figure watches him with a grin. "All right, stick with me. You and I are watching the portal slam shut as a new message appears on Alistair's magic scroll. Beasts in these ruins have to be hunted down constantly, or they'll break out in a massive, deadly stampede. Most of the ruined kingdom is still a total mystery, especially how the capital became so infested with these dark creatures." Inside the carriage, Alistair asks, "Is this the city where the Great Eclipse tragedy happened?" The coachman chuckles, saying 10 years ago was a nightmare, but the crown just abandoned the whole area to rot. Alistair asks if that means only savage beasts live there now. The coachman replies that the only residents left are the restless undead and students from the Royal Academy. Then the boy asks if all these undead souls were once normal people. The driver explains that when the mana surge hit, it was so powerful the dead rose from their graves. Suddenly, a zombie stumbles in front of the horses and gets crushed. Alistair is completely stunned by the sight. Alistair notes that the crown could have tried to save the city, but they just bylaid on everyone. If the knights don't stop the beasts, something much worse is coming. Finally, they arrive at the glowing dungeon gate. The coachman lights his pipe, saying Alistair might claim he's a veteran, but his actual power level is clearly way too low. He calls the boy a weakling with F rank potential and tells him to stop dreaming about the Royal Academy. Alistair hops out and grabs the man through the window. Desperate, the boy says he's just a peaceful guy who hates violence, even as he pulls. Then the hero violently yanks the driver out of the carriage. Now pay attention, because a massive Wendigo suddenly stomps on the carriage, but 𝒂𝒅 manages to leap away just in time. That's a high-tier threat. The two start sprinting away. They duck behind a stone building while 𝒂𝒅 sneaks a peek at the pure carnage. Seeing the massive creature crushing their ride, the coachman suggests they stay quiet because the elite knights will return by 4. He even mentions that a legendary student, the Witch of Burning Flame, is leading the group. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 wonders if that's Alara. Then he asks if young students can actually handle a beast that terrifying. The man replies that at the Royal Academy, plenty of students are already stronger than seasoned veterans. He doesn't know why these beasts are roaming free, but they'll be safe if they just wait it out. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 points to the sword in the man's belt and asks if it's real. The guy says regular steel won't even scratch those things. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 whips out a dagger, saying if the guy won't fight, he should just hand over the better weapon. The driver wonders if this kid is actually insane enough to take on that massive beast alone. The Wendigo starts sniffing for them. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 sighs, thinking they can't even rest for 5 minutes. Luckily, the creature wanders off for now. The guy says it's suicide, because that's a catastrophe-level monster. Normal blades won't work, but 𝒂𝒂𝒅 just grins and demands the sword. The man asks if he even knows how to swing it. These beasts have magical barriers, and only those with high-level skills can pierce through that armor. That's why only elite knights can win. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 asks for the blade again, just as they both feel the Wendigo's icy breath getting much closer. I know what you're thinking, a commoner versus a monster. Well, watch this as the driver hands over the sword. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 says he'll be the bait. He asks about the creature's habits, but the man admits he's just a simple servant. The boy explains that these things are sensitive to loud explosions. He figures if he can strike the creature's glowing white spot, he might actually do damage. It proves these beasts know humans have weapons. Suddenly, the monsters start closing in for the kill. The coachman offers to draw their attention. He admires 𝒂𝒂𝒅's bravery, but deeply doubts a boy with such low power stats can survive facing 2 beasts at once. Then the man grabs the kid, telling him to run and save himself since his young life matters more. 𝒂𝒂𝒅 says if he runs, the man is dead. He's tired of people sacrificing themselves for him. Then he bolts forward, firing a signal to draw their attention. The monsters spot their human prey. The beasts try to strike him, but he dodges with insane agility. He disappears around a corner, leaving them confused. Suddenly, 𝒂𝒂𝒅 drops from above, dagger ready and grinning. First beast is going down. Inside a crystal cave, the party calls for Alara. A student praises her fire magic while the group's mage looks on with envy. They praise her too, but say Alara is on another level. They tell her they could reach the dungeon's heart together. With a smile, she says yes, as long as they hurry. So what do you and I think? Is he about to pull off the impossible? We'll find out soon. All right, you and I are diving into a story where Alara admits there is a talent gap, but claims hard work bridges it. This infuriates the mage, who mocks her saint-tier blessing, sneering that it must be nice to gain power without sweating. The cleric snaps. You have no idea how hard Alara works. At the Institute, they call her the sleepless sorceress because she is training at dawn and studying deep into the night. Hearing that, the mage is silenced. The boy asks why she pushes herself so hard to the absolute limit. Alara hesitates, then admits she was bullied at the orphanage until someone stepped in. The cleric is stunned to learn that our fearless leader could ever have been frightened of anyone. Alara explains that during her testing, she discovered her hidden potential, while the boy who saved her was labeled a mere 10th-tier commoner. She was so moved by his courage that she vowed to become a shield for others. The mage laughs, calling the boy brave for saving a lady, then asks why she doesn't just form a party with him. Alara sighs, saying that while others can grow through effort, for someone of his low rank, reaching the heights of a true knight is simply an impossible dream. Now pay attention here. As the girl approaches the rift, everything goes south. She is frozen by the nightmare on the other side. Her squad rushes in and sees the carriage driver being hunted by a pack of frost wraiths. Nearby, our main hero just dropped one of those monsters with a single clean headshot. Another beast lunges, but his reflexes are inhuman, dodging the strike with ease. He slides under the wraith like a shadow and vaults onto the back of its frozen neck. He draws his blade and strikes, but plot twist, nothing happens. The creature snatches him, leaving him cursing his own weakness. He is deeply frustrated that his strike barely even scratched the monster's hide. He breaks free, finally understanding why elite knights are feared. Arthur manages to slay one more wraith, but then, oh no, the rest of the pack starts closing in. Meanwhile, Alara is incinerating the beasts with her fire magic. Her companion realizes something is very wrong with this rift. She reaches the driver, demanding to know where the commoner went. The man points toward the shadows. Without hesitation, she sprints to find him. Arthur is just standing there, surrounded by a mountain of monster corpses. He exhales, admitting that was far more exhausting than he expected. Still, the effort pays off as he reaches rank 17. Time to head back to the carriage. Dark energy begins oozing from the dead beasts, and suddenly, they start rising back up. A new rift tears open before them. As they walk, Arthur grumbles about his gear being crushed under the wheels. A divine alert pings his magic slate, only 12 hours left. Alara is still running, desperately searching for the missing student. She activates her saint tier perception to track his aura. Only the highest-ranking knights can see these magical trails. This feels like a dark game filled with dungeons and floating messages. She smirks, thinking this is one hell of a wild story. Alara reflects on how cruel the world is. As a child, she dreamed of being a hero, but now she realizes that trust is a luxury she cannot afford. She fears she can no longer protect anyone, yet the unfairness of this world never seems to end. She was granted this power to purge evil and ensure the weak never have to cry again. Rounding a corner, she freezes. There he is. Arthur is equally stunned to see his childhood friend standing before him. Later, the group is in a new carriage. Arthur sits in silence, feeling the heavy awkwardness of the ride. The driver mentions he never expected the bait to be Alara's old friend, a boy who already fights like a seasoned knight before even starting his formal training at the institute. The mage asks if they are just using the boy, but the driver scoffs. Don't be so ridiculous. The only impressive thing about him is his base stats. Everyone knows a 10th tier commoner can never surpass rank 25 in their entire lifetime. The mage pouts, disappointed that Arthur is so weak since he is exactly her type. The cleric calls her shallow for judging men by rank. She argues that natural strength is different from mere training, adding that it is difficult to rely on a man who is weaker than her. You and I both saw this coming. They're treating him like a peasant as expected. He asks Alara what her connection to the new student really is. She tells him he is her everything. They grew up like siblings, and he was the one who protected her. With a smirk, the mage jokes that the boy is now useless and can no longer protect her. Alara snaps back that this is exactly why she must defend him now. She tells Arthur to find her whenever he trains in the dungeons so she can keep him safe. Arthur remains silent. One of the nobles wonders if Alara is letting her personal feelings cloud her judgment. He reminds her that she has a duty to the crown and cannot waste her potential on such a useless commoner. Alara stands firm. Arthur is the only family she has left. They finally pull up to the gates of a massive estate. Once they disembark, a guard summons them to the High Council chambers for an urgent meeting. Meanwhile, the undead are beginning to stir within the dark alleys of the capital. Suddenly, the ground groans and splits wide open. A massive, glowing sigil erupts from the depths of the earth. The shadows begin to shrink before exploding into rain. Blood droplets merge in midair, forming spheres of pure darkness. A minotaur emerges, followed by an entire legion. You and I definitely need to see what's next. All right, you and I are about to see a supposedly weak commoner school every noble in this academy. This senior smirked, claiming he needed to teach the newcomer a lesson, insisting harsh discipline is the only way knights survive. The cleric looks worried, whispering that this feels like a personal grudge. Even if Arthur's rank is low, his skill is top tier. He actually took down a lone ice wraith. The senior still wants to break his spirit. The mage shrugs it off, calling the tradition a nightmare. Then she asks if the house prodigy got thrashed as well. Lady Genevieve scoffs, saying no one was tougher than her back then. The witch storms out, clearly hating her guts. The senior grabs a heavy mace, saying 2 of them are enough. Better not have witnesses if things get ugly. He tosses a wooden sword to Arthur, telling him to guard his head. He warns him that bruises build character. Genevieve steps in, blocking the path. She stares him down and tells the bully she'll take the fight instead. The bully argues that the weak link will get them all killed. The Lady Knight admits training is key, but this is just cruelty. Now watch this. The enforcer arrives to settle the score with some old-school rules. Genevieve snaps back, telling him he's stepped far beyond his authority. She orders him to stop because she won't tolerate bullying the defenseless. Silence hits the room. The senior drops his weapon and retreats. The woman apologizes to her friend, explaining that in this kingdom, bloodline and aptitude mean everything. She wishes him luck regardless. Before walking away, she tells him the weak must find their own path and warns him not to overreach. Arthur stands alone in the empty hall, wondering if he's the one destined to fix this mess. Later, searching for his room, a voice calls out. It's that same bully again, demanding more guidance. Arthur just sighs and asks if he really wants to fight again. The guy claims he's just offering a one-sided lesson. Arthur shrugs and asks if he can make the first move. The guy laughs and tells him to try. In a heartbeat, Arthur is behind him, knocking him out. He catches him so he doesn't fall. He leaves the senior in the dirt and walks off. We see the past of a boy named Julian, born to elite knights in a safe kingdom. Julian grew up thinking he was a god. One day, he runs into a massive brute who lifts him like a toy. The boy strikes the brute's face to defend himself. Julian hits the cobblestones, gasping for air. He realizes his strike sent the giant flying across the street. He grins like a maniac. Armed with power, he joins the elite academy. Even there, he's the alpha, convinced he's the chosen one. But then he meets a fighter even more talented than him. Julian decides only Genevieve is worthy of being his partner in their ultimate conquest. And trust me, I know what you're thinking. This guy is delusional. He thinks Genevieve was made just for him by the gods. Later, Julian wakes up on the cold floor, utterly dazed. Elsewhere, a high-level lecture is taking place. The Grandmaster announces signs of a great breach in the Academy's training rifts. The entire student body freezes in terror. He explains that while rifts are a mystery, the magical sensors show a massive surge in monsters. The young instructor warns that if the ether stays high, disaster will strike the kingdom at any moment. But there is hope. They can stop it by culling the monsters early, lowering the essence levels to safety. The students whisper in fear, but they know their oaths bind them to fight during these emergencies. The instructor tells them not to panic. He reveals the faculty were all legendary knights before becoming teachers. The elites will dive deep, while everyone else gears up to follow their leads. Arthur feels the pressure mounting. It's his first day, and things are already going sideways. A lady knight apologizes to him for his terrible luck. She says he belongs in the upper tier with the royal guard, recruits, and suggests he introduce himself there. The other students gossip about the commoner with rank 10 skills, who somehow has a massive stat boost. They can't believe someone who can't level up is here. Arthur remembers his friend saying skills are the only truth. Suddenly, Genevieve arrives and asks Arthur for a moment alone. They walk away, leaving Julian boiling with rage. Outside, she admits she can feel a storm coming in the rifts. It's just a gut feeling, a knight's intuition. She thinks it's tied to her rank S abilities. The boy asks what she means by that. Genevieve explains the seniors will handle the deep horrors, while Arthur and the others defend the entrance. Arthur tells her he's already heard the plan and he's ready. The Lady Knight says data usually defines a person. Genevieve claims she was born a special being if God exists. She tells him to run to her if things get dangerous. And that's where we leave it, with a storm coming and the Reaper waiting in the shadows. Stick with me, because we're about to see if a simple promise can survive this nightmare. Elsewhere, some squires gossip about the mobilization, asking Julian if they should desert. He snaps back, warning that quitting means certain expulsion. A friend mentions hunters get paid, but Julian says there's no coin this time. Suddenly, a new voice joins the conversation with an apology. It's Cedric, acting all confident in their blade skills. The boy asks if he's got another wicked little game for them to play. Grinning, the noble says he needs their help with a certain task. He then admits there's someone he wants wiped off the map. Now pay attention, because as these factions unite, nobody realizes this training mission is about to become a total bloodbath. 1 hour prior, every student gathers before the massive portal entrance of the Grand Labyrinth. The commander explains that the elite squad, led by Lady Alara, will dive into the deepest abyss with high-ranking knights. Everyone else stays in the outer wards to clear out weak pests. He promises they'll be safe if they just follow orders. Suddenly, the instructor tells the top-tier Class A students they must follow the attack team to the deepest abyss, since they're considered the school's absolute elite. The students are absolutely horrified to learn they're being marched straight into the kingdom's most dangerous zone. High noon, 12 o'clock sharp. Someone suddenly shouts, asking why they have to dive so deep when the monsters there are literal nightmares. The commander explains he's counting on their numbers to support the primary vanguard from behind. Specifically, they'll serve as medics, guarding the wounded and finishing off any beasts that slip past the front lines. The organizer adds that the surface layer is for the lower-ranked squires. Arthur realizes his friend was right and worries for Alara's safety. The boy starts thinking that if anyone he knows gets killed in there, he'll never be able to sleep again. He figures Alara's team is unlucky, but the commander warns that Arthur and the redhead won't be joining the main fray. They'll only escort the attack team as far as the middle layer of the dungeon. The man explains that once the path is cleared, they must ensure no straggling monsters invade the shallow wards. So the rookies are on sentry duty. The girl is fuming, demanding to know why Class A2 can't join the actual battle. The man says they can handle emergencies with the current squad, adding that even as Class A, these kids aren't strong enough. In this exercise, the kingdom has to be selective about who they invest their resources in. The girl wonders what that even means. You and I can probably guess the reason. Those two have rank E and F skills, making them look like complete failures. Inside the labyrinth, a swarm of beasts is incinerated by the mage's fire. The commander barks orders for the squad to hold formation. The students keep clashing with the monsters, slowly cutting them down until suddenly, boom. A massive, evolved version of the creatures emerges. A knight grins, thinking these monsters are delusional if they expect a victory. Kunai daggers pierce the beasts' heads, while the mysterious fighter keeps laughing, inviting the rest of the crew to the slaughter. A noble watching from afar notes their raw power is easily rank A, despite their terrible attitudes and lack of proper noble breeding. He continues, saying these boys should have been receiving official invitations from the kingdom's great hunter guilds by now. Looking at them, everyone realizes it is just a tragic waste of natural talent. The boys approach, calling him teacher. The man corrects them, it's instructor, and the boy asks if they can ditch the mission to hunt alone because they want to go rogue. The man gets irritated, asking if he's planning to go rogue again. The young knight just says he's being honest. Working with amateurs is a drag. He asks if it's fine as long as they keep killing monsters. The gentleman says the youth should be ashamed of such insolence, but they refuse to listen. The old man firmly says, "No way." He's still in charge here. Cedric appears, telling the instructor to relax since these boys have the highest potential in the academy. He argues it's foolish to treat them like common students, and suggests letting him lead them as a specialized command unit. The instructors finally cave. With a sly grin, Cedric says the superiors can leave everything to him. Soon, the young noble heads out with the boys, moving toward their real targets in the intermediate ward. Yuri follows, asking if he'll really introduce them to his father if they carry out these orders. His father is the Grandmaster of the kingdom's largest hunter guild in the entire land, and Cedric promises they will join the Black Dragon's fang if they handle all the dirty work. Hearing that, the young squires start laughing like villains. With a dark look, Yuri wonders if assassination is part of the deal, but for that kind of gold, he's in. Cedric is like, "If you're game, I've got fantastic news, because our target is resting right now in the middle layer." With a smile that screams pure evil, the young noble notes that dead men tell no tales. And that's where we leave it. Arthur's friend is in trouble, and you and I know things will get ugly. Meanwhile, deep in the middle floors, the squad hits a pack of frost ghouls. Yasmine just scoffs, "Watch this," before cleaving one clean in half. "Trust me, you and I are about to see a masterpiece. But wait, there's a survivor." She triggers Skystep, literally walking on thin air. In a flash, she slices the remaining beast into 2 pieces. The squad is stunned by her raw talent, while Arthur just hangs back in the shadows, watching the action from a distance. A red-haired noblewoman approaches, saying she expected nothing less from the Academy's top girl. She's incredibly impressed that Yasmine took down 2 massive ghouls effortlessly. She even suggests Yasmine is skilled enough to lead the entire vanguard. And Arthur nods along silently, though he wonders if she's going overboard. Suddenly, the girl turns and says, "Greetings, I'm Myra." She offers a hand, saying he can skip the formal titles. Arthur isn't exactly keen on turning his back on a stranger, but he introduces himself anyway. He asks Myra about the knight in silver armor, and she says Cedric is handling Class Beta in the upper layers. Arthur asks if she's sure about shaking his hand. Back at the orphanage, he was mocked for his lowborn rank, and it seems the Academy is no different, but Myra just tells him to chill out. She says there is no need to worry, leaving Arthur stunned by her response. She admits she's a low tier too, so no need for elite nonsense. Arthur thinks she's actually pretty decent. After a while, it's just the 2 of them on sentry duty, watching for any monsters. Myra tells him she'll report back the second she spots any trouble. Now watch closely, because a massive shadow just appeared. It's a minotaur, which should be impossible to find in a dungeon like this. Myra is terrified, wondering if this monster is far beyond their level of combat. Arthur asks if she's still planning to run. She panics, pointing out that another beast is already cutting off her escape route. Arthur draws his dagger, knowing they have to fight. He charges, but Myra shouts for him to hold back for a second. She tells him not to throw his life away, and asks to handle the beast herself. Myra seizes the opening, and lands a flurry of spear strikes on the beast. A heavy axe whistles past her head, but she sidesteps it like nothing. Arthur is completely floored, watching her dance around the danger so effortlessly. She slips behind the beast, preparing for another strike. She lunges at the horned monster, but it just sneers. Arthur realizes her blade isn't biting deep, then suddenly, Myra lands a bloody throat shot. Seeing their comrade wounded, the other monster loses its nerve and bolts. Arthur is curious how she managed to pierce its hide. Myra explains that even monsters have a weak spot right at the throat. "You and I saw that coming, right? Her martial arts are elite, and she's a grade A student for a reason." She asks if he's heard of the Iron Duke. She explains it wasn't just his sword skills that were famous. Ancient legends speak of his legendary spear technique, and she's still tracing her family's connection to it. Myra is proud of her warrior lineage, even if her official rank is Tier 5. She spends every night studying monster anatomy. Arthur is shocked the instructors ignore her despite her skill level, and she's like, "Yeah, I think about that every single day." Suddenly, she starts shouting, calling the master a total idiot and cursing everyone born with natural talent. She bellows for justice and equal rights for all. Arthur's jaw literally hits the floor. She takes a deep breath, feels better, and asks if he wants a go, but he politely declines. Arthur realizes she's cool. Myra confesses she trains until she bleeds, yet feels like her ancestors' moves are being disrespected, which honestly makes her blood boil. She admits her strength is capped, but she's still the top dog among the first-year recruits. Suddenly, Drax and his crew surround the pair. Arthur notes that even with a Tier 5 rank, her martial arts are absolutely on fire. The woman sneers, asking if he finally understands the hard limits of talent now. Drax warns that if the first year keeps improving, she'll steal their top spots soon. Yasmine gets annoyed and asks why they're even here. The lackeys explain they're only there because of their boss. Cedric walks out, clearly ready to settle his grudge with Arthur. He jokes that accidents happen in dungeons all the time. Arthur realizes the guy wants payback for his previous humiliation in their last fight. With a wicked grin, Cedric says the dead can't tell any stories. The blackguards tell the pair not to expect a quick death. They were told not to give them an easy out. Myra knows this is bad. She's heard rumors of this group, but never thought they'd be this vile. Arthur wonders about their plan. Cedric laughs, noticing how well the two of them are getting along. So what do you and I take from this? Arthur snaps and punches his rival. Before the clash, Elara stands ready to defend the young boy at all costs. You and I are about to witness some insane speed as Arthur teleports behind Sila's, striking him down instantly before anyone can react. Arthur pivots to the remaining thugs, dropping them with single blows. Elara is left trembling at his godly speed. After the squire finishes wiping the floor with the group, the young girl stands there completely speechless. Meanwhile, deep within the cursed crypts, a cloaked figure surrounded by monsters begins a ritual in a forbidden tongue. Undead corpses are crushed into a pulp as the corruption spreads. Seeing this carnage, the mysterious man starts laughing. Suddenly, he is crushed by his own spell. The whole room turns into a terrifying sea of red gore. Emerald sparks erupt from the blood, merging into a blinding light that zooms down the halls toward a laboratory filled with trapped beasts. Locked inside one of the vats is the sixth demonic lord, Valerius. That emerald surge slams into the chamber, jolting the demon lord awake from his centuries of slumber. Back in the upper ruins, that energy begins manifesting a terrifying armored form, the legendary sixth demon lord reborn. This is a subjugation threat. Usually, every local guild would retreat immediately upon seeing a monster like this. A beast this strong forces veteran knights to run, so making mere students face it is total suicide. This is where the real nightmare begins. Meanwhile, the squad wipes out a few minor creatures. One boy mentions he was shaking during the alarm, but now thinks the danger was just an exaggeration. He brags about their importance as scouts even without getting kills, until a heavy clanking sound echoes from the dark cave. A knight appears. Elsewhere, Arthur and his companion easily capture the thugs who tried to ambush them in the shadows. Elara mentions that those boys had the strength of veterans, yet Arthur handled them like they were nothing. She wonders if he will finally explain where this power comes from, but the young warrior just stays silent. When she asks if he is some secret royal agent, Arthur just laughs and says nothing could be further from the truth. That night, the armored knight appears, leaving the kids terrified. Elara has never seen a monster like this in her life. Arthur remembers Isabella warning him about a massive monster, Stampede, approaching. He checks his inner focus and feels his agility spiking, a clear danger alert. The knight draws a blade and charges. Arthur dodges like a shadow and tries to counter, but the knight vanishes instantly and reappears right behind his vulnerable neck. Arthur barely moves in time, but takes a tiny scratch. He realizes his battle instincts are evolving rapidly, and he must go all out to survive. With a fierce shout, Arthur charges toward the beast. He tosses a small pouch containing explosive pepper and fire salts, causing a massive burst of flames against the armor. Watch closely. Arthur casts a massive explosion spell. Smoke clears, yet the armor remains untouched. Arthur spots a skeleton chilling inside. The skeleton lunges, but Arthur parries with his dagger, though the force of the blow sends his weapon flying. The monster presses the attack, but Arthur catches its arm and lands a heavy punch, staggering the undead knight. Seizing the opening, he shatters the skeleton completely and lets out a long, heavy sigh of absolute relief. Alara is stunned by his strange combat moves. Arthur explains he is only a lowly squire, so he learned everything to survive. With a grin, he says he is just giving this his all. Somewhere else in the ruins, another night causes pure carnage. Students are screaming, wondering what this monster even is. The beast slaughters the guards. A scholar yells at the students to keep their cool like true warriors. She claims it is just a freak accident. The boys ask if she is being serious. She explains that backup is coming, and they just need to hold the line until the high-rank guilds arrive. The young knights form a defensive wall. Their leader shouts to fight for their lives because Master Galahad is coming. Hope sparks in their hearts, but then their eyes widen as the woman is suddenly struck down from behind. Everyone freezes. One boy whispers they still have their master. They look for Master Galahad, only to see him crushed under a single stomp. The students erupt into screams of terror. Deep in the catacombs, another knight creates havoc. Isabella moves to fight, but someone stops her. He warns that if the instructor failed, only she has a chance. He truly believes she is their only hope. You and I are going to see if Isabella can survive by doubling her power with her secret technique. All right, you and I are about to see a healer forced to make the ultimate sacrifice for her team. The others beg her to risk everything. Alara wonders if the rumors about the danger are even true, but since a scholar said so, everyone is convinced. Seeing her prepare for battle, her comrades shower her with desperate thanks. She looks at them, silently calling them selfish, before igniting her soul as magical flames engulf her entire frame. Alara takes the lead, ordering everyone to provide full cover. As she draws her blade, she reflects on the weight of her destiny. Elsewhere, Myrla notes this crypt is school property, so seeing an armored skeleton just standing there is beyond suspicious. Strange, right? Alaric recalls a grim warning and tells his companion he is deeply concerned about Cedric's safety. He decides he must venture into the deepest level of the abyss on a solo mission. Myrla laughs, finding it hilarious that he is actually worried about the strongest knight in the entire academy. She offers to help, but realizes she would just be a witness, so she chooses to stay back and watch the performance. She opens up about working hard since childhood, and with teary eyes, admits the whole situation feels a bit ridiculous. Now pay attention here. Myrla's magical device suddenly buzzes, confirming a deep desire for power and granting her full system access at last. She jokes it might be a curse, but quickly clarifies she has not been visiting any forbidden archives lately. Myrla asks for one promise before he descends into the darkness. She just wants his word that he will return alive. She offers to buy him a warm drink at the academy dining hall when he returns safely. Alaric smiles and agrees, picturing their quiet drink, just as his magical status window flickers into view. He spots a change in his speed stats and detects 10 knights approaching fast. He immediately hides Myrla for her protection. Myrla questions if there are really 10 knights. He confirms it, but there is no time for explanations right now. Alaric insists it is too perilous for her to follow and asks her to wait. As she prays for his safety, the enemy knights suddenly appear. One charges, and he barely manages to dodge. Alaric is feeling the pressure of facing 10 knights solo. He avoids their blades, but misses a hidden enemy creeping up behind him. He takes a heavy blow, realizing he is in serious trouble as the knights swarm him, leaving him battered and broken. Frustration boils over as Alaric lies on the cold ground, still defiant and talking even as the knights loom over him. A knight wonders why locals are interrupting, but suddenly a window announces the Demon Lord event has begun, and he is being teleported. Instantly, Alaric is healed and opens his eyes to face a colossal, looming shadow. It is a massive beast. A message appears stating this is the tutorial, and that giant monster is his first opponent. The beast lunges, smashing the surrounding city, but a mysterious shield protects Alaric. He is left completely baffled by what just happened. The system explains that death only means instant resurrection, and he must slay the creature to claim his new ability. It also mentions a 10.5-meter safe zone around him, where he can rest for as long as he likes. He receives a sword capable of cutting almost anything except the monster's scales. The system tells him to use his time wisely before vanishing. Alaric examines the blade, wondering if his foe is the same beast that carved out that massive crater. You and I both know a sword that cannot cut a dragon sounds useless, but stay with me while Alaric proves that he has a bigger plan. He forms a plan. He spots the dragon soaring through the sky just outside his magical shield. Alaric wonders if he can truly succeed, or if he should simply wait until the timer runs out to avoid more trouble. Get ready, because Alaric realizes that if he is sent back to the exact spot where he died earlier, things are going to get very ugly very fast. He slaps his own face, wondering if he has finally lost his sanity. He remembers the system gave him incredible skills and levels, but in a strange twist, he does not feel any stronger at all. He grips his sword, ready to face the beast. He sprints out of the safe zone, charging at the monsters with pure determination. The dragon strikes, but Alaric dodges, climbs its massive arm, and leaps toward its head like he is in an epic action film. Suddenly, the dragon swallows him whole. It is a total nightmare, inside the beast's stomach. He is still alive, banking on his immortal body and the sword that cuts everything except the dragon's outer armor. He decides he must stab his way out, but being trapped in a dragon's stomach is certainly no walk in the park. His flesh begins to burn, but his high-speed healing factor has his back. He is melting and regenerating on a loop like a broken game glitch. He screams for help, but only silence answers him. As minutes pass, his sanity begins to fracture. He questions his reckless choice, wondering if he is simply desperate for more power. You and I just saw a man pushed to the edge, but trust me, he is about to show everyone he's not weak anymore. All right, you and I are diving into the moment Alaric hits his limit. Meanwhile, the dragon is just chilling until its insides start doing a dance. Suddenly, a blade bursts through its chest, ripping it open like a toy. The dragon crashes and Alaric emerges, wounds already sealing up. A screen flickers to life, announcing he's hit his growth limit, and all that extra experience is just going to sit there. No level up for slaying the grand beast. Still, he scores some decent rewards, including a 10-point boost to his strength. Then everything shifts. Flashback time. Inside the Chronicles of 𝒖𝒂𝒏𝒌𝒆𝒅, heroes are always epic, and Alaric is determined to be the hero. You can be the healer. She's annoyed, asking why she's always the cleric. He just says that the front lines are for men. Besides, I don't want to see you hurt, even in a game. She smiles, leaving him flustered. He promises to always save her. Years later, Isabella is a legend. She's living the dream, but admits being a simple white mage was much more relaxing. This paladin duty is heavy. Meanwhile, she's clashing with dark knights, wondering why they've turned on their own kind. She's completely exhausted after taking down one monster, yet more arrive. She starts thinking maybe she's just not hero material. Terrified, she realizes she's finished. No backup, totally alone. Her hands shake as she sees she's only lived for others. She drops her blade, falling to her knees as the armored knights close in for the final strike. She's crying for help, even shouting Alaric's name. A beast is about to end her, but watch this, someone swoops in and takes it down. She's speechless, remembering Alaric's vow to always protect her. She wonders how his low-tier skills brought him all this way. Alaric is tearing through knights like they're nothing, leaving her head spinning. But as she watches him, the truth finally clicks. With a grin, she asks why he didn't arrive sooner if he's this powerful. He says he ran his fastest, then uses a dragon-slaying skill. A knight tries a desperate attack, but Alaric simply catches the steel blade with his bare fingers. No big deal. After that display, the young warrior draws his dagger and carves through his enemy like he's slicing a simple cake. Isabella is stunned, thinking that was way too easy. Alaric's mind is racing, wondering what this strange power really is. The girl finally speaks up. It looks like the enemies were completely obliterated along with their entire squad. Alaric agrees, those guys on this floor are toast. But he's desperate to know what happened to the rest of the students in the upper levels. She pulls out a crystal that usually works in dead zones, but there's silence. Everyone's been wiped out. Alaric stops her. There is still one person left alive. The young knight rushes back to where he left his friend, but she's gone. Alaric realizes she was taken. He explains that these creatures are known for kidnapping women into the depths. He turns to Isabella, telling her they have to track them down before it's too late for her. She insists on going along, wanting to help survivors and feeling safer by his side. She pats his shoulder, trusting him completely. Soon, they're both frozen by the sight before them. Marion is lying there, defeated and broken, right in front of their eyes. Seeing her like that triggers a memory of Arthur, another brother in arms that Alaric failed to save. And that promise Isabella made to grab tea later. It's gone. Now, trust me, you and I are about to see Alaric's eyes burn with pure rage. Isabella screams, terrified for her friend. Immediately, Alaric snaps, cutting through every knight in sight like they are made of soft butter. The boy wonders how everything went so horribly wrong on his very first day at the academy. From that mission, 271 fell and only 2 survived. Alaric finishes off the last knight standing. Isabella shouts, begging her friend to calm down. As he stands there crying in the wreckage, the Knight Academy is shut down. The High Lord said they could transfer to another school if they wished, but left the choice to them. They decide to start working as freelance hunters, meaning they're finally free of the kingdom's rules. Later, they walk through a park. Isabella asks what his future plans are now, that they've graduated early. Alaric admits those citadels give him a bad feeling, not just because of beasts, but because the people there are cruel. He says humans are the worst, but he still wants to find those who make him feel alive. Isabella nods sadly. Then she asks why he's so powerful, and why he wanted her to take the credit for clearing the mission. Isabella wonders if it's a secret he can't share. Alaric knows it's not about trust, he just doesn't understand the power himself. Plus, if he admits he's stronger than the kingdom's top student, the guild would treat him like a dangerous ghost ranker. He just wants to keep his small circle safe. She reminds him of her offer to team up, but he apologizes, saying he isn't interested in a squad right now. Alaric asks her to keep his secret. Isabella agrees, joking he should save her faster next time, and that's where we leave it for now. Trust me, you and I are about to see a friendship get put to the ultimate test in this arena. Later that night, our hero is resting until his phone buzzes with a new mission notification. It is time. In an instant, he is warped away. A screen appears with a grim message. Someone has to die for the game to end. Alaric realizes he is not alone. Standing across from him is his own companion, Alara. The system confirms both players know the rules. Attacks are now permitted. Both of them feel sick because now they are forced to kill each other. 7 days ago, Alaric was completely broken after discovering the lifeless body of his closest friend. But as he left, he was transported away. Alara wakes in a massive coliseum, wondering where she is. A panel shows her link with the archdemon is active. Suddenly, she gains the celestial flail. Alara is absolutely terrified by this power. The screen hints she must eliminate the other player, and she cannot believe what she is reading. Suddenly, across the arena, a light flickers and a physical form begins to take shape. It is Alaric. They both stare in pure disbelief. Alara explains those shadow knights took her down, and she woke up right here with this mission. He asks if she knows about the cursed relic app. She calls it a virus. Alaric is stunned he is not the only victim. Alara is confused about what is happening, so Alaric explains the truth behind the app. Inside a lab, a man asks for an update. His partner says the boy is the favorite, but they are just talking. Now pay attention here, because these observers decide to stir things up to make the fight more exciting for the crowd. Alara cannot believe the reality of the game. Alaric agrees, but admits his strength is growing at an insane rate. She wonders what comes next, since only one can survive. Then she asks if their other friend survived as well. He realizes Alara's power and her resurrection are different from his own abilities. He wonders if their apps are different. He decides not to overthink it and tells her a draw occurs after 1 hour. He says they should just wait the clock out, but the screen warns the fight only ends when one is dead. Suddenly, both feel a sharp pain in their ears. A tie has been detected, and the penalty phase begins. Seeing blood, the boy wonders if this is his punishment. Then a strange sensation starts taking over his mind. Alara feels it too. Her eyes change color as she loses control, saying she must kill him to survive. Alaric asks what is wrong with her, but quickly he starts acting like a different person as well. He agrees that it is a kill or be killed world. Both of them prepare for an all-out battle. Alara strikes first with her celestial power, but he dodges perfectly. He knows one hit would be fatal, so he stays alert. He recognizes her combat style and spear techniques, but their raw stats are on completely different levels. With a smirk, he tells her to give up. Suddenly, she punches him hard, but he says it was weak. Thinking of Julian, he snaps back to reality. He realizes they are truly stuck in a match to the death. Watch closely. He loses focus, and Alara immediately lands a heavy blow. Alaric regains control and begs her to listen, but she keeps attacking. He kicks her away, and she finally snaps out of it. The screens demand they finish the duel, but Alaric refuses. Alara agrees they will not play along with this game. They earn a new title, Those Who Defy the Will. Alaric wonders whose will they defied, but values the power. He asks if Alara got the title too. Hearing her say yes, he realizes their paths are now identical. He asks if she wants to die together. She is stunned. Alaric suggests this because he refuses to kill her. It is better than waiting around for death, so he takes the lead. The girl agrees with the plan. Alaric understands the title, but those dark powers still make him feel uneasy. Since they ignored orders, he wonders if they even need powers if they are ready to die. This is all a game. Just like his last quest against the archdemon, he is looking for a path that no sane person would take. Alaric knows there is a hidden trick to this duel, because he can feel someone watching from behind the scenes. In that app, someone is likely betting on their lives. He wouldn't even be shocked if that was the truth. Alara asks for the plan. He says their titles and powers must be clues to finding an exit. He hands his spear to her and suggests they try to escape. He admits he lacks proof, but it is worth it. Suddenly, the arena door begins to open. He realizes his theory was correct all along. They sprint into the corridor, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see where this leads. All right, you and I are about to witness a survival game where every single second literally counts toward their very life. The boys are panicking because their health is plummeting. The girl shouts that they have under 10 life points left. Arthur agrees this is a disaster. He thinks their wounds look minor, but they are still losing massive amounts of blood. Marion asks if they should retreat. A message says they can leave without penalty, but Arthur refuses to give up. He knows turning back means they just fight again. The girl argues they are dead anyway if they keep going. Suddenly, Arthur spots a distant light and they sprint for it, but Marion stumbles and falls. He tells her to hold on. They are nearly there. Arthur scoops her up, refusing to die, even as the penalty hits keep battering his body. His life force drops to a single point. This cursed magic has forced him into a nightmare of impossible choices. Now pay attention, because this next part, it should have been game over, yet he somehow clings to one life point. Arthur roars, charging through the darkness toward the light while carrying his friend. They crash through the doorway, and a message appears. Both players survived and earned the Rebel Against the World title. Meanwhile, the Overseer notes that the crowd voted for their escape. He hasn't seen a landslide victory like this in ages. An observer asks if that move was intentional. The overseer wonders if he means the last-second miracle. He tells them to relax. They did not start with full health anyway. He claims the arena duel was their fault, and he simply played by the rules. Later, Arthur is resting in his chambers, staring at his magical scroll while Marion takes a hot bath. He wonders about the tome. She finishes her bath and thanks him. Arthur asks about her injuries, but she says they vanished the moment she woke up. Arthur examines their new titles. He is convinced these 3 legendary honors are linked by some hidden, dark purpose. Marion thinks the architects of this game might not be evil. Arthur is stunned, asking her what she could possibly mean. She points out they reached the end of the hall, and someone provided an escape route to avoid killing each other. She compares it to a story where a master hates humanity but still wants to believe. If they stay calm, everyone lives. But in that tale, people just do whatever they want, and the body count only keeps rising as a result. You and I both know Arthur is right to be suspicious. He warns her that this tome is not a benevolent gift. Somewhere else, Lady Alina sits in her room, treating the magical interface before her eyes like a twisted game. She wonders why only Grand Master Knights can see this. Suddenly, a new mission appears. She must assassinate Arthur and Marion. She is terrified by the sudden command. The scroll demands an answer. Will she accept the quest to kill them? Back at the inn, Arthur tries to explain the danger, but she is curious why he is so wary of the tome. Suddenly, a warning flashes. They have 10 days until the death pursuer arrives. Marion is confused by the grim title. Arthur realizes they escaped the duel, but they are still puppets being moved by a much larger, invisible hand. Time passes, and Arthur speaks with Alina. She asks why they are being targeted, but he has no real answers yet. The mission starts in 10 days. Since she declined, they must survive 24 hours against whoever took the job. Someone else is on their trail now. Arthur asks if only S-rank knights can see these magical floating windows. She found that info in the Knight's Guide. Arthur realizes tome users see them too. He asks who took the contract. She sighs, sensing he is plotting something dangerous. He tells her it is safer if she remains in the dark. She insists on helping anyway. Alina warns that the contract likely went to another elite Grand Master of the realm. She mentions a secret order of S-rank knights called the Demon Lord Slayers. Since she is still a squire, she hasn't joined. A member told her the names because they can defeat the Demon Lord. Arthur notices the coincidence. Both the tome and the secret order share the Demon Lord name. This cannot be accidental. He begins questioning everything: the monsters, the floating scrolls, and the interface. It has to be connected in some way. Alina asks why he went silent. He realizes the death pursuer is another S-rank knight coming for their heads. For now, they must hide their true powers and identities, especially from the high-ranking knights of the kingdom. She asks how Marion survived the dungeon after being struck down, but Arthur keeps those secrets buried deep. Alina offers to help find the missing knight who vanished with Marion. Arthur wonders if she truly has enough influence. She explains that the crown sets the dungeon laws, but inside, it is total anarchy. The government ignores anything happening inside. She says the identities of vanished knights are handled solely by the guilds. So what do you and I take from this? The enemy could strike any moment, so they must always stay on the move to survive. All right, you and I are diving into Arthur's world, where secrets have a price. Beatrice asks for his address, thinking he is hiding the truth. She wonders if she is untrustworthy. Later, at the bazaar, Alina notes they cannot live in inns forever and need a real home. She worries about their gold reserves after their recent return. Arthur hands her a new communication slate. He tells her to relax because he is still rolling in gold from that last dungeon disaster payout. He decides they are hitting a dungeon tomorrow, so she can start stacking her own gold. He recalls a friend's legendary skill before finding Alina completely entranced by a small, plush rabbit toy in a shop. Arthur approaches, telling her it is time to move on. He explains their route through the bazaar, but she is still mesmerized. He notices these pink rabbits are everywhere, wondering if it is a trend. Alina is still trapped in a trance over that stuffed rabbit. He asks if she wants the toy. She beams a sweet smile back at him, making Arthur think twice. He once thought she was cool, then intriguing, but now he suspects she might be a bit eccentric. They buy it and leave. His slate starts buzzing. He wonders if Lady Beatrice is finally reaching out to him. Pay attention here, the Archdemon 𝒂𝒏𝒌𝒆𝒅 just sent him a gift. A ~SS rarity sword that feeds on blood to become a god-slaying weapon. He also unlocked the Void Vault for storage, though that does not actually excite him much. He is solely focused on that bloodthirsty blade. Alina notices him staring and asks what is wrong. Arthur just shrugs, claiming the magic slate has terrible taste. Meanwhile, a guild squad battles a cursed knight in an academy dungeon. A swordswoman sneaks in a strike that sends the knight's heavy helmet flying. Everyone freezes seeing it is an undead skeleton. The mage tries holy magic, but the monster keeps swinging its blade at them. There is no purifying this thing. His ally screams that undead hate fire, then totally roasts the creature with flames. The squad jokes that it took 5 commoner-tier hunters just to take down that single creature. A girl asks if her friend can solo that night, but he admits one-on-one is not enough. There are many more dangerous creatures inside. The boy suggests calling for a high-tier hunter. But the guild refuses to send high ranks for mere subjugations. They laugh, knowing the guild only cares about their own budget. The swordsman asks for a moment to think, because random dungeon deaths are at an all-time high. Suddenly, a knight in white armor appears. In a flash, it moves forward and stabs a squad member, terrifying everyone. A shield bearer tries to block, but the knight's sword cuts right through his defense and takes him out. The boy screams for a supreme-tier hunter, but before he can even finish, he loses his head in the fight. Now, here is a man you and I should watch closely. He laughs, asking if this is supreme-tier difficulty. The knight swings its axe at him, but it fails to leave a scratch. Then he strikes the knight back. The man hugs the monster and crushes its steel armor with just his raw muscles, totally wrecking that knight. A witness says this man is special because he has commoner-tier status, but possesses supreme-tier combat skills. Even as a rookie, his skills match elite high-tier hunters, and soon he will reach supreme-tier. He admits he cannot one-shot a beast like that. So, he accesses the secret shop only supreme-tier hunters can use, buying a powerful item with his credits to win. Right after, a mission window appears, offering a massive credit reward to eliminate Arthur and Alina for good. Seeing Arthur's name, he wonders if he is one of the kids who survived that dungeon disaster, but he grins. He claims taking out a child for 5,000 credits is a breeze, already dreaming of all the gear he can buy. The man heads to the shop to check the inventory, but the top-tier God-Slayer weapon has already been sold. He wonders what supreme-tier baller had the credits to snag it. His crew approaches, and he says it is nothing. Then he asks his squad if that knight was truly supreme-tier. The squad gives him props. Grinning, he realizes his dark plan is going to work out perfectly after all. The boy reveals that a commoner-tier squad was wiped out by a monster, leaving only him alive. Everyone is truly shocked. The man suggests they cash in everything the victims had since they were top-tier commoner hunters. The kid thinks he is joking. The kid warns he will get caught with the loot, but the man silences him, revealing his secret Void Vault skill to store items. He says he uses plenty of junk items like this to stay hidden. He kills the boy instantly. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what Arthur does next. All right, you and I are about to see just how twisted this villain is. He grins, threatening to sell the girl for gold, laughing about how much he enjoys terrorizing women in this lawless land. Having dealt with her, he laughs, declaring that death is coming for Arthur and Alina next. Later, Arthur and his companion meet a noblewoman who notes they are house hunting. Arthur confirms it, explaining they are searching for a modest 2-bedroom estate to share while staying in the capital. She points out that while their individual budgets are 30,000. A 60,000 gold manor is a total bargain. If they want a romantic retreat, she can lower the price. Hearing that, both of them turn bright red. Suddenly, a voice interrupts their romance. Julian turns to see Lady Isabella standing there. She admits she understands the safety concerns, but she never expected them to be sharing a bedroom like a couple. Arthur tries to explain the mix-up, but she cuts him off and hands him a heavy satchel. It contains the items he requested, plus some travel basics for Alina that Isabella crafted with her own hands. She says she tolerates secrets, but hates lies, warning him not to treat her like a background character in his love life before storming off awkwardly. Watch this part closely as Arthur and Alina check the quest board. Arthur mentions he finally convinced Isabella it was just a misunderstanding. There is no need for drama. Alina asks if she was angry because of a lie or a simple mistake. She wonders if Isabella shares her own feelings. Arthur notices her staring and asks what is wrong, but she quickly says it is nothing. Arthur knows he must avoid the shadow assassin, meaning he needs to level up fast. His current adventurer rank is F, which means his potential is capped. However, by slaying fresh monsters, he can grow stronger using his unique Soul Devourer ability. He remembers Alina lacks his special skill, but she still has massive room to grow given her epic martial arts. He was impressed that even if her strength lacked the power to wound a minotaur, her tactics were flawless. With her expertise, they can hunt higher-rank beasts and level up much quicker. Alina knew finding a fast leveling crypt was unlikely, but Arthur is determined to raise her rank. They need to conquer a monster horde labyrinth, but the dungeons available to rank F adventurers have incredibly harsh entry conditions. Alina notes that ranking up takes forever, usually a month to reach rank E that only leaves them with two desperate options. First, they could try sneaking into the Royal Guild labyrinth, but that is far too risky. Breaking the law is out of the question, but there is a backup plan. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure appears on their floor. It is that villain hunting newbies. You saw that coming, right? Arthur shows his friend the second option, a mining quest in a cleared dungeon where they can serve as simple porters for a caravan. Alina is shocked, because being a porter means doing all the heavy lifting for the other knights. Arthur explains that in cleared dungeons, there are two squads, guards and porters, who work together to mine valuable mana crystals. Alina argues there is no treasure left, and since the guards do all the fighting, they will not get any experience. With a smirk, Arthur points out there are no rules forbidding a porter from slaying a few stray beasts. A nearby warrior realizes his rank will stay stagnant if he stops raiding. Now, the villain and our heroes are about to collide. But before they cross paths, a voice calls out to the man, preventing a dangerous confrontation from happening. A young squire appears, praising the man for clearing a dungeon alone, which has earned him a prestigious new rank. The man asks if he needs to visit the guild to make it official, but the boy says it is unnecessary. He already spoke with the guild vice president, and soon the man will be recognized as a true national treasure. He mentions that from now on, the young man will certainly be treated with much more respect. The man is thrilled to be a national treasure, knowing his strength has been at rank A for years. Later, Arthur and Alina are at the secure missions site when they hear an argument. A brute demands to know why the recruitment did not specify that the porter had to be a woman. The recruiter apologizes, admitting that such a specific request would have looked suspicious to the guild. The brute approaches Alina, complimenting her beauty before mocking her for being a useless rank F weakling in battle. He sneers that the least she can do is let them enjoy looking at her pretty face. He then tells Arthur his reward will be cut in half. Arthur warns him that such unfair treatment will ruin his reputation forever. The man calls them all pathetic before suddenly slapping Alina, asking if she is willing to provide some extra services. Alina quickly grabs Arthur's hand, pleading with him not to cause a scene and stay calm. Alina threatens to report him to the Adventurers Guild if he does not stop, but he just laughs it off as a joke. After that, he insults them once more, calling them totally worthless. He announces to the group that the dungeon is a lawless zone. His companion adds that violence is common, so they should stay quiet. A youth tells them to stop talking because it is time to earn gold, and that is where you and I leave them. All right, you and I are about to watch a low-level squire who thinks he is safe with these elite knights, even though their energy feels totally wrong. Suddenly, the entire crypt begins to tremble. The stone ceiling starts collapsing over them. Arthur checks on Maya and she says she is fine. Then, a terrifying roar. Turning around, the group faces the infernal Cerberus, a legendary beast of pure destruction. Everyone is shocked that a Grandmaster rank beast is in this Master rank dungeon. One noble plots to get someone to distract it so he can bail alone, even if it is solo. Arthur draws the blade he found earlier, remembering its power grows by drinking the blood of his enemies. Looking at the massive beast, the young squire decides it is the perfect time for a test. He wonders if the sword is enough, but knows exposing his hidden power is too risky. Arthur offers to be the bait and tells everyone, including Maya, to run, but the girl refuses to leave him behind. The men praise his bravery and leave, dragging Maya away. She screams for her friend, swearing she is going to stay and fight by his side. Arthur apologizes to her in his head. He wanted to help her level up, but this beast is way too powerful for her. He knows it is a suicide mission. Now watch, the real show begins. The beast lunges at his back for a killing blow, but Arthur dodges with the lightning speed of a shadow warrior. He is stunned. Despite its massive size, the creature moves with unnatural, blinding speed. Arthur pulls another blade and hurls it. He is frustrated because he thought he leveled up, but that thing did not flinch. This monster is clearly on a different level compared to the knights he faced before. The hellhound charges again. Arthur welcomes the challenge and slices the beast in two with one epic strike. He often wondered how strong the relic weapons would be, but he never thought they were going to be this incredibly overpowered. Arthur gains 5 strength points from his skill, feeling like no enemy can stand in his way now. But then he pauses. That cursed grimoire always drags him into life-or-death drama for a reason. He realized he got this blood-drinking sword right before the death pursuer began hunting him. Does he need to feed this blade human blood just to survive what is coming next? Suddenly, a noise echoes from the shadows. Arthur turns and spots a mysterious figure. I know what you are thinking. Did he just get caught? Let us see how our hero handles this tense moment. Thinking fast, Arthur introduces himself and asks for the mysterious man's name. The man is Sir Cedric, a Grandmaster and the 4th best in the entire world. Hearing his rank, Arthur is terrified, thinking this is the death pursuer. Cedric reaches into his coat, making Arthur brace for a sudden, lethal attack. But Cedric just pulls out a knight's seal. Arthur can only stare in total confusion. Cedric asks if he is a rookie, explaining it is custom to show your knight's seal when meeting someone in a labyrinth. Arthur checks the seal. Since only Grandmasters see the secret windows, he realizes this man is definitely not their stalker. Cedric peeks at the boy's card, finding out he is just a commoner rank, and jokes that the young man definitely had it much rougher than him. Then, the legendary knight looks around, curious about who really slaughtered the beast. Arthur makes up a story that a mysterious savior appeared to help him. He is sweating, doubting that the man will ever believe such a story. But instead of catching the lie, Cedric mutters that it must be another job of Shadow X, telling Arthur not to worry about it. Arthur asks why a legendary Grandmaster is wasting time in a low-level crypt like this. Cedric explains he is investigating a series of accidents and found a clue right here in this dungeon, so he decided to do some detective work. When Arthur asks for details, the knight just brushes it off as talking to himself again. Cedric decides to leave, but pauses to tell Arthur that their meeting must be fate. He explains that the dungeon anomaly happened because a high-level monster appeared out of nowhere. He warns Arthur to stay away because something feels suspicious. Arthur thanks him for the warning. Looking at Cedric's stats, Arthur realizes that even without the system's help, this man is terrifyingly strong. Comparing himself to such a titan makes Arthur realize his strength is not there yet. Meanwhile, Cedric reflects on the battle, convinced an elite Grandmaster used rank S power here. It can only be the work of Shadow X. And that is how we end it. Our hero's secret remains hidden, for now. Everyone is thinking a force, this massive must be rank. There is simply no way a rank F weakling could pull that off. Now, let us check in on the High Council, where real power players like Lord Alaric and Sir Marcus are currently gathered. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoes through the room. Alaric calls out for them to enter. In walks Sir Tristan, the most famous knight in the realm. He offers a lazy apology for his lateness. He was busy playing hero for the cameras. Alaric asks what being a knight even means to him anymore. Tristan says it is just a way to stand out. Sir Marcus tries to keep the peace as the Grandmaster fumes over such arrogance. Tristan remains cheeky, mocking the old man. Marcus is done with the drama and wants to start. He tells Alaric to skip the lecture. They are losing daylight, and the S-rank meeting about the Demon Lord must begin. Tristan is curious about the threat. The Grandmaster explains they need to discuss those who hunt the Demon Lords. Tristan cracks a joke, confusing the old man. The boy just shrugs it off with a smirk. Alaric is annoyed, asking if he made a messaging scroll for them. Tristan says it is something like that. Alaric pivots to the main event, the Citadel Dungeon, also known as the Ancient High Spire. It is one of the 7 great calamities. Every kingdom has tried to conquer it, but all have failed. When these 7 dungeons first appeared, the Grand Citadel was nearly swallowed whole. Alaric insists this is about the pride of their kingdom. He warns that the younger generation is getting reckless. The guild must remain the ones in total charge of the planning. Tristan agrees to pass the word, but then he asks if the old guy is just jealous of the young knights since he is only ranked 2nd, sitting right behind Lady Ayako. Marcus sighs that the top-ranked leader never shows up. These new recruits are a massive headache. The young knight is told to show some respect. Surprisingly, for once, he actually agrees. Lord Tyrell, silent until now, asks about the 𝒖𝒂𝒏𝒌𝒆𝒄𝒓 disaster. He just heard the investigation into his son, Julian, is finally finished. The father is furious. He claims his son was trained as an S-rank elite since childhood and should have easily escaped. Pay attention here. Tyrell is convinced there was a massive fight inside that dungeon, and he believes that is the only reason his elite son could not escape. Tristan mentions 2 survivors. He assumes anyone who fought Tyrell's son must be dead too. Lord Tyrell snaps. If the Hunter Guild will not act, he will launch his own investigation and hunt for the truth himself. He calls the association useless and stands up to leave. He's going to start by tracking down those 2 survivors. He thinks about how precious his son's legendary artifact was. Someone must have taken it, likely wanting to steal Julian's high-tier gear for themselves. Filled with rage, he vows to find the culprit and make them suffer. Back at the 𝒖𝒂𝒏𝒌𝒆𝒄𝒓 dungeon, our team gathers. Elena begs Arthur not to leave her alone again. The countdown to the Deathstalker boss, only 6 days and 12 hours left. Elena can't believe she is back. Arthur tells her they can use this place to level up fast. The dungeon is crawling with demons now. Deep inside, the legendary Black Knights are waiting for them to arrive. Arthur plans to grind his stats on these monsters. Once Elena levels up, they are going to hunt those Black Knights together. Our hero tells his friend they're going to act like simple porters for now. Stay low profile. But what about supplies? Elena is deeply worried about surviving 5 days in the dark without any food. Arthur has it covered. He reveals he has a legendary item box. I know what you're thinking. That is a total cheat code. This box holds 2,000 kilograms and even freezes time. Our hero splurged 500,000 on high-quality food, so they can stay here as long as they want. He jokes about blowing all the school's cash and swears he won't let a single bite of that grub go to waste. Arthur knows people are watching him. He has to stay ready for anything. Suddenly, a former teammate approaches to apologize for the hellhound drama. Arthur tells him it is fine. They are just glad to be alive. Later, the squad takes a well-earned break. A sneaky spy from the old team is watching them. He tells his boss their prep looks solid, but wonders if Arthur is really that strong. He saw the boy pull a sword from thin air. Only Sir Marcus has shown such skill. The spy says the hero pulled out that weapon to save the girl when he was about to die, and it is definitely not normal gear. His partner thinks it is just a lucky guess, but the boss is betting on that storage trick. With a wicked grin, he says if they kill the hero and find nothing, they will blame the dungeon. They can sell that weapon for millions, and trust me, you and I both know how this ends. Trust me, this low-tier squire is in trouble. He is labeled a failure, so this young noble decides to take him out. Julian tells the boy he is surprised they were hired again. Cedric says the gold is too good for such an easy job. Our hero mentions they have a camp in the mid-tier ruins. Cedric agrees, saying it is essential for long journeys into the deeper levels. He claims the areas beyond the depths are actually quite peaceful. Julian worries it is way too early to call this place safe. Cedric says the only dangerous parts are the depths explored by high-ranking night squads. After the last disaster, the Crown increased the budget, so they get paid just to lounge around in the safe zones. Even as simple porters, they get paid to crush weak pests. He adds that the camp is meant to assist those who are struggling in these halls. It won't take long. Julian realizes the depths are just as chaotic as he feared, despite what the others say. Julian remembers the horror of the Hellhound attack, and the day the Artemis Academy Knights were completely slaughtered. He remembers obtaining the ancient ledger during that same chaotic ruin raid. Now, pay attention here. Julian wonders if someone is pulling the strings. He decides the only way for him and Alara to survive is to level up and grow stronger. Cedric notices Julian acting strange and asks what is wrong. The hero just says it is nothing important. Break is over. The knights face giant ruin worms. One is dangerous, but a pack is deadly. Suddenly, these monsters start dropping from the cave's ceiling like rain. The shield bearers rush to block them. They create an opening for the mages. The swordsmen charge right into the fray. These are all veteran C-rank knights, yet there is one guy in a red tunic just standing there, looking totally out of place. Julian just watches the chaos from a safe distance. Suddenly, he pulls out a dagger, leaving his companion completely stunned. A worm falls from above, targeting the man in red. But before it strikes, a blade whistles through the air. It is a direct hit. The man in red wonders who threw it, while Alara is absolutely shocked by the move. Julian warns them that if a shadow knight appears, they are all dead meat. Alara laughs, saying those knights stay in the deep ruins, but Cedric reminds them they are heading to the middle floors next. Julian suggests they pretend to be lost to reach the deep floors. Alara bursts out laughing, making him wonder what is so funny. She jokes that he is actually trying to be a good worker. Julian grins, saying they should earn their gold. Cedric shouts that some people fell into a chasm and might be badly injured. Now watch this. He tells the squad to help because they have healing elixirs. Nearby, two men chuckle while watching Julian walk right into their deadly trap. Back at the Royal Guild, Baron Thomas had finally become a high-ranking knight. He thinks about how lucky he was to find his targets before the ledger revealed their location. The faster he takes them out, the better. Since he reached the master rank, he can now use the secret archives to spy on every single guild member he wants. Checking Julian's secret records, Thomas finds him working as a porter in the Artemis ruins. He leaps up, thrilled to have finally found his prey. A bald knight approaches the group, claiming one of his men went missing during the recent skirmish. Cedric agrees he is gone. The man warns that his friend will die if they do not find him soon. Cedric suggests splitting up. He tells Julian to come with him, while Alara goes with the other man. He explains they will find the missing man after rescuing their own friend from the deep crevice. Julian waves goodbye to Alara and follows Cedric. Suddenly, a group of thugs surrounds them, leaving Julian completely confused. A blonde-haired knight appears, remembering the legendary sword the boy pulled from the ruins that day. He claims it is the same blade the Grand Champion used during her early days as a knight. She also had that incredible spatial magic. He recalls how a single swing could level buildings, which absolutely terrified him back then. Julian wonders if she really possesses the power of a Grand Champion. She reached the top rank at 20, so she is elite. He adds that most other champions are just old men now. Julian realizes these elite champions are linked to the same divine ledger he uses for his own power. If that sword is truly that destructive, it means she probably fed it with human blood to gain such power. Julian asks what this has to do with him. The man admits he wants that sword, even if he must kill him. Julian is furious, asking how many innocent people he has murdered for his own greed. "You and I just saw a monster. He has killed 20 people. Now Julian worries about Alara." The thug sneers that his bald captain wanted first pick of the girl and demands privacy with her. Hearing that, Arthur's blood starts boiling with absolute rage. He figures that even though the lady is a skilled knight, her actual combat rank is still way too low. "All right, you and I are about to see this squire lose his mind." He draws his blade, realizing the sacred seal wants him to become an assassin. The bandit is confused. Arthur explains that he needs to harvest souls to empower his legendary blade. He warns them that while he is no god, he will not show mercy to trash like them. The bandits just laugh, calling him a pathetic joke and promising to crush a weakling like him. Boom! Arthur vanishes, reappearing instantly to strike down the first man. The rest are stunned. A squire rank fighter should never be this fast or this powerful. Arthur sneers, asking if they realized how divine his sword was, or if they were just too stupid to notice. He charges again. A bandit tries to parry, but his own steel shatters instantly. Arthur seizes the opening and finishes him right then and there. Pay attention. Arthur asks if they ever truly considered how dangerous he could actually be. He lunges for the next man, who barely dodges and screams to his crew that even with a magic sword, the boy is still just a squire. But before he can finish, Arthur strikes him down. He tells the man it was a nice dodge, but he is still within striking range. The others are absolutely terrified now. Arthur tells them they lost the moment they underestimated him, just because of his low squire rank. He steps forward, making them tremble. This crew spent their lives robbing the weak and trapping the strong, but today their luck has finally run out. That was their game, but now they are the ones feeling true terror. Arthur suddenly appears behind them, and, well, you know what happens next. The last man screams for help, but Arthur has heard that desperate cry from every life he has ever ended. Now only the scout who lured him remains. Arthur stares him down, asking what his plan was. The boy stammers, claiming he only meant to threaten them. Arthur turns away, pretending to believe the lie so he can rush off to find Lady Aline. The boy tries to be sneaky. He hurls a vial of poison, but Arthur dodges without even looking back. He draws his blade again, sighing that it is a shame, as he thought the boy was the only decent one left. He strikes the enemy down, but leaves him alive for now. The others scramble to their feet and try to flee, but before they can escape, a massive great worm emerges and devours one of them whole. They scream in terror, wondering why a great worm is in these caves. Arthur realizes this is just like the Hellhound incident from before. Why are these labyrinth accidents happening so frequently? Something is wrong with this dungeon. Suddenly, the scout notices Arthur acting very strange. You and I saw that coming, right? The worm smashes the bandits, and suddenly, Arthur's sacred seal starts flashing with strange notifications. The system is counting those bandit deaths as his own kills. Arthur grips his sword, knowing he needs to end this quickly. Without breaking a sweat, he carves the beast into pieces. Now, his only focus is finding Lady Aline and hoping she is safe. He finally finds her, only to see she has already thrashed her attacker. Arthur breathes a huge sigh of relief that she is unharmed. He asks what happened, and she explains that the man lunged at her out of nowhere without any warning. She asks if he is okay. Arthur admits he was attacked too, but the bandits did not get far before a great worm devoured them. Elinor is shocked. First the hellhound, now this. She cannot figure out why these deadly accidents keep happening in the labyrinth. Arthur remembers Lord Mordred warning him to avoid the dungeons because something felt wrong with the world. He tells her this might be linked to the demon lord's sacred seal. She worries that reporting this would cause a kingdom-wide panic. Arthur says they must move to the next phase of their plan immediately. Elinor stares at him, completely caught off guard. The young squire explains that after such a brutal battle, it would not be strange if two warriors simply vanished. He reaches out his hand, asking her to survive this journey by his side. Without a single doubt, she takes it. Outside the labyrinth, the royal guards are on high alert. Suddenly, a loud voice starts booming, firing up the entire squad. It is the high-ranking knight, Sir Thomas. He marches in, but the guards try to stop him from entering the restricted zone. Flashing his insignia, Thomas reminds them he is an A-rank hunter, but the guards insist that the rules apply to everyone. Thomas sneers, mocking them for being mere guards who dare to stand in his way. A sweating guard insists they cannot ignore the law. With a flick of his wrist, Thomas summons a violent windstorm, knocking the man unconscious instantly. Thomas growls that breaking rules is bad, but it would be worse if he did not deal with those meddling brats. He realizes he needs a believable excuse for the massacre. He prepares a lie about a monster rampage that killed everyone inside the dungeon. The remaining guards are terrified, asking if he has lost his mind. Trust me, you and I are about to see how twisted Sir Thomas is. The guard just trembles. Stick with me. You and I are about to watch one insane villain lose his mind. A guard warns Thomas that a high-tier A-rank knight is waiting inside. But Thomas just laughs it off, claiming he's already reached S-rank status. Flaunting a cursed relic around his neck, he crushes a soldier's helmet with a sadistic grin. No mere A-rank could ever dream of stopping him. He's itching for a bloodbath, but then his crystal starts glowing. Confused, he wonders how anyone is getting a signal this deep in the rift. Turns out he's still at the gates. It's Julian calling, and Thomas is clearly annoyed by the interruption. What does he want now? Julian mentions events from 2 years ago, catching Thomas completely off guard. How could the syndicate possibly have intel on his past? Julian offers a partnership between fellow hunters, but Thomas is fuming. He's not about to let some noble steal his prey inside the rift. Meanwhile, Arthur is sensing something foul. Myra asks what's wrong, and he admits that encounter with the high-rank hunter felt like a trap. He recalls the rumors. She carries a blade that thirsts for blood and grows stronger with every kill. It's getting more powerful. That means she's been slaughtering people inside these caves. Her name is Elinor Vane, a legendary and incredibly dangerous shadow knight. Nearby, a few allies are resting. Arthur approaches and tosses them a heavy rucksack. Myra assumes he finished the merchant's contract on his own. He shrugs it off. The fines for failing are too high. Then he notices a strange vial in her hand. Now pay attention. This is where it gets heavy. She looted a thug, and as they push deeper to level up, Arthur remembers a sick friend. Arthur wonders how simple alchemy can heal both battle scars and deep-rooted plagues. Myra explains they stimulate internal energy to repair the body. Potions are everywhere, found in hidden chests or looted from beasts. It's common knowledge for most knights. Still, he wonders where they truly come from. Deep in the shadows, glowing essence rises from the fallen monsters. All that raw energy flows into a sinister lab, fueling the abyssal Lord Malphaz. With this power surge, the demon lord's eyes snap open. In a lavish manner, Duchess Elinor plays her harp. She claims she can hear the dark melody of the 6th demon lord's return. She calls it beautiful. It seems those 2 runaways from Silver Moon Academy are in big trouble as the ritual begins. It's time for another sacrifice. The Duchess is certain they won't escape her grasp this time around. Once the ritual begins, the demon lords will converge at the ancient Hall of Sovereigns to reclaim their lost dominion over the world. She whispers a prayer, asking the Abyssal Lord to play a requiem for every world in existence. Back on the call, Thomas asks if Julian is trying to steal his kill. The young noble denies it, but reminds him he killed a guild official. Thomas is left completely speechless. Julian warns him to stay low. The syndicate will bury the murder for now, so he better not do anything stupid like killing everyone. He reveals this warning comes directly from the command of Queen Alina herself. They won't interfere with his hunt, but he shouldn't sabotage their endgame unless he wants the entire kingdom as his enemy. Thomas says he understands perfectly. Julian tells him to be ruthless, find the targets and eliminate them without giving them a second to breathe. Watch this part. Thomas scoffs, saying Julian is underestimating him since the targets are just low-tier peasants. Julian retorts that those peasants are the reason he has that relic before hanging up. Julian mutters that the Duchess is heartless. Even after finding out her own brother was being hunted by a psychopath like Thomas, she didn't even flinch. The young noble wonders how someone can be so cold-blooded toward their own family. One thing is certain, the Duchess is someone he never wants to cross paths with. Inside the rift, massive corrupted trees blocking the path suddenly come to life. Myra is stunned by the sheer size of this wooden army. Perched on a massive trunk, a humanoid tree spirit watches them. Unlike the others, this beast is a high-level threat. The creatures lash out with thorny vines, but Arthur draws his blade and cleaves through the forest with one blinding strike. His allies stay close, cutting through the undergrowth like seasoned veterans. Myra spots an opening and charges at the queen, but the spirit summons floating boulders. Myra dances through the debris with incredible grace. She leaps high, unleashing her signature move. Her strike crushes the creature's skull, shattering the surrounding trees in a massive explosion. A notification pops up, she leveled up, but the forest is thick and dozens of trees are closing in. Arthur steps in, shouting for her to stay down, and she reacts with perfect timing. He swings his heavy sword, obliterating the entire grove. A massive gale sweeps the logs away, leaving Myra terrified of his overwhelming power. He reaches her, admitting her Morning Star technique is an incredibly powerful one-hit kill ability. She asks if that's bad. Arthur warns her that despite her power, her base stats are still dangerously low. You and I just saw a master class in survival. He warns her not to get cocky against psychic foes. All right, you and I are about to see if this young knight can survive the impossible. Even his partner's best techniques are meant for dueling, not fighting off an entire army. Her armor is paper thin. Arthur knows he can't let her risk her life like this anymore. Suddenly, a notification appears. He's learned a new skill, and man, gluttony is basically a cheat code. He remembers his first hunt, while testing out his new power to control these vine tentacles. Arthur tells Alina they're heading back to the Shadow Weaver's nest, and she's totally confused why. He explains those monsters aren't worth the experience points, so they'll just bypass them this time. She asks if that wasn't already the plan, but Arthur just grins. Leveling up isn't the goal. Then, the young hero activates an epic detection power, marking every monster on his map. Arthur unleashes a legion of clones. The Oak Queen tries to strike, but she's hitting air. His clones swarm in, tearing through the guards and bringing the queen down in seconds. Alina is floored, calling him a total beast, but he just shrugs off the easy victory. New windows pop up. He's stolen telekinesis from the Shadow Weaver, just like he predicted. Arthur walks up to a massive tree, wondering if his new trick actually works. A quest window offers a secret trial. He smiles, tells Alina to touch the tree and wait. Now watch closely, because this is where their sketchy escape plan finally starts moving. Sir Thomas prowls the dungeon, furious that his targets vanished during the earlier chaos. Out of the blue, a giant spider lunges at him, but he crushes it instantly. He's going to make them suffer. He eventually reaches a mercenary camp and greets the hardened crew waiting there. They're shocked to see him. Thomas claims he's here for a hunt in the deep dungeon. He casually mentions his new grade A rank. The mercenaries already knew, clearly unimpressed. They joke about his past massacres, knowing that at grade A, he's basically untouchable now. Thomas just smirks. That's exactly the point. He tells them he's hunting 2 specific children. The mercenaries agree to help one last time, mostly because they're just as twisted as him. While they plan the ambush, Thomas considers killing them all, but decides he needs the help. Meanwhile, our hero is busy farming grade C spiders, absorbing their skills one by one. He tests his new web shooters, looking like a hero, while Alina watches with pure disgust. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Is this enough? Well, we're about to find out. Suddenly, Thomas appears. Arthur realizes this is the executioner they were warned about. The hunter grins, asking why they look so miserable. Did they really think they could hide? In that moment, Arthur is certain. This man is the ultimate predator of the dungeon. He's terrified. This man's pressure rivaled a sovereign knight. Alina is paralyzed with fear. He realizes that even with their best strategy, they have 0 chance in a fair fight. Thomas demands they start the dance. Instead, Arthur pulls up that hidden mission window from before. Alina follows his lead. Instantly, they accept the Forbidden Sanctum challenge and vanish in light. The hunters are left staring at empty air, wondering what kind of magic they just witnessed. Thomas screams in rage. Elsewhere, Alina praises Arthur's genius, but he admits it was mostly luck. He explains he kept that quest as a literal emergency exit for a situation exactly like this. Arthur knew the executioner would find them, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Alina insists it was a brilliant move. She knows her partner has instincts like no one else. She confesses that when things go wrong, she usually just screams. This guy is different. Arthur can't help but laugh. Did she really just say she'd just scream? He tells her she has the power to grow, and the secret is right in front of them. You and I just witnessed a narrow escape. Now, let's see them face the Ant Queen. All right, you and I are about to see a low-tier squire pull off the impossible against a massive beast. Alaric is stunned by her speed despite her size, but he turns the tide, using his mind to force her own webs against her. Now that she is pinned, he strikes with his vines and finally captures the Ant Queen. Alina can't believe her friend just defeated a Grandmaster beast and sealed the entire corridor with silk. Alaric tells her she can land the final blow now, joking they would both be dead if his vines and webs were not magic-based. The strategy is simple. He captures the queen so she can gain experience, and then they hunt for the next monster to repeat the cycle. With those points, Alina finally maxes out her knightly skills. She is so thrilled she starts cheering. He is happy for her. Later, while he is resting, Alina nudges him to say the meal is ready. Alaric asks if she is still a schoolgirl. She says she learned to cook and serves a literal masterpiece. Alaric is stunned by her culinary talent. He gives her credit, and they finally start their feast. He loves the food, but asks why she bothered cooking. She simply says she refuses to lose. He is lost, but she claims it is part of her training. He just gives up on understanding. Let's pause for a second. Alaric is just thrilled to have a reliable partner by his side and food that tastes absolutely incredible. She tells him to sleep. Alaric realizes he has not slept since he started helping her gain levels. Health can be healed with potions, but rest is vital. A moment later, he is out cold. Alina gently pats his hair. Later, he wakes to the smell of fresh tea and feels truly grateful. She suggests visiting the royal markets once they are free. He agrees, but she still seems very shy. She worries people might think it is a date. Alaric says he would only worry if she invited him. She is annoyed by his dense nature, calling him a difficult foe, but he has no clue why. Alaric thinks life is great since they are both gaining power. Both of them are feeling on top. Meanwhile, Lord Gareth hears that Lady Isabella has arrived at the manor. He tells the guards to enter. He thinks of his son wanting to marry a powerful noblewoman, remembering a promise he made years ago. He suspects they are not official yet, but it was love at first sight. She survived the St. Mary Academy massacre and holds the secrets of Julian's death. When Isabella enters the room, the young knight is completely stunned by her incredible beauty. She notices his strange behavior and asks what is wrong. He just shrugs it off like it is nothing. Lord Gareth finally understands his son. The young man is now on a serious mission to win her heart. Back in the grotto, a bright light appears before Thomas and his men. Something big is about to happen. Now pay attention, because Alaric and Alina are about to walk straight into a deadly ambush. He wants the truth about the Archfiend's grimoire. Earlier, they were just two friends resting by a fire. Alaric says he has done all he can. Now, it is just survival of the strongest. Alina is shocked by his brutal survival skills. She realizes he is playing a much more dangerous game. Perhaps that is what it takes to survive. Suddenly, their time is up and they are teleported back. Alaric still wants to know about the grimoire, but the enemy refuses to share any secrets with him. He asks about the demon slayers, but with a smug grin, the villain refuses to say a word. Alaric asks one more question about why they are targets. Thomas just says that killing him brings profit, and that is all that matters. Alaric realizes Grandmaster Knights are dangerous. Apart from Isabella, he must treat everyone as a deadly enemy. He tells Alina he can handle this. Hearing that, the Dark Hunter is ready to start the bloodbath. Like a flash, Alaric draws his sword and charges, but the man blocks the blade with his bare arm. He throws the boy across the room. Thomas laughs, telling him that his skin is completely proof against blades. Alaric realizes this man's defense is insane. The hunter calls our hero a beast for even trying. But high-tier knights are terrifying. Alaric lifts a massive boulder, showing strength that defies all logic. He knows that if he fights head-on, he will be crushed instantly. Meanwhile, Thomas's men corner Alina. One mocks her for being a novice and challenges her to a duel. Enraged, Alina charges forward and nearly takes his head off with her heavy spear. So what do you and I take from this? Never underestimate a girl who has been grinding levels all night long. You and I are jumping right into a fight where Julian mocks his foe, saying his slow moves are literally putting him to sleep. Watching her, Sir Thomas gets even more confused about her skill. Julian realizes she is using the perfect movements to counter every single strike. The duel continues, and Thomas is stunned because his superior stats should make him invincible. Yet Alara is reading him like a book. She pushes forward, leaving her enemy furious as she counters every single move. Moments later, Thomas is pinned against the stone. Alara triggers her ultimate move, but instead of hitting him, she strikes the wall. Boom, a massive blast sends Thomas flying. Alara looks at the other knights and warns them to surrender while they still can. Meanwhile, our hero Julian and the brutal hunter are still locked in a fierce struggle. Thomas shatters a stone wall with one punch, making Julian realize his raw strength is terrifying. Then the brute tries a sneak attack from behind, but with impossible reflexes, Julian actually catches the steel blade between his teeth. He is just relieved that his training in the ancient vaults paid off, or he would be dead right now. Julian decides that since normal swordplay is failing him, it is time to get a little more creative. Julian uses his mental powers to hurl daggers at his enemy, but they still cannot pierce the man armor. Grinning, Thomas brags about having the health and durability of an immortal. He gets excited because it seems Julian has finally realized he is completely outmatched here. The hunter shows off a legendary relic called the Necklace of the Undying Hero, forged by the heavens themselves. Hearing this, Julian sighs. Guess I have to bring out my God Slayer ability to end this. Suddenly, the young hero spots a tear in the enemy armor and grins. Pay attention now. This is where Julian activates his secret power, creating a dozen spectral clones of himself. Every clone begins firing sticky webs before he uses enchanted vines to completely entangle the brute. Thomas just laughs. You really underestimated me, boy. Do you honestly think these weeds can stop me? Before he can move, the webs tighten even further. Thomas keeps laughing, boasting that he will shatter these restraints with his raw physical power alone. However, Julian steps forward and calmly tells him that is not going to happen. Julian explains the hunter power is based on the legend of Achilles, meaning his heel is vulnerable. Following that, the young man lands a precise strike right on that spot. He wonders if the ancient magic truly followed that old myth to create the relic, but it seems to be working perfectly. Pointing his blade at the fallen knight, Julian says that no matter how tough he is, this injury will end the fight. Thomas screams for his men to bring him healing potions or use magic, but he quickly realizes all of his allies were already taken out by Alara. The hunter notices Julian is wielding the same legendary blade as Sir Cedric, yet he has not used a single formal sword technique. Because of that, the man realizes the boy was holding back, and he still lost the battle. The man panics, realizing he is helpless against him. Suddenly, the very ceiling of the vault begins to crack and crumble. Julian wonders if it is an earthquake, while Alara warns the place might collapse. Deep in the shadows, Vash the Hollow, the sixth demon king, opens his eyes. A new dark mission appears as the monster finally awakens. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from within his containment capsule. As the previous hunt ends, the quest to slay the demon king Vash begins, until suddenly, out of nowhere, a light illuminates the battlefield, and the humanoid form of Vash emerges. You and I can feel the pure danger radiating from him. The creature blurs past them while they are frozen in fear. The monster approaches Thomas, leaving the knight absolutely terrified. Suddenly, the beast grabs the man by the head and lifts him high. Then, the creature begins to melt, merging directly into the hunter body. He screams in pure agony until a brilliant flash of light explodes, forcing the heroes to shield their eyes. Julian now stands before a monstrous version of the knight, now covered in multiple horrific heads. Alara notices the other knights were also consumed, wondering what is happening. All of them transform into mindless warriors in crimson armor. With a snap of its fingers, the monster teleports everyone to a ruined city. It mocks the idea of giving relics to mortals and expecting them to resist fate. The beast fires a dark blast that barely misses Julian, causing a massive explosion behind him. Watching the destruction, the creature complains that the current power level of this world is incredibly disappointing. Julian looks at the chaos and thinks that compared to his previous battles, this is actually manageable. Moments later, Julian draws his steel, ready for war, and charges straight at the demonic beast. Another explosion rips through the air, knocking the young hero back. The monster calls his weapon a fancy toy that is nothing but wasted treasure. Julian is shocked because even his god slayer power is failing. A warning appears, stating he cannot use the ability twice in a row. The boy just smiles, admitting he is at a dead end. Suddenly, one of the Crimson Knights charges directly at Lady Alara. Julian quickly summons his magical vines to entangle and trap the attacker. Alara knows the enemy is far stronger than her, but you and I know she has one deadly skill left to use. All right, you and I are about to witness a hero's worst nightmare. She lunges for the kill but freezes when she hears a cry from inside the armor, and that split second of hesitation costs her everything. Without a shred of mercy, the knight kicks her away, sliding her body off his blood-stained blade. Arthur rushes to her side, begging her to hold on. Alara just smiles through the pain, whispering that her time is up and he must survive, no matter what. Then comes the unthinkable request. She tells him he has to kill her. Arthur is completely lost, unable to process what she is asking. Alara reminds him that his blade drinks blood to grow stronger. If he takes her life, the sword levels up, giving him a slim chance to walk out of this hellhole alive. Arthur is losing it, screaming that there is no way he can murder his best friend. He argues that murder won't solve anything, but Alara insists. Even a 1% chance at survival is worth taking. Suddenly, Alara grabs the hilt herself and plunges the blade deep into her own chest. Arthur just stands there, paralyzed. She gasps out that it is okay, because he has the strongest will to live. Even alone, he must keep swinging that sword until the very last breath. With a final, faint smile, She whispers that she wishes they had more time. Memories of their journey flash before his eyes as the light finally leaves her. Arthur screams her name, but only silence answers him. Eventually, he stands, covering her body with his cloak. System windows begin to flood his vision, announcing that the Soul Slayer has evolved. He spent so long trying to keep his hands clean, only to lose the one person who mattered. Now, the system is all he has left. Overcome with rage, the young knight charges the beast, swinging his blade with a terrifying, murderous intent. One of the armored guards begs for mercy, claiming they were only mindless puppets. Arthur doesn't care. A level 3 tornado erupts, shredding everything in sight as the sword drinks deeply from the fresh carnage. Amidst the corpses, he apologizes to Alara. She gave her life to clear his path, and he swears he will fight until the world itself ends. Now pay attention, because this next strike determines everything. Arthur has one move left, and if he misses this massive explosion, he is absolutely toast. But the monster barely flinches, mocking his fragile human body as it towers over him. Arthur is beyond frustrated, wondering if all his efforts were still not enough. The beast raises a hand to finish him, making him realize he gave up his most precious bond just to fail in the end. Collapsed on the dirt, the young knight realizes that any further resistance is completely futile. But he begins to scream, refusing to give up even if it looks absolutely pathetic. The monster laughs at his struggle, but suddenly, the gluttony skill activates. Arthur's blade absorbs Alara's soul, manifesting her signature Morning Star ability. Realizing something has changed, the creature lunges forward to strike one last time. Arthur charges first, and for a second, Alara's spirit is right there beside him. Brilliant stars erupt across the battlefield as the Morning Star power explodes. You and I saw that coming, right? In the silence of the battlefield, Arthur realizes that the system's notification is actually a final message from Alara, begging him to keep living. He roars at the sky, finally understanding her sacrifice. A notification pops up, +10 to his mental stats. Arthur snaps, shouting that he doesn't need these stupid messages right now. He demands to know why she had to die, desperately calling out to whoever is running this twisted game. His grief earns him a new title, World Avenger. Suddenly, a blinding light appears, and a mysterious figure materializes, claiming it is time they talked. Shaking, the young knight demands to know who the hell this is. The stranger reveals he is a guide from the system, one of the legendary demon kings from a distant parallel world, sent to be Arthur's new companion. Eons ago, he ruled as a dark lord. He smirks, noting that the human must have a million questions spinning in his head. He tells Arthur to shut up and listen, but the boy is furious and lunges at him with his sword drawn. He screams about Alara's death, refusing to play along, but the entity simply catches the razor-sharp blade with his bare hand. The figure says he wants to respect Arthur's feelings, but unfortunately, they are completely out of time for a tantrum. Arthur finally lowers his weapon. The man congratulates him on surviving the Death Stalker mission, officially welcoming him into the elite ranks of the system users. Arthur finally realizes he isn't the only one trapped in this nightmare. He tries to ask about the rules of this sick game, but he's so overwhelmed that the man sighs. He tells Arthur to imagine a pit of fighting insects. The boy then reveals his massive mission reward, a choice between 2 legendary paths that will change his life. Option 1, he can completely remove the limit on his personal level. Option 2, he can evolve the Soul Slayer sword skill beyond its limits. Arthur's mind is blown by the sheer power. The man hints there are other ways to break level caps, but the sword is unique. Arthur knows himself well enough. He isn't the type to murder people just to grind experience points. Arthur chooses to break his level cap, and trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Then he tells the boy he can claim his prize through the mystic window, and to choose wisely. All right, you and I are diving back into a world where the main event is all about clearing this trial. Arthur asks how to stop the decree. The young man tries to reveal the secret to winning the game, but gets silenced once more. Soon after, he reveals the grand objective is destroying the cores of the 7 ancient citadels. In this kingdom, that likely means the North Star Keep, and he reveals his true target is the archdemon Malphaz, the local ruler. He is one of the deadliest guardians, known throughout the territories as the supreme demon sovereign. Arthur is curious about this Malphaz, and the man explains their dark history, though revenge is now beneath his divine status. The youth warns that time is fading fast, so he reveals the final rewards for clearing the trial include 3 choices. First is the power to ascend, but the second choice is blocked by the same mysterious silence as before. Pay attention here, the last reward is the power to resurrect the dead, which instantly grabs Arthur's full interest. The man says hope still remains, and if the boy wants to end this, they are now on the same side. Hearing that, Arthur drops his blade and agrees to the deal, but as they shake, the Phantom King vanishes. Time is up, but he asks if the humans have questions. Arthur immediately asks what the decree really is and why it exists. He asks about the monsters and his own nature, demanding to know why they must risk their very lives. Placing a hand on the boy's shoulder, he explains it is simply a game of survival for the native races. Suddenly, Arthur's lost arm regenerates completely, and the youth tries to say more before the silence cuts him off again. He notes he lacks the authority to intervene further. Arthur is left confused, wondering what that even meant for him. The king says he must grow stronger to save his fallen friend, as he is currently too weak to even speak properly. With a faint smirk, the boy wonders what kind of madness he just stepped into. Arthur checks his window, realizing his weakness caused his friend's death, and he decides to take a different path. Even that entity saw his flaws, which hurts. Without hesitation, he chooses the option to empower his ancient sword. He resolves to hunt the criminals hiding in the ruins, claiming the shadows of the dungeon are calling his name. In the dark woods, a party is slaughtered. Bandits corner a girl, claiming it would be a waste to kill her. One man promises her a quick end if she obeys. In this lawless world, only the strongest survive. Suddenly, a violet light flashes through the air, cutting the leader in half. Everyone stands there in absolute shock. You and I both know karma is a beast, and these bandits just signed their death warrants by choosing this life. At the Knights Guild, Lady Alina notices something strange. Missing persons are rising, but only the criminals are vanishing. She wonders if they are dungeon accidents, but things remain suspicious, like the thinning monster counts in certain areas. Just then, someone enters her chambers. It is Sir Cedric, apologizing for the intrusion. Alina shrugs it off, even if she keeps getting these low-paying investigator tasks. The lady just brushes it aside, saying she is honored to help the people in any way she can. She jokes about her old days as a class leader at the academy. Cedric smiles, saying she fits that responsible role. She laughs, admitting that keeping the peace suits her better than just mindlessly hunting down savage monsters. With no major missions, she is happy to help. Cedric jokes about her doing all this hard work for free. It is basically volunteer work she can leave anytime, but she insists that money is not her primary motivation. She calls him a noble leader, leaving him curious about why she thinks so highly of him. Alina notes that even as a massive guild, they still choose to police the ruins. He asks about noblesse oblige. She explains that those with great power have a duty to help, an old phrase from a distant land. She believes knights with their skills should help others. She is thrilled to be here, and he asks why. She confesses he is her ideal commander. He laughs, saying flattery gets no favors, but he has excellent news. She has been selected for the North Star Keep mission with the Black Dragons. Later, Cedric enters a room, looking suspicious. The entire room is covered in portraits of Alina, with crystals set up to watch her every single move. Trust me, we are about to see how deep his dark obsession really goes. In his private office, Baron Vane makes a call regarding House Sterling in the capital. They are merely watching. He hears the North Star plans by Lord Regent Oswald exclude the new blood. Vane asks if the great houses are meddling. Let's dive into House Sterling. the rulers of the kingdom's politics and coin. Bad blood is boiling between them and the elder knights. Lord Mortimer puffs his pipe, thinking Blackthorn is just a warm-up for the Citadel dungeon, and the outcome will shake the entire world. That is why Sir Oswald is plotting to sideline the new kids. Mortimer sighs, saying things are getting sketchy. 3 months later, Seraphina is in Ironwood for a meeting. Someone asks if they can link the Blackthorn abyss to another realm. She says it's all about the Founder's ancient magic trick. With Sterling's power, failing is harder than winning. The room is silent until a girl says that wasn't what her boss wanted. In Blackthorn, she must eliminate the old wizards. Her master wonders if the new blood can handle the royal citadel's abyss. The woman notes that supernatural powers have secretly ruled the land forever. Is that not the Sterling family way? The man agrees, claiming that's what power is for. Then he asks about the other member of House Sterling. Seraphina says she doesn't understand her heritage yet, but she's training in the capital. The man says if she's doing well, it's fine. Then he finally steps out, shocking everyone. He looks like he has been alive for over 1,000 years. Seeing him, the girl realizes he is the result of living for 10 centuries. She kneels to show her respect. The ancient entity vows to handle the Citadel plan and wipe out the old guard. Now pay attention, things are getting real. A survival showdown is starting at the Royal Citadel. If things fail, the House Sterling power won't be the only thing lost. No room for mistakes. The girl is ready, but wait, hold up. The big threat now is the Shadow Sovereign. At the Knight HQ, a lady praises Alara, and Alara is totally confused by all the sudden attention. Turns out she is up for the next S-rank promotion. Alara asks if this isn't a bit too early. The lady says not to be humble. She explains that most knights just play it safe. But Alara has been diving into death zones, leveling up like a monster. Now, normal dungeons are just boring. Alara realizes she is a big deal now, but she's still not sure she's mastered her full potential. Then the lady asks about Ironwood. Alara wonders if House Sterling is up to something suspicious. The clerk reveals the Crimson Drakes, an old-school crew, are involved. Ironwood might not be safe. Alara says her father gave her freedom. She thought she would be a Sterling family puppet after graduating, but they're running the whole show, and she's wondering why she has this freedom. Suddenly, someone calls her and she wonders what is up. It turns out her friend is in trouble. On the broadcasts, rebels are demanding their friends get released from prison. At the meeting, someone says some knights are joining a revolution, and they have already killed 100 prisoners. He warns that if their demands aren't met, they will start taking people out one by one every 10 minutes. Alara notes most orders are at the Blackthorn base camps. The guy says this was all part of the plan. Meanwhile, Alara checks the group's profile and realizes even the royal guards and army would struggle. She asks if they expect her to storm the prison alone. A man reveals 7 ministers were captured and are next. You and I know she is the only one who can handle this, but she isn't risking it for them. Then another man reveals a carriage full of 3 children was taken too. They plan to alternate between killing lords and kids. Alara agrees to help. Soon, she's at Ironhold prison. She thinks about not being top tier yet. She hops the wall, knowing a direct fight is suicide. She'll sneak in. She knows a one-on-one fight with an S-rank knight is nearly impossible. If she bumps into one, it is game over. She crawls through a vent, wishing her partner was there. She shakes it off because even with his weird powers, he has limits. She has grown since that incident. Alara peeks through an air vent and is absolutely horrified by what she sees. In the room, hostages look broken while one man chills with a sword. She wonders what the heck is happening. 10 minutes earlier, hostages were screaming on the floor after a gunshot. One minister is ghost white because a bullet almost hit him. A shooter pops up laughing, saying he has always wanted to do that. They mock the guards for thinking regular steel could touch them. He mentions dreaming of shooting a lord as a kid. His partner asks if he couldn't just go to the frontier to try it. The man says it was just for fun. Plus, You can't just go around blasting people in the countryside. His friend warns him not to kill yet. He says it was just a warning. You and I know things won't stay quiet. All right, you and I are starting with a desperate gamble, as one girl spots an open door and bolts. The knight coldly notes that resistance equals death, but his comrade wonders if he let that little girl escape on purpose. The psycho admits he is dying to test his bow on a human target. She is sprinting for her life, but one glance back shows the hunters are gaining fast. His arrows go wide, leaving his partner stunned that he would miss a high-profile target so badly. He fires again, hitting nothing but stone, finally realizing that hitting a moving target is actually tough. As she flees in terror, a stray arrow grazes her shoulder, sending her crashing into the dirt. Somehow, she finds the strength to keep moving, which only makes her pursuer more excited. His partner warns him to finish her now. One escaped hostage means their heads are on the block. He reaches for another shot, but he is out of arrows. Just then, the girl spots the exit. He pulls a dagger instead, lunging at the terrified girl who is now frozen in pure shock. Now watch closely. The door swings open, and our main hero shouts for her to duck. The girl hits the deck, while the hero, Alistair, cleaves the enemy clean in two. He counts his kills, only 7 more until he hits 100. This guy is a beast. The girl is traumatized, but Alistair just tosses her a magical vial that will heal her wounds right up now. He heads straight for the room where the rest of the noble hostages are. The kidnappers panic, demanding to know who he is before his mystical silk traps them all where they stand. He is a legendary phantom knight who hunts down low-life scum like them. One thug tries to act tough, but before he can finish his sentence, a blade finds his skull in seconds. Dead men do not talk back. Fast forward to the present, and Alina is watching this all unfold. Staring at the strange silk, she wonders if some kind of beast is lurking nearby. Suddenly, the mystery man is gone. She is shaken, but she knows she just witnessed an elite warrior. She crawls out of hiding, only to come face to face with Julian, a high-ranking knight who looks deadly. This is a total disaster. She was not prepared to encounter a legendary tier fighter this early in the game. Still, if it is just a duel, she might have a slim chance. The guy flashes a friendly grin and asks how she is doing. He heard an elite knight join the rebellion, but he is surprised it is her. She calls him out for politics. Julian laughs it off. He could not care less about politics. Alina starts wondering what his real game is. He says knights usually only kill inside dungeons, so he wanted to try a public slaughter for once. She argues that murder is never okay, but he just laughs at how much she loves her rules. Then Julian asks if there will be trouble if he executes a member of the prestigious House Sterling. He draws a brutal motorized blade, a classic. Alina warns him that she is not the weakling she used to be. You saw that speed, right? Our girl is a high-ranking candidate now, but this guy is on another level. Julian lands a massive kick that sends her flying like a rag doll. He revs his blade, ready for a feast. Meanwhile, a troop of soldiers guards the kingdom's darkest prison. One rebel climbs the roof, screaming for the king to release his imprisoned brothers. Another kid grabs a megaphone because his throat is shredded from all the shouting. His friend tells him greatness requires sacrifice. The boy starts screaming again, demanding freedom for his crew. Suddenly, a strand of silk snags his cloak, jerking him back into the darkness. He is dragged down the stone stairs, wondering what on earth just grabbed him. He realizes all his elite comrades are unconscious. How is this even possible? A voice tells him that while freedom is great, he should not drag innocent people into his personal mess. Back to the fight, Alina is fleeing while the boy taunts her about losing. He explains his weapon was forged by the system, and she could have been just as powerful. But she refused every bloody mission the system offered, and that is why we are just getting started. The boy admits he's used to hunting innocents, or even kidnapping 10 children at a time. Trust me, you're going to love this. Alina would rather be eliminated than sink that low. She's interesting because even as a saint tier, she tossed her privilege away. The young man asks if she's all right, seeing as she's about to lose a lot of blood. 𝒉𝒂𝒏𝒌𝒆💄 is just waiting for her to stop moving. He'd rather watch her fade than kill her. Then he asks if Alina has met the surgeon. He reveals his surgeon's tools, but no medicine for the pain. Suddenly, Alina turns, activating her blade's ancient power. She knows this ability can boost her stats to an absolutely legendary level. She believes she can end the fight before her body fails, but the young man defends himself, mocking her weak strike. With a wicked grin, he says he can handle that. Alina feels the pressure, then her sword suddenly shatters. 𝒉𝒂𝒏𝒌𝒆𝒄 laughs, calling her defenseless. She should have just followed the oracle's missions while she had the chance. The girl collapses to the ground. Her enemy is thrilled that she's finally stuck. He starts looking for his stimulants and blood packs. Alaric mocks her, wondering if she'll stay pretty without her skin. He finds his kit, but a strike hits his neck. Alina is stunned to see her executioner taken down by a stranger. She demands to know who's standing there. Arthur knew the oracle's mask would be perfect. The recognition block is no joke, but Alina knows her friend's aura anywhere. Now pay attention. Arthur is shocked because he realized he simply can't fool his closest friend. He removes his mask, revealing his face. Meanwhile, Lord Julian crosses the Shadow Gate, noting the noble mutiny. He wonders if the high houses are behind this, or if it's just luck. He contacts the Night Council. He tells them he's handling the prison riot solo. No backup needed. He's more than enough for this job. Inside the ironclad prison, Arthur warns his friend that the Dark King's Knights are extremely dangerous. Alina says she understands what happened with Moravan, but she wonders why he kept her in the dark. Arthur explains he didn't want to drag her into this nightmare after their other friend got exiled. He's carrying too much weight. Alina asks if she should claim the victory herself. Arthur agrees. That would be clutch for his cover. Alina sighs, telling him he's always looking out for himself. Suddenly, Lord Julian arrives and spots Alaric's body. A top-tier knight just lying there defeated. Arthur panics. This was definitely not part of the plan. He remembers this man's reputation, a high-ranking powerhouse. His mind starts racing, trying to find a way out. He's wondering how Julian survived the Cerberus encounter, but he's got to focus on surviving this moment right now. You and I saw this coming. Alina tells the knight she handled the mutiny all by herself. He asks if she's Alina. She says headquarters sent her immediately. Julian wonders who this strange kid is. She claims he's just a 𝒖𝒂𝒏𝒌𝒆𝒄 scout. Julian asks why she'd bring a novice into a literal war zone. Alina explains it was an emergency. He's here for rescue. Julian admits her power is great, but bringing weaklings is risky. She just grins and says the boy volunteered, so there was no pressure at all. Arthur mentions Julian's reputation for wild dungeon raids. He's relieved the knight hasn't recognized him yet. Julian tells them to leave and let the guards clean up. Suddenly, Arthur lunges, but Julian dodges like a ninja. Julian admits he would have let it go if the boy hadn't reacted. Now, things are getting interesting. He demands to know if Arthur defeated Cerberus and why he's pretending to be a low-level weakling. He's ready for the truth. Alina is confused, asking why the knight is attacking out of nowhere. Julian says he knows him, and it's because of her. He realizes there's no way she actually took down Alaric. He asks why Arthur is hiding his strength since everyone knows about the Shadow Gate. They must team up. Arthur draws his blade. He can't let this slide. Julian is a massive wild card in this mutiny. Julian says Arthur is coming for a full power checkup. He asks Alina if she's joining them. Arthur knows his power is far beyond Saint tier. A full checkup would blow his secret wide open. He's frustrated that his dodging was for nothing. He asks what happens if he refuses. Julian says he'll use force. A little fight doesn't scare the knight. Suddenly, Julian vanishes, living up to his reputation as the god of speed. Arthur is dodging frantically, barely keeping pace. He tries a counterattack, but Julian blocks it like it's nothing. Julian is impressed. He didn't see that move coming. Alina stands frozen, unable to even track their speed. "Trust me, we leave it here. This kid has absolute monster moves." He cuts the binding silk with a single stroke. Sir Sterling just laughs, calling Arthur's power strange but way too slow for him. Vines erupt from Sterling's back as Arthur prepares his counter. Sterling scoffs, readying a devastating strike he calls his ultimate move. "All right, stick with me," because Arthur just realized his opponent is playing on a completely different level of power. Sterling lunges forward, but in a blink, the young knight simply vanishes right in front of his eyes. Incredible. Our hero unleashes his secret technique, summoning illusions while vanishing into the shadows. Even the elite knight admits this combo is lethal. Sterling loses his trail, unable to sense even a ripple of magic. Left with no choice, he prepares his final technique. Those shadow clones start falling one by one, sliced apart by the knight's legendary speed. It is a massacre. Anything within reach gets obliterated. That raw simplicity is his greatest weapon. Then, finally, the real Arthur gets struck. This is how Sir Sterling reached the top. Lady Alina watches, knowing he is the fourth strongest knight in the kingdom. Even without seeing our hero, Sterling did not care because his area attacks destroy everything in his immediate vicinity. Arthur has no choice but to unleash his emerald energy, the phoenix flare. The power wraps around him while Sterling readies another thunderous charge. Sterling pauses, sensing something is wrong. Despite the direct hit, Arthur does not look wounded in the slightest. Now watch this. Even after going all out, Arthur realizes an elite ranker is an absolute beast. He is sweating. Sterling hesitates, wondering if he should hold back. He cannot win being gentle, but he does not want to kill him. Meanwhile, Arthur prepares his heavy mace technique. Both warriors know that if they do not get serious now, it is game over. They prepare for the final clash. Suddenly, a voice commands them to stop, and surprisingly, the two fighters actually listen. Alina screams, asking Arthur what he is thinking. Recalling the Shadow Labyrinth, she explains they must cooperate. The Demon King's hunters are the real threat, and they need to join forces immediately. It sounds crazy, but a lowborn possessing the inner eye power explains everything. Rumors are spreading through the capital about our hero's strange situation and hidden strength. Arthur asks if that explanation is finally enough for them. The council has records of similar cases. Sterling notes those others were all lowborn tier warriors, just like Arthur and his companion. Our hero asks what happened to them. Sadly, those poor souls are no longer around. The council tried to protect them, but they vanished. Even a high-ranking knight like Sterling could not find any details. You and I saw that coming, right? High Chancellor Oswald tried gathering info, but these gifted warriors keep vanishing without a trace. They say the noble house of Valois at least knows their names. Alina apologizes for not being able to offer more help. Sterling does not care about House Valois. As far as he is concerned, they are already standing on opposite sides. So, if Arthur was used in the Shadow Labyrinth, he would likely be framed as a traitor to the crown. Honestly, Sterling knew they needed someone with Arthur's talent, but the council's methods would only stifle his potential. His views are just very different. After witnessing his power and seeing no innocent blood was spilled, Sterling finally understands who our young hero really is. Being blunt, Sterling asks Arthur to join his order. The Scythe of Death is one of the most powerful knightly houses. From Arthur's perspective, it is a tempting offer. However, he remains unmoved and tells the knight he is not interested. Sterling takes the rejection well, almost expecting it. Arthur agrees to join the raid, and Sterling promises to keep his secrets quiet. The hero just turns and walks away, leaving his companion wondering what he is planning next. The wheels are already in motion. Arthur realizes his current strength only matches that of a seasoned veteran knight. With his current abilities, he cannot fully protect himself yet, but taking on these impossible challenges has been worth the risk. His days of running end tonight. Once he conquers the next trial, it will finally be time to strike back at everyone. Deep in the royal capital, Our hero sits atop an abandoned tower, lost in thought. Arthur knows exactly what massive threat is coming next. The behemoth, the guardian of the ruins. He can feel its monstrous energy from miles away. Arthur is no legendary giant or knight with magical armor. He is just a man who has to run for his life. Sadly, personal choice is not an option. His mission leads him straight into the Citadel district, a forbidden zone that is absolutely lethal. It is a suicide mission with zero backup. His only goal is to reach the entrance of the darkness. If he can just lure that monster away and slip inside the gates, his mission will be a success. Ahead lies the Shadow Labyrinth, whispered to be the largest and most terrifying dungeon in the entire kingdom. Right now, every elite first-tier knight and the great noble houses are preparing for a massive expedition into the deepest layers. And trust me, we are just getting started. The world has not even seen the 7 ancient progenitors yet. Wild, right? Listen closely, because you and I are about to dive into a legend about the vaults no knight could conquer. Back then, even the most legendary grand champions could not break past the guardians standing watch at those cursed gates. The only success came when a massive fortune of billions lured elite warriors together. Only the great Western Empire had the resources to not only slay a guardian, but map out the entire place. Still, what truly happened to those survivors inside is a dark story for another time. Over in the 𝒐𝒏𝒂𝒏𝒌𝒆𝒅 province, even a legion of elite knights failed miserably to topple the gatekeepers, all of them crushed at once. At the 𝒖𝒂𝒏𝒂𝒏 command post, the Lord Commander is fuming. Someone just broke into the 𝒐𝒏𝒂𝒏 ruins alone, defying every royal decree. Back in the Age of Heroes, fools would chase glory like that, but these days, nobody is that suicidal anymore. A young squire asks for orders, but the sovereign knows even the strongest will perish. He says to just let the intruder die. The squire is stunned. He can't believe a guardian could ever be defeated by a lone warrior. But the sovereign is firm. It would take 5 top-ranked champions and a small army just to stand a chance. Backup is non-negotiable. Sweat beads on the squire's forehead. It is exactly why no kingdom besides the Western Empire has been daring enough to try. And after the chaos at Fu, having a rogue knight in 𝒐𝒏𝒂𝒏 is just making things worse. The Lord Commander is absolutely fuming. Without a word, Murakami agrees with the sovereign. They are on the exact same page. He remembers the bold warriors of the past, but he knows the world has finally learned how deadly these beasts are. Wait for it. As the sovereign calls out to his friend, a crazy realization finally hits him. When it comes to slaying the 𝒐𝒏𝒂𝒏 guardian, the experts have studied every single failed massacre to the letter. This behemoth stands 50 meters tall. It is a mountain of muscle that needs at least 5 top-tier knights to even scratch it. But the man stepping into the arena, he is all alone. Sir 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒏𝒂𝒏 has been preparing for months to end this beast. His power levels are completely off the charts. Just look at that stance, he is ready to rumble. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒏𝒂𝒏 has devoured every dungeon possible, fueling his gluttonous skills. He has hit his limit, and breaking his level cap is the only way forward. He has pushed himself to the edge. Thinking of Morarano, he knows that turning back now simply is not an option. Now, with his eyes locked on the Guardian for months, 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒏𝒂𝒏 is ready to begin the fight that changes everything. It looked like a slow, clumsy beast at first, but then, bam, the sheer horror of its speed hits like a freight train. He is sprinting through the ruins of an abandoned city, desperately trying to piece together a winning strategy. Using his magic web ability, he snags the monster's hand, but all that does is give away his hiding spot. 𝒖𝒍𝒂𝒏𝒂𝒏 knows he is in trouble, so he dives into a building. The monster starts stomping the place flat to bury him alive. You and I need to watch this part closely. Its massive feet smash the roof as our hero curses his luck. He is running like his life depends on it. Then boom. He draws his blade, slicing through falling rubble to keep from being crushed. Finally, the beast smashes through the stone walls, charging at the first thing it sees moving in the dust. But wait, the monster realizes something is wrong. Its legs are completely tangled in those same magical webs from before. While the beast was trying to get in, our hero had already wrapped the entire structure in a massive web trap. He spent 3 whole days setting up this epic trap. There is no escape, but if he doesn't move fast, the beast might still break free. The hero fires up his binding rope, the chains of purgatory, and every other sealing skill he has. All these powers hit their peak and fuse into one massive prison. It is absolute overkill, and I love it. Even if you did not see this coming, the monster's limbs are now pinned down perfectly. It cannot move an inch. Legends say the best warriors always aim to lock down the limbs, but the damage they took was so severe they usually had to flee. Zyuroto is not making that same mistake. He is already sprinting forward to deliver the final, killing blow. He drives his sword into that thick shell, but against a monster this huge, his blade looks like a tiny toothpick. Even bound in chains, the beast is trying to go berserk. Honestly, that is not a surprise at all. There's a reason the last squad ran away in terror. Anyway, our hero activates his death runner skill, creating multiple clones. He layers on poisonous and corruptive magic, blending them together to trigger the ultimate lethal toxin. This solves the size problem by attacking from the inside. The poison forms a sphere that the beast accidentally swallows. Once the poison is inside the beast, Zyuroto backs away quickly. He has tried everything, but external toxins did nothing. Forcing the poison inside was the only way to win. And trust me, you and I are about to see this flawless plan kick in as the monster screams in agony. The beast lets out a deafening screech before slamming back into the earth. Alaric stands back, sure that the monster is finally about to draw its last breath. Suddenly, the creature's neck bulges, and the entire iron prison shatters into pieces. Stick with me, Alaric's hope shatters right with the stone as that beast stands back up. But trust me, he is not just standing there. He strikes from the shadows with a quick spell, then leaps high above. Using ancient gravity magic, he forces the monster down with immense weight. The creature's legs are buckling under the pressure of that massive weight. So doubling down on gravity was a genius move. The beast's eyes burn with pure hatred, clearly baffled that a tiny human is causing this much trouble. But Alaric has been clear from the jump. He spent months training for one single goal, to kill it. If this final gambit fails, Alaric is prepared to retreat. But the beast is not done, charging a lethal glow in its maw. It fires a massive beam that disintegrates everything in its path. Alaric freezes. If he takes a direct hit, he is dead. Watch closely now. He bets it all on his legendary blade, triggering divine annihilation to break past his human limits. If he loses this clash, Alaric will be nothing but ash. He pours every ounce of will into the strike, overwhelming the beast's laser with raw, holy force, which pushes forward until it finally slices through the monster's throat, ending the fight for good. All that remains are fragments of the sentinel and a battered, triumphant knight. Or so he thinks, because suddenly that massive hand twitches, reaching out to crush the life out of him. Even headless, the monster is still thrashing with enough power to level the room. Alaric dodges in a flash, but then he spots another claw way too close for comfort. The attack connects, sending the knight tumbling backward with bone-breaking force. The blood pouring from his side tells Alaric one thing: this wound is deadly. Impaled by stone shards, he quickly triggers Phoenix Rebirth to expel the debris and mend his broken body. Just one single strike was nearly enough to send him to the grave. He had already burned through his best moves, and the Phoenix Rebirth was a one-time daily trump card. Plus, his mana for divine annihilation was totally gone. I know what you're thinking. Is it game over? Alaric's heart is pounding, and the beast is still hungry for blood. He braces for the end, but then, miraculously, the sentinel finally collapses for the second time. This time, his gluttony skill activates, granting him a massive boost to his resistances. The level cap is finally broken, proving that the monster's revival was just a final, desperate gasp. Still, Alaric is completely exhausted. Dozens of glowing system, Windows begin to flood his vision. The system is going wild, raining down level-up notifications like confetti. It is a true victory dance for defeating the strongest beast in the kingdom. After a while, the excitement fades into confusion. The windows just won't stop. He realizes all that stored experience is finally being tallied. There is no telling how high his rank will climb. Soon, he notices his stats are nearing their absolute peak. His power is hitting the roof. It reminds him of those legends where a peasant becomes a god overnight. He has seen miracles, but nothing compares to this. It is absolutely insane. He wonders if this power is a gift for the downtrodden. Meanwhile, at the royal camp, rumors of the Sentinels' fall spread like wildfire, but General Mordred isn't convinced. He already has a suspect in mind. The Grand Duke is curious, but his scouts can only point to a mysterious rogue knight. The Duke is stunned but frustrated. They prepared for a massacre, yet someone just strolled through. If the young lords find out, their reputation is ruined. Mordred highly doubts this knight acted alone. He reminds the Duke that the guild's neutrality is at stake. If they intervene now, the elite young knights will be in their debt forever. Same day, same hour. At the Dragon Fang Guild, Lady Alara is out for a walk when massive news breaks. Town criers are shouting about the discovery of the fallen Sentinel's corpse. This is a massive deal, unseen since the Great War across the sea. It's a huge victory, but no noble house is claiming credit, and the guild is silent. Even the local scholars can't explain it, but for Alara, there is no mystery. Her heart knows exactly which man is responsible for the beast's downfall. At the Knights Guild headquarters, the room goes quiet when a suspicious man enters. He hands over an identity card that claims he's a lowly C-rank knight, 26 years of age. But her intuition tells her this man is something far more dangerous. And that's where we leave it. She thinks the ID is a fake, but the truth, way more insane. Choosing to stay silent, she takes the token and simply asks which crypt he plans to enter. Alistair mentions the Dreadspire, the deadliest rift in the land, where only the most elite dare to tread. Even for basic porter work, no one volunteers. Elinor questions what a low-rank knight is doing in this hellhole. The heroes ignore the risks. He promised Lady Elinor and Lord Valerius he would join the Great Siege. Without a high-tier rift, Alistair knows his growth has stalled. At the camp near Dreadspire, everything seems strangely calm. Inside, Alistair moves like a ghost. He is worried about his surging strength, but his agility is rising too, so it is perfect. Suddenly, a mercenary appears, mocking a low-rank knight for showing up, especially with that ridiculous mask he is wearing. Alistair just shrugs it off, having dealt with arrogant fools like this his entire life. All right, you and I are about to jump into one truly wild ride. The man sneered, making it clear that rookies are not welcome here, where even seasoned veterans are treated like dirt. He claimed low-level fighters are just a nuisance. He pointed toward the elite squad up ahead, currently carving a bloody path. Those were the true legends, the first-tier knights. The vanguard held 2 grandmasters and 1 master. Their power was so overwhelming, it made a masked coward look like a joke. A young squire proudly claimed he was a master rank in that squad. However, Lord Valerius stepped in and cut the conversation short like a total pro. He arrived to announce the briefing, as the deep raid would begin in exactly 2 hours. Valerius claimed the boys' skills were vital, but plot twist, he meant the masked cook, leaving the elite knight completely stunned. Being lower rank, Alistair just followed orders. The knight wondered why Lord Valerius would choose a simple cook for this task. He assumed it was pure nepotism, but Elinor caught his suspicious look and fired back a glare so cold it chilled him to the bone. Pay attention here. He asks if his friend suggested he join the raid. It was no surprise, as the man admitted they needed his raw power. Alistair asked how the boss viewed his combat skills. Valerius called him a monster. There was no other word for it, especially since Alistair's strength had recently doubled. He was no longer afraid of losing. Still, he had to stay focused, knowing he might face an entire army. He heard High Commander Oswald would lead the front lines. Alistair saw this as a chance to measure a Grandmaster's power against his own. Suddenly, a shadow beast emerged from the gloom, surrounded by a horde of pale, blood-starved ghouls. Valerius identified them as ancient necromancers and blood wraiths, all high-tier monsters. The young squire followed them, even though he was benched. He thought this was his moment to finally prove himself. He tried to slay too, but something grabbed his ankles. A wraith appeared instantly, carving a massive wound across his back. With no time to dodge, the other knights watched in horror. Alistair shouted that this was the price of arrogance. But Valerius knew better. A simple sneak attack should not have brought down a master-rank fighter so easily. It was clear these monsters were as strong as grandmasters. Realizing this, our hero knew he had to change his strategy. You and I both know it is time for him to finally flex that power. Valerius and Elinor prepared for battle, while Alistair kept his identity hidden. Outside the rift, a young lord pulled a card. The House Blackwood ritual was ready. He was certain that Elinor and the others would not fall today. Even if they were near death, the magic would halt the attacks. No one dared cross House Blackwood, as their ability to control monsters was truly terrifying. To him, the family reaching out for an alliance felt like a sign from the gods themselves. Regardless, the real danger was if the rift's difficulty spiked. Even Valerius would be caught completely off guard then. Deep inside, the blood wraiths attacked. One lunged at Elinor with a strike that actually left her feeling quite impressed. Worry flashed across her face, but she kicked the beast back like a queen, even though fatigue was setting in. An elder wraith should only match a veteran knight, but against two grandmasters like Elinor, it was somehow holding its own. One of the master knights tried to slay a wraith, but the monster simply vanished and reappeared behind him. Fortunately, a heavy shieldman stepped in to save him. A mage raised his staff, preparing a devastating spell of fire. The explosion rocked the entire cavern as he unleashed the flames, but only a single arm of the monster was severed. And incredibly, the limb just grew back like a lizard's tail, only it was 1,000 times more unsettling. There were 11 master-rank knights present, yet they were being humiliated by just 2 of these creatures. Trust me, you and I are about to see why attacking the leader was the worst move those monsters ever made. All right, stick with me. You are about to see Sir Alistair live up to his deadly reputation. He carves through them like butter. The knights expected it, but the vampires, they never stood a chance. Even Lady Alara thought it would take more than a single strike to finish those monsters off. With Alistair leading the charge, the battle shifts instantly, proving why he is one of the kingdom's finest knights. Focusing back on the fight, he shouts that no more lives can be lost. He orders all elite knights to retreat immediately. Everyone leaves except Alara. Meanwhile, Julian wonders if Alistair has noticed the same chilling truth that he just uncovered. Looking at the monster stats, his eyes show the grim reality. At least 20 more of those beasts are closing in fast. The Lick is clearly the one pulling the strings here. Now, pay attention. This monster swings a massive scythe like a nightmare come to life, giving our hero the absolute creeps. One swing sends a lethal wave of dark energy flying. Julian knows a single touch means certain death. The blast targets a knight, but Julian leaps in to save her just in time. She thanks him, but there is no time for talk. After a quick retreat, the healers begin patching up everyone's wounds. Julian sits alone, deep in thought. Alistair approaches to thank him for preventing more deaths, admitting he never intended to leave the young man in such a dangerous position. Our hero senses the heavy mood and asks Alistair a very direct question. During their duel, Alistair claimed he was holding back, so Julian asks if he is finally using his full power. Alistair admits it is true. Alara overhears and asks her commander about their next move. The enemy's power is off the charts now, so Alistair calls for a retreat to the main camp. They agree, but suddenly realize Julian has completely vanished from the area. By now, Julian has already sprinted far away from the group's secret hideout. Convinced the knights cannot handle this, he heads solo to the nest. Julian ignores the small fry and charges the lick. Sword in hand, he cuts through the horde, proving that working alone is his specialty. Vampires try to corner him, but he mows them down. One tries the same shadow trick that killed a high knight, but Julian simply splits the beast in two instead. Now watch this closely because it gets wild. The lick swings a deadly aerial slash, but Julian is ready. He dodges easily, mocking the monster for repeating the same move. Then he uses his magic silk skill to trap everyone, since they do not understand his true power yet. Far from the chaos of the Shadow Forge, a mysterious woman quietly sips her tea. Suddenly, a strange black crow lands, demanding her attention. She mentions she is relaxing in a capital cafe, hardly the place for spies, but the crow claims they are always watching her. She tells her stalker to find a better hobby. To the crow, she is a major threat, so her comfort does not matter. Even with an unfinished relic, she could surpass the master. Plus, he checked the area was clear before making contact. Finally, she tells him to relax and asks for news from the Shadow Forge. The crow explains that the forge is ground zero for the ancient experiments. If it fails, years of research will be totally wasted. In her eyes, whether it failed or not was irrelevant, so she asked if her rebellious thoughts would get her in trouble. Regardless, even if things went wrong, as long as they had the new generation, the High Court would be safe. The whole point of these trials was to control the abyss whenever they felt like it. But one thing must never be forgotten. This was always about controlling the dungeons themselves. Or more accurately, the monsters within. That power gives an edge over any kingdom facing these disasters. Eventually, it will be a technology so powerful it could rule the entire world. This would be the ultimate way to increase House Blackwood's influence. Despite being held captive for this, the girl told the crow she would just keep acting cool. Back at the front, a pile of monsters lies defeated. One survivor stares at its fallen allies, shaking in terror. Julian says it just had bad luck today. For the next round, he wants to face the enemy using only his base strength. He tells the vampire to attack, but his presence is so intense it freezes the creature in place. The monster eventually snaps out of it and throws everything it has into one final strike. But as it rushes past, it feels the damage and drops dead. Julian won without a single skill. It was obvious he was the strongest there, but even the best can get a surprise visit. Alistair and Alara both show up, unable to believe Julian wiped out those high-level monsters alone. Julian just nods, not being mysterious, and his friends admit it is truly legendary. Alistair does not think these enemies were buffed like the others. Still, he finds it wild that Julian did not get overwhelmed. Most were sliced in one go. You and I witnessed a legend today. All right, you and I are about to watch a squire terrify the High Kings. Mordecai realized Arthur's skills weren't luck. They truly hit tier S levels. But Lady Alara saw things differently. Mordecai claimed the beasts were weak, but she suspected they were as deadly as they had ever been. Even for a lord like Mordecai, slaying so many enhanced abominations alone should have been an impossible task for any mortal man. Alara shuddered, finally realizing how terrifyingly strong Arthur actually was. The truth was beyond logic, so she couldn't blame her lord for dismissing such an unbelievable idea as mere nonsense. Mordecai called the boy a prodigy, once again offering him a permanent place within his noble house. But Arthur refused again, leaving the lord laughing at being rejected twice by a mere squire. Still, Mordecai made it clear he never stops until he gets what he wants, and Arthur knew he was serious. If Arthur ever swore fealty, it would be to this house, so they sealed the pact with a firm handshake. Later, the Chancellor's scribe discussed Mordecai's choice. They both knew the peasant in the raid was using a fake title and mask to hide. Now, pay attention to this part. His magic was marked as page rank. The Duke couldn't believe Mordecai was so reckless, giving a spot to such a useless drag. The scribe noted that despite the large battalion, Tier S knights were actually quite rare. It was a terrible decision, regardless. However, the Duke remembered Lady Alara was also on that same team. Since her power was crowned tier, the scribe figured her presence wasn't an issue. Mordecai's choice looked like favoritism. Joining the royal vanguard usually makes a knight's reputation skyrocket, especially if they are handsome. The Lord's assistant joked that Mordecai might just have a soft spot for pretty young squires. But the Duke quickly silenced her, warning that such rumors shouldn't be spread, even as a jest. Still, the scribe couldn't forget that Mordecai had placed a commoner on the front lines. All 3 noble squads would descend into the abyss to fight alongside Mordecai's team. The scribe warned that weakening their defense was total suicide, but the Duke remained silent, lost deep in his own complicated thoughts. Despite pressure from the great houses, the kingdom knew Mordecai only valued true merit and skill. You and I saw that coming, right? The Duke was dying to know the truth behind this recruitment. Back at camp, everyone was shocked. Why is a peasant in the elite guard? Apparently, a secret deal was already in place. To grow stronger, Arthur had to face the most dangerous labyrinths and witness 𝒕𝒐𝒆𝒄𝒏𝒌𝒆𝒅 magic firsthand to master his own skills. Knowing he had the talent to reveal his true form would make everything much easier. But Arthur wanted to stay hidden like a shadow. He begged Mordecai to keep his secrets quiet for now. But Mordecai had already revealed the truth. Arthur's magic was legendary, making everyone curious about his mysterious past. Mordecai loved a good underdog story, but he was more focused on building up Arthur's grand legend. If the boy succeeded, he wouldn't just be famous, he would be a living legend. Being Mordecai's right-hand man was a massive victory. They say the strong either crush others or show mercy. But Arthur knew Mordecai had more than just mercy on his mind. Ever since he gained his unique power, Arthur could see people's true colors. That's why he hesitated to join them. Being an outsider made him wonder if he belonged. Other houses were strict, but Mordecai welcomed new blood. 𝒕𝒐𝒆𝒄𝒏𝒌𝒆𝒅 knights usually joined the great houses, and Mordecai's family wasn't at the top of the hierarchy yet. That's why Mordecai needed Arthur. Suddenly, the entire expedition was gathered for the final announcement. Mordecai's squad was sent to the rear. Furious, he confronted Sir 𝒖𝒐𝒏𝒂𝒏𝒌𝒆𝒅, who had discovered Arthur's fake identity. 𝒖𝒐𝒏𝒂𝒏𝒌𝒆𝒅 sneered, saying trust was impossible in such a sketchy situation. They didn't want to risk failure, so only Mordecai and the Duke's squads were chosen. Arthur, worried, offered to leave the group. Mordecai told him to stay. He wondered if 𝒖𝒐𝒏𝒂𝒏𝒌𝒆𝒅 was just playing a sick joke. 𝒖𝒐𝒏𝒂𝒏𝒌𝒆𝒅 laughed, mocking the rumors that Mordecai only picked the kid for weird reasons. Everyone looked absolutely disgusted by the idea. He joked that ditching the peasant would end the drama, teasing Mordecai for looking completely love-struck. Before leaving, he told our hero to give it his all. In his eyes, even a small fry should at least try not to drag the others down. He walked away smugly. So what do you and I take from this? He split the Duke's squad from Mordecai's, knowing his reinforcements would be crushed otherwise. All right, you and I need to see this sinister plan 𝒖𝒐𝒏𝒂𝒏𝒌𝒆𝒅 has to destroy everyone and please House 𝒂𝒏𝒂𝒏𝒌𝒆𝒄𝒏𝒂𝒏. After that, the raid on the Blackwood Vault begins. Even though it is a lethal zone, the kingdom elite knights are ready. So far, no high-tier monsters have appeared, and while some took hits, the healers are doing their job perfectly. With barely a scratch on them, they reach the boss chamber before even hitting the final floor. Lord Omada's squad enters. Right after, 𝒖𝒐𝒏𝒂𝒏𝒌𝒆𝒅 struts in with his men. Meanwhile, Murakami team is stuck with the dull job of guarding the entrance. Their only task is to keep any intruders from ruining the raid, even if they doubt anyone would show up. Now pay attention here. The boss was dubbed the Lifeless King, but he had a deadly partner, Carmela, the Queen of the Night. She was hiding somewhere on this level, ready to tear things apart if she caught the group off guard. Still, our hero thinks she probably won't appear, though he feels a bit guilty for just standing around. Unlike the other knights, even though Hiroto's skills are officially rank F, his allies completely underestimate him, which Murakami thinks is the real problem. Naturally, everyone is curious to see Hiroto actually fight. For now, the leaders believe their squads can handle the boss alone. Murakami notices Hiroto is worried about Lady Yuzuki. The hero reveals they were childhood friends, shocking everyone who heard him speak. Hiroto repeats his question, and Murakami tries to calm him down, saying that everything will be just fine. But he adds that if the boss is like the last beast, it could be a total disaster. They fought undead, but nothing strong. Plus, our hero did not sense any real danger, like he could just relax. Murakami offers an apology for the post. But the knight is disappointed. He really wanted to see everyone's jaws drop when the hero finally showed off his power. After all, he would be the guild legendary rookie. Suddenly, the hero's speed spikes, giving off a terrible feeling. He senses something foul coming from the gateway. Not just bad, but a complete, kingdom-ending disaster. Thinking of his childhood friend, Hiroto starts to shake. He begs Murakami to let him rush the final floor alone. Hiroto tries to explain the danger, but all he can say is that he has a bad gut feeling. Murakami thinks it is just emotions. Actually, Hiroto was tracking the boss' status, but he could not reveal his secret, so he blamed instincts. Luckily, Murakami is not the type of leader to just ignore a comrade in distress. Before they could move, someone appears from the shadows. Carmela blocks the path, telling them they must pass her first. Word was that Carmela was just as strong as Murakami himself. He apologizes to Hiroto, needing the whole team now. It was a logical choice, but Hiroto just draws his blade and lunges at the queen, catching her completely off guard. Before the team can even blink, he slices her in half like she was nothing, clearing the entire path in one move. Murakami is stunned, but now he feels a hint of fear. Inside the boss room, chaos breaks out during the race. Murakami is gasping for air, completely blown away by the hero's terrifying speed. He cannot even keep up. The others are so far behind they just give up. Anyway, the hero senses a new threat and goes in solo. He vanishes instantly, proving that his previous speed was not even his limit. Murakami truly feels the pressure. He feels like a snail compared to Hiroto. Taking down a high-tier threat in one hit was just pure madness. Murakami realizes that if the world knew Hiroto power, the entire ranking system would change. He feels hopeful for the future. Finally, at the boss arena, a crushing energy weighs down on the remaining attack squads. The boss reveals itself as the king of the undead, holding a terrifying S difficulty rank. Let us pause. Can you believe these elite rank S hunters are actually running? They are totally humiliated by this monster, while the beast mocks them. It lunges for an attack, but then, boom. Out of nowhere, a massive blast of fire hits it like a knockout punch. The flames slowly die down, returning to the hand of the one who threw them. That is the guild master power, and he is furious at the new generation. He engulfs the boss in a fire tornado. But the monster just walks through the flames. It drops a massive beam of energy on itself, blowing everything back. This king has some insane regeneration skills. There is no doubt about that. But the guild master is still fuming, ready to end this. They clash in an epic battle that makes the squad feel useless. Sadly, the leader takes a heavy blow and starts bleeding. Then, the backup arrives and freezes the beast's feet. 𝒍𝒚 hates Dado attitude, but their combined powers are annoyingly effective. Fire and ice together, man. It is a lethal combo. The guild master knew that if they burned the remains, the beast could never recover. Dado hints at ending 𝒖𝒏𝒂𝒏 next. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are about to see these veteran knights show exactly why they are a legendary team. But as soon as the beast falls, Sir Cedric drops a bombshell, telling the Lord Commander his time is up. Cedric acts disappointed, but when the commander asks if he is retiring, he just gives a cold, chilling nod. With a sudden snap, he breaks his vows and declares he must eliminate every single one of his former allies. Now pay attention, because the real nightmare starts as black smoke rises and 50 elite Night Stalkers emerge. It turns out House Thorn created something absolutely terrifying just to wipe out the Order for good. These monsters swarm Julian, who realizes these are the enhanced beasts Sir Arthur warned of, but a stalker strikes before Thomas can shout a warning. Julian falls, still breathing, but the rest of the squad is quickly trapped. The situation turns desperate as the undead close in on Julian, making it clear he is their primary target. Lord William screams for his men while dodging a lethal strike. The commander is occupied, but manages to land a crushing blow on a nearby creature. Even with his legendary strength, it is not enough, so he lets pure rage fuel his inner power. Refusing to be underestimated, William crushes the creature like a weakling. He knows he can handle 5 of them, tops. Maybe 10 with a miracle, but there are dozens. Lady Alina is watching the chaos, her sharp mind sensing total disaster. She knows they are doomed. In desperation, William demands answers, and Cedric just grins, mentioning the forbidden art of beast binding. It is an ancient skill that controls and empowers monsters, a secret technique usually reserved for the noble House Thorn. Their plan is to enslave the entire catacombs. It explains why past disasters had such unnatural, overpowered creatures appearing. As Cedric talks, everything clicks. The veteran knights always opposed House Thorn, so this betrayal was inevitable from the start. William asks if Alina knows anything, but she denies it, looking genuinely horrified to see Cedric turn into such a monster. Cedric declares it is the end for the commander, while William refuses to back down against this overwhelming betrayal. Cedric rallies his Night Stalker squad, ordering them to slaughter everyone except for the commander and the young lady. It turns out Cedric has held a bitter grudge against William for years, fueled by pure, petty jealousy. The situation looks hopeless, but then Alina receives a sudden message that confirms her worst fears about this trap. You and I both know the hero always arrives late, and here is Sir Alistair finally entering the fray. The commander spots Alistair and asks if Sir Arthur is coming, but Alistair just shakes his head, confusing everyone on the field. William thinks their strongest ally abandoned them like a coward, leaving them all to die alone. Cedric scoffs, claiming even Sir Arthur could not change their fate. He tells the commander their time is up and warns Alina he has dark plans for her later. House Thorn gave clear orders. As long as they survive, he can do whatever he wants with them. Alina is struggling to process this because the Cedric she knew was a noble knight who fought for justice. But Cedric admits he only hired her because his men liked her face. He was only kind because he was obsessed with her beauty. Cedric feels liberated, finally showing his true, ugly self thanks to the immense power granted by House Thorn. To Cedric, exposing his inner darkness is pure entertainment. This revelation leaves Alina paralyzed with absolute shock for a moment. But then, pure hatred for her former captain ignites. Cedric mocks her, asking how it feels knowing a villain will soon possess her. But then Sir Alistair interrupts, saying he has a single question. Cedric listens, curious what this coward has to say. Alistair simply begins talking about the absolute rule of the strongest. Before anyone can even blink, he annihilates every single Night Stalker. His ultimate move, Divine Annihilation, is at its absolute peak. As the dust clears, Alistair asks if this is what Cedric meant. Cedric is speechless. 50 high-tier monsters were wiped out instantly. They were not just beaten, they were shredded like paper. A total, humiliating massacre. Those under the binding spell were forced to charge. Despite their terror, they marched to their doom, fully accepting their inevitable fate. The image of the low-tier loser vanished, replaced by a figure who looked like a god. William is stunned, doubting anyone like Alistair could even exist. He wonders if the world can survive a man this powerful. Cedric is losing his mind, screaming for the hero to show himself. Alistair calls to Alina, noticing she looks completely lost. When she snaps out of it, he summarizes the situation. Every high-tier knight is dead except for William. She nods. There is no more need for secrets here. Since these labyrinths are no longer a challenge, he finally removes his mask. Showing his true strength to the Order is vital now. He formally introduces himself as Sir Alistair, the supposed lowest-rank knight. Sword in hand, he cuts through the remaining night stalkers. Cedric watches the monsters fall, realizing his turn is coming up next. Alistair looms above him. Trust me, you and I know this traitor is finished. All right, you and I are about to see if Alaric survives this dungeon. He only acts to stop more innocent blood from spilling. Maybe Cedric held a tiny flicker of hope, but Alaric's steel strikes with zero hesitation. He leaves the scene in a way that ensures no one can trace the kill, like a ghost vanishing without a footprint. Lord Alistair catches his breath, completely stunned by this absolute madness of a plot twist. Suddenly, the Lord hears his name. Sir Gareth arrives, looking like he just survived a brutal 10-mile race. Scanning the area, the knight asks if Alaric finished the monsters. Our hero nods, but Gareth is left wondering what comes next. The truth was, the young warrior had just displayed power far beyond anyone else in the association. Being a true comrade, Gareth warns Alaric he can't hide anymore, but Alaric just shrugs it off. That was always the plan, as long as he gets access to legendary dungeons and top-tier knights. Cutting to the chase, Alistair asks which noble house he'll join. Gareth stays silent, knowing the Lord wants Alaric for himself. So Gareth suggests trying to recruit the boy personally. Alistair admits he always felt like the strongest beast, but after seeing Alaric, he knows this man won't be tamed. Lady Alara is shocked that the iron-fisted lord is suddenly acting so casual about the whole thing. Now pay attention, he didn't just win respect. He made the strongest men admit they can't control him. Alistair warns that a new rank check is mandatory. Hiding a powerhouse of this scale is a massive loss for the crown and the whole nation. Albion will need Alaric as a secret weapon to bring true glory to the nation. Alara wonders if his power is actually that legendary, but after what she saw, doubting him feels ridiculous. On the other hand, Alistair trusts Gareth's word and senses no malice coming from the young Alaric. Thinking it over, he realizes what Alaric wants, a pact against the rising generation and House Sterling. The Lord decides he'll reveal the boy's identity, but only by announcing him as the strongest S-rank knight in the land. Everyone processes the news differently. Alara is certain that last clash was nothing short of a legend. She can't even measure her friend's strength, yet she wonders if Alaric has truly peaked enough for this title. Alaric wonders if being called number 1 is too dramatic, but Alistair says his power is too vast for Albion alone. Drawing from years of experience, the Lord is confident in his choice to crown him the strongest. Until the paperwork is official, the Lord uses his status to honor and applaud our hero. After a simple handshake, Alaric is officially the kingdom's newest S-rank knight, soon finding himself in a fresh battle at the Ironhold dungeon. In a dimly lit chamber, the House Blackwood name echoes as cultists gather for a dark ritual. Everything goes according to plan, as a female sacrifice is placed at the center of a mysterious, glowing seal. But surprise, it's Seraphina. You and I need to watch her eyes slowly open. In a grand hotel within the capital, Alaric wakes up in his new room. He's still adjusting, because this place feels way too fancy for him. Anyway, after washing his face, he suits up for the association, marking his first day as an official S-rank knight. At the reception desk, a mix-up happens. The girl notices an F-rank member asking for an audience with Lord Alistair. Knowing he doesn't have to hide anymore, Alaric mentions he is here for a rank update. She hasn't heard a thing, so she asks what the new rank would be. Alaric calmly says Class S. She's stunned at first, then bursts into laughter. She tries to stay professional while telling him not to be so silly. But he didn't need to argue because Sir Gareth himself appears and starts a friendly chat. As they talk, the woman starts seeing her mistake. Since a top knight is being so casual with this boy, she wonders who he really is. It finally hits her that she shouldn't have treated this stranger with such disrespect. Gareth and Alistair arrive together, talking with Alaric like they've been old friends for years. The receptionist loses it completely. The High Lords are acting like best friends with this kid. Alistair just asks, why wait? He calls for the girl, who nearly faints. He asks for the VIP room, but she mentions his urgent meeting with the High Guard captain. Alistair just scoffs, saying he completely forgot to mention he's skipping that whole affair. Turns out he and the captain rescheduled just to focus on Alaric. The girl nervously leads them to the VIP lounge. The girl wonders who Alaric is. Trust me, we're just getting started. Inside the royal chambers, Lord Oswald prepares Sir Harold's new status appraisal. The chaos at Oakhart was legendary and points straight back to House Kingston. Baron Mordecai steps in to explain. He asks Harold if he remembers their first encounter during that nightmare in the Great Crypt with the behemoth. Trust me, this gets deep. Mordecai knew the recent chaos was fake, so he investigated. It seems the new knights are always lurking. It is mostly whispers, but with Sir David's intel, their involvement is certain. Basically, they can command and boost the monsters. This power could shake the world's military, but we cannot bust them without proof. Oswald knows they use the crypts to gain forbidden power. He has to stop them. To succeed, the old guard must show their strength, starting with Harold's official nightly trial. Their crystals could not gauge his talent. His attributes were legendary, yet still not enough for a Grandmaster title. Now pay attention. Harold asks if Oswald has a plan, and the council is using something quite unexpected. They say the will of the common folk can topple any throne. A knight's reputation is everything, yet no one claimed the capital's sentinel's head or cleared the deeper catacombs. Oswald offers to share the glory, but Harold alone will receive the Grandmaster mantle. The criers believe this will win the people over, and Harold respects Oswald's directness. Things must change before the new knights ruin everything. It is revealed the second most powerful knight is Duke Tristan, backed by a massive troupe of performers. The other top elites are also new blood. Mordecai points out that Oswald only keeps his position through the crown's mercy. Harold needs to understand this. With the masses cheering for these newcomers, the council cannot simply ignore the public. Rules became lax while their funding grew. Now, crimes involving magic and monsters have skyrocketed across the realm. If the veterans can win back the people's hearts, Mordecai says the nobles will finally support them again. You and I both know where this is headed. They will use these crimes to justify tracking the new generation's beast taming, though their true goal is far worse. Oswald praises Mordecai's eye for talent and admits he is jealous of the brotherhood Harold is joining. The criers try to recruit Harold, but the lad insists a vow is a vow. Mordecai is truly impressed. He has never seen anyone defy the commander like that. Suddenly, a messenger bell rings and Mordecai steps away. He answers calmly, but soon hears shocking news and tells the commander to watch the public broadcast as fast as possible. Tristan appears on the magic mirror, in a show Oswald was pressured into allowing by the high nobility. Mordecai mentions an urgent scroll from the Western Empire just arrived, but a guard bursts into the room with even bigger breaking news. It is a proclamation from the Western Emperor regarding one of the 9 forbidden ruins they discovered. They announced they have breached the 5th basement and reached the intermediate depths of the crypt. The crier asks for Duke Tristan's thoughts as the second-ranked knight, but the Duke says he needs a moment to reflect. Oswald shouts that it is impossible for the West to reach the 5th floor when they barely survived the 3rd. Harold sees this as a massive power jump. Mordecai has seen the nightmare records of that dungeon. Even for the Empire, the 3rd floor was a death trap. The 5th should be absolutely impossible and far more lethal. Another urgent proclamation flashes across the magic mirror. The reporter claims the High Council approved a journey to the capital crypt, but Mordecai and Oswald are stunned. Following the defeat of the capital sentinel, a squad of new knights got permission to enter the ruins. The crier asks Tristan if he knew. He says yes, as he is personally leading the first descent into the crypt. Tristan kept silent because the mission was classified, but now he reveals that he and his new knights were the ones who slew the sentinel. This lie causes a massive stir and justifies why they were given the right to explore the ruins. To justify his betrayal, Tristan claims the veterans are corrupt. He says while they chase glory, the old guard abandon their duty. With the Western Empire's recent victories, the kingdom was starting to look weak and humiliated on the world stage. But now, the new knights vow to conquer the capital crypt and prove they are superior to the Western Empire by clearing it first. Tristan makes it clear that the only thing holding them back is the outdated influence of the veteran knights. Once they conquer the first floor, they plan to strip the old masters of their power within the association. If the council refuses to cooperate, Tristan tells the people to make their voices heard at the next assembly. Oswald realizes they have been outmaneuvered and is absolutely furious. Despite the deceit, Mordecai admits it was a brilliant tactical move. So, you and I just witnessed a masterclass in manipulation. Mordecai admits their chances of clearing the floor are quite high. All right, you and I are watching a kingdom crumble if the Iron Spire dungeon closes. Right when the tension hits its peak, Sir Tristan speaks up, claiming he has a perfect plan. He explains everything to the two guild masters, laying out a strategy that is essentially pure, cold-blooded payback. An eye for an eye, after all. Since they were struck first, they plan to hit back twice as hard. Determined to succeed, Tristan declares he will secure permission to invade an impossibly difficult, legendary dungeon. Alongside two other knights, it is one of the 8 world wonders, a place no human has ever survived. High Knights are national treasures. In Albion, only the absolute elite are permitted to form teams for such dangerous quests. First, they need approval from the Council Oversight Committee. For the first time in the history of the kingdom, Tristan and 5 other young High Knights have been cleared to explore the first floor of the Iron Spires. Standing before the massive portal, they prepare for war, but Tristan wonders why the older generation is tagging along. Now watch this, Sir Gareth is fuming, but Tristan doesn't care. Alistair notes they already agreed to join Tristan on the first floor. They want their share of glory, though Tristan thinks they are just scavenging. Honestly, this young noble is absolutely roasting the veteran knights, claiming they will soon bow to him after his grand speech. He wants every moment recorded for the royal archives, proving once and for all that these old warriors are useless. Alistair just laughs at the boy's arrogance, asking if he even knows who actually defeated the powerful dungeon guardian. Tristan asks if they are accusing him of stealing credit. Surely, only he or Lady Seraphina could have slain such a beast. She is rank 1, after all. But Alistair reveals Seraphina never claimed it either, and her mysterious family remains a complete enigma. After their tense exchange, Tristan and Alistair share a long, cold look. Tristan knows that trying to claim the victory now would only make him look suspicious to the others. Soon, everyone will realize he was the one who killed the Guardian. Alistair shifts gears, noting that losing elite knights would be tragic. To reach the new world, they cannot afford this petty generational feud between the young and old. Tristan asks if that is just their excuse to follow. Sir Gareth promises they will only intervene if the children are dying. Tristan accepts the help so long as they do not hinder him, though his expression is one of pure disgust. You and I saw this coming. The first squad enters, but these ancient portals have very strict entry rules. Once inside, the gates slam shut behind them. Suddenly, they are surrounded by massive monsters appearing from thin air. Tristan commands the squad to raise their magical barriers. Flying beasts overhead begin raining down synchronized beams of intense fire. Crimson, blue, gold, and emerald shields erupt into the air as each mage contributes their unique power. Together, they form a massive fortress of light. Tristan remains calm, though he admits this dungeon is incredibly lethal. Great dragons appear, unleashing magic from every angle in a classic trap. Tristan thanks his team for their perfect execution. Suddenly, purple energy swirls. It is shocking that the Seraphina family in Canterbury actually predicted this specific outcome. His squire believes the dragons will remain still. Tristan agrees, provided no one is foolish enough to provoke them. Without the rank 1 lady here, taking risks is pointless. He expects the veterans to get trapped at the gate soon. Tristan laughs, picturing Sir Gareth's terrified face when he finally encounters the dragons. It would be an absolute comedy. Regardless, the squad continues pushing forward. 3 days ago, the portal opened and Sir Cedric prepared for battle. He was the first victim of the dragon trap. Poor soul. Now deep inside, they debate sharing the secret with the king, but Tristan says it is not his concern. Even with the Serafina family intel, this is no easy task. Cedric was supposed to retreat, but he failed. He was either ambushed or met some new horror. The area is filled with beasts never before seen in dungeons. Tristan recalls they are only here because of their strength. A mage warns that while monsters are easy, dragon breath is lethal. Honestly, the energy here is unnatural, and he is worried. Tristan laughs, saying a weak mage would be annihilated, but he is confident he can tank the hit. An ally asks if they are just fodder. Tristan replies that the goal is to survive and rule the kingdom. The mage worries about the veterans dying, but Tristan says there is a 99% chance they perish. You and I just saw a true villain grin. Does he care? No. All right, you and I are about to see if these selfish noble heirs can actually survive the deadliest rift in the kingdom, since they are hoping the old guard gets wiped out to pave the way for House Kestrel. Lord Thomas focuses only on their mission, planning to get out of there as fast as possible. Outside the rift, the messengers note that 6 hours have passed since the first vanguard entered the gate. Sir Oswald talks with the hero about how they might be a burden to the younger knights, knowing full well he and Mordaunt might just hold the group back. He asks if Sir Arthur is truly ready for this, and the hero confirms he is prepared for every danger ahead. Mordaunt wonders if the lads have grown stronger this past week, and the hero admits he has been conquering high-level keeps to prepare. Since the legendary hero is the one speaking, Sir Oswald has no more doubts. With the first group's time up, the 3 veterans gear up and step through the magical portal, which slams shut behind them with a heavy thud. Sadly, Sir Mordaunt is the first to spot that they are not alone in the dark. He reaches for his blade upon seeing the massive dragons, but the sheer, terrifying aura coming from the beasts freezes him in place. Sir Oswald knows a direct hit here would be like signing their own death warrants. But Sir Arthur does not flinch. He immediately begins casting every defensive protection spell in his arsenal. Combined, they unleash their ultimate defense move, a massive magical shield called the Blessing of the 4 Elemental Kings. As expected, the dragons breathe a torrent of fire at the trio, but the hero's shield holds firm. Sir Oswald is stunned by the sight. Mordaunt is too, as it was not just fire, but a mix of all 4 elements. Sir Arthur blocked it with his own elemental barrier, proving his strength is beyond human. The hero warns his companions to stay back, knowing if he takes another blast like that, he is finished. But luckily for them, when the flames die down, no new attack follows. Mordaunt braces for another strike, but Sir Oswald realizes this was just a magical trap of the keep. The wise move would be to avoid drawing their ire and sneak past, but instead, the hero points toward a safe clearing. Mordaunt knew this was coming. With 4 legendary monsters nearby, Sir Arthur would never pass up a chance to grow stronger. Naturally, the 2 lords scream out the hero's name in shock. The dragon's face shows pure terror as it prepares another attack, one so powerful it sends chills down the veteran knight's spines right now. The hero readies his sword, charging it with holy light, and in a flash, he slices through all 4 dragons at once. Now, pay attention here, because the power gap between the hero and his foes has become absolutely massive, and the veterans know they can rely on him. Without a moment to lose, they head deeper into the rift. Further away, the keep begins summoning a massive frost beast. One of the younger knights spots the threat while defending himself from the cold. Staying calm, Lord Thomas tells his men to take cover. From the tip of his blade, he conjures the ultimate fire spell of the knights, creating a wall of flame that splits the monster like an insect. Suddenly, another nightmare appears from behind this time, a spectral fire ghost. But Thomas has it handled, summoning an ice shield and frost on his blade with a spirit art. He destroys the fire wraith with the opposing element. It was an easy victory to show off for the chronicler's record. You and I saw that coming, right? Lord Thomas explains that using opposite elements on these monsters makes the battle a breeze. The other knight mentions his shield worked, though he nearly froze to death there. For Lord Thomas, as long as his allies are breathing, it is all good. Finally, despite his men's poor condition, the young lord says the enemies were just slightly tougher than expected. Even with the elemental spells, it was a brutal fight for the others. But they still had Thomas to carry the load, proving why he is the kingdom's second best knight. The rumors around the capital say this young man has already surpassed both Sir Oswald and Sir Mordaunt. Once they cleared the hallway ahead, the first chamber would be finished, and they could finally reveal their epic record. Thomas thought that if he knew the path was this treacherous, he would have brought the veterans along. His mage was curious, and Thomas admitted the old guard still possessed a few useful tricks. He regretted not using them as mere fodder for the front lines, but it was too late now since they were likely dead. Then suddenly, Thomas's dark thoughts are interrupted. Both legendary lords and the hero are standing right there, waiting for them. Thomas could not believe his eyes. In his shock, he shouted, demanding to know what they were doing there. The hero calmly reminded him it was past noon, noting that the younger squad was actually running quite late. The second-ranked knight, feeling humiliated, asked how they avoided death at the entrance and arrived here first. As if it were obvious, the hero said they lived because they already cleared the chamber. And that is where we leave it. You and I know this rivalry is just beginning. All right, stick with me. You're about to see a silence so heavy it snapped when one young knight started laughing like a maniac. Still cackling, he admitted he was dying for an answer. The whole room erupted, knowing they only reached the second vault because of Alaric's leadership. Aside from the second squad, everyone was absolutely roasting those three lords. But Alaric stayed quiet, sensing his own team were the real fools. What bothered him most was the smug confidence on the Chancellor and Baron Sterling. Based on his experience, the knight knew something was definitely wrong. Alaric questioned their sudden boldness, but Baron Sterling just shrugged it off. He claimed they'd simply done some secret preparation beforehand. To clarify, the Baron revealed that Sir Gareth was the one who prepared everything. Alaric had no idea what they meant, but he noticed they'd brought a mysterious mercenary along with them. He remembered an old tragedy where Lady Alara Thorne was the only survivor, but then there was Julian of the Second Guard, too. Yet Alara was barely a high-tier knight. Combining that with the trio's weird arrogance, nothing was adding up for him. Alaric wondered if House Thorne was backing them, but quickly dismissed that impossible theory. The young knight argued that elite warriors need the royal parliament's seal of approval for dangerous vaults. The point was, if they kept going without any accountability, they'd be breaking kingdom law. Their initial moves were shady, and the representative of the new generation completely agreed. Lord Mortimer cut in, reminding Alaric that the High Chancellor has the power to act outside the law. As a final act of mercy, he granted everyone permission to enter the second vault. Now pay attention, because Alaric realized this mercy was a total lie. These old nobles weren't confident, they were just desperate to keep their fading influence. Their fierce looks weren't for victory, but like knights preparing for a final suicide charge. Suddenly, the second squad produced a magic viewing stone like it was nothing. Baron Sterling explained it would broadcast their glory directly to the capital, and the heralds were already waiting. Alaric laughed, saying his own stones had no signal down here, but the Baron just smirked, and Alaric was stunned to see a magical connection. The Baron joked that perhaps a lightning drake was powering the signal for them. But Alaric wasn't buying it. Still, the old guard knew that vaults are always full of unpredictable chaos. To Alaric, it was insane that men on the brink of death were planning a broadcast. Again, that chilling look of confidence bothered him. He started wondering if House Thorne had truly abandoned the youth to back these old fossils instead. At the very least, Alaric suspected they were hiding a legendary artifact or some overpowered weapon. If House Thorne truly abandoned them, the young knight knew he had to prepare for the worst. Alaric called out, "If the elders are allowed to level up, we should get a pass too, right?" So he declared they were claiming the second vault for themselves. With that settled, he gathered his elite squad. "You and I saw this coming, right?" They teleported in, but Alaric's swagger vanished the second they landed. Standing before them was an enemy that definitely wasn't your typical dungeon beast. Alaric was confused by the warrior's ancient armor. The vault identified him as a clone of Sir William the Duelist. But the vault had more tricks, summoning even more clones. Not just the Duelist, but Archmage Merlinus appeared too. Alaric was baffled. Instead of monsters, they were facing legendary figures pulled straight from the kingdom's ancient chronicles. His comrades argued that vaults often use myths, but Alaric countered that these were real, flesh-and-blood historical legends. The hero just shrugged, saying vaults were always this strange. Drawing his blade, he told his friends to relax while he showed off. The viewing stones were ready to stream the showdown. But Alaric asked, "Sterling, are you sure about broadcasting this?" The Baron just laughed. "Why not? We're here to conquer this place and show off." Alaric sighed, telling his fellow rookies to get ready. Alaric stepped up, his arm crackling with sword magic as he unleashed his power. But the enemy warrior moved like water, sending Alaric flying with one strike. Crashing into the dirt, Alaric coughed up blood. His ribs felt like they'd been crushed to powder. He screamed for a healer, but another legend was already attacking with powerful earth magic. Alaric felt the overwhelming pressure of their mana. Meanwhile, back in the capital, a girl called her mother to watch. The mother was a huge fan, thinking Alaric was invincible. But what appeared on the viewing stone was a total nightmare. Alaric was getting slaughtered, unable to even reach the mages. His squad was decimated, and hope was fading fast. Luckily, Sir Gareth wasn't just watching. He stepped in, asking if we finally realized how outmatched we all are. "All right, stick with me. We're starting with a cocky knight telling our hero to stay in his lane." Arthur's baffled by Alistair's plan, especially since he just got trashed. Fear and rage are written all over his face, but Alistair's calm, unleashing his full suppression magic. Bang! Every legendary phantom is instantly locked away in the eternal dungeon. The bald knight finally sees it. Alistair has insane talent. Both he and the mage realize he is the ultimate support. If he joins Lord Sterling and Sir Cedric, they're invincible. Arthur is livid because support roles shouldn't be the stars. But Alistair's power to bind an enemy that crushed Arthur is on another level. Arthur can't believe such a titan stayed hidden. Suddenly, Magnus the Archmage erupts with mana, shattering Alistair's prison spell. Now watch this. Alistair just smirks, ready to handle things another way as the real battle begins. After all, his real goal is proving he's not just an assistant, but the true master. Before he can strike, Lord Sterling steps in, taking the lead. Even facing a legendary hero, both he and Cedric are ready to draw blood and rumble. Oswald jokes that confidence only comes when victory is already in the bag. Plus, this legendary duel is being broadcast to the entire kingdom. This hype proves they can't hide behind Alistair forever. Sensing the mood, the hero prepares to face the squad. Sir Cedric charges first against the Phantom of Magnus. He swings his blade, landing a critical strike that forces the enemy to retreat or die. Magnus uses nature's fury for a ranged strike, but Lord Sterling intervenes, conjuring a massive wall of fire to block the advance. With the path clear, Sir Cedric crushes his foe with divine judgment. Arthur is paralyzed with shock, watching the monster that broke him get toyed with by the veterans. Just by his face, the old-school hunters see the curiosity in him. Sir Cedric laughs. It's a shocker, but the logic is simple. Against magical beasts, unless you're vastly stronger, you can't win a brawl without a clever strategy. Lord Sterling's fire arts are elite, featuring a skill that even nullifies opposing flames. So, despite the monster's massive area attacks and raw power, it was limited by its own mana and elements. Under the right conditions, they wouldn't just win, they would wipe the floor with them. Even with their skills, Sir Cedric claims perfect teamwork ensures their victory. Arthur's raw power is monstrous, but they warn him never to doubt a veteran's tactical mind. He realizes that's the price of only fighting weaklings. Getting the point, Arthur still wonders how the elders knew the enemy only used fire. Then Sterling mentions Alastair prepared them beforehand, a fact Arthur remembers Oswald hinting at earlier on. Finally, Alastair tells them to move out, as this was just a simple warm-up. Apparently, the true nightmare lies behind the giant gate opening up ahead. Inside, an endless forest scene leaves the young knights breathless, but the piece ends as monsters swarm from nowhere. Over 100 appear, which is basically an entire noble lord's army in this world. For Arthur and his crew, who struggled with 6, it's game over. Every young knight feels a deathly chill. To panic, thinking this is suicide. Alastair, however, says there is nothing insane about this situation at all. Just like before, clones emerged from one, suggesting these monsters are being mass-produced. The more the hero speaks, the more they see his true nature. 100 monsters stand there, yet Alastair remains completely unfazed. The enemies are the great legends of the kingdom. With so many foes, Sterling and Cedric let Alastair handle it. You and I both know this looks like a total death wish to the outsiders. Once again, our protagonist activates his new spell, Nature's Splendor. It's the exact same magic the enemy used. A blazing phoenix soars over the army, and its impact incinerates a massive portion of the enemy forces. Arthur sees it's the identical move, the Sorcerer King, used against them earlier. Alastair doesn't stop, copying the sacred lightning of the monks and shrouding himself in divine fire, proving he even stole the ancient chimera's soul flames. For his next trick, the hero unleashes ice at absolute zero. Arthur realizes Alastair's moves are stolen from the previous vault's monsters, and our hero is proud of it. The knight assumes his power is just copying others. But Alastair reveals he actually steals power after slaying the same monster 100 times. Arthur screams that the numbers don't add up. These enemies are too rare. That is exactly what our main man meant when he said he was truly ready to go. Alastair soloed the first 3 vaults alone, and trust me, we've only just begun. All right, you and I are about to see a knight steal legendary skills before his quest starts. Lord Takoto thinks it is a lie and warns him against scouting alone. The hero fires back, saying for a newborn S-tier knight going solo, old rules simply do not apply. After seeing the boy's massive strength firsthand, Takoto finally has to believe every word of it. He admits the knight is strong, but Takoto is sure Hiroto's mana is nearly gone after that move. Back at the manor, the daughter asks what is happening. The mother is trembling, but one thing is clear. The boy on screen just crushed the enemy and is far stronger than Lord Takoto. Regarding the hunter's question, our hero just says, yeah, it seems so. Takoto sees hope, thinking the hero's style is only for quick bursts. He shouts, claiming he has finally figured out the boy's secret strategy. To him, the talk of clearing floors is just a bluff. Lady Oyeda cannot understand why Takoto still doubts the hero. Even after witnessing it, Murakami knows some things are just unbelievable. Frustrated, Takoto admits in his mind that the hero's skills are top tier. So, he decides to swallow his pride and take action himself. If the hero really cleared the 3rd floor, Takoto asks what he will do with the enemies still waiting there. With his energy supposedly spent, running is the only choice. Takoto is ready to cover the retreat and keep everyone's spirits up. Even if Hiroto has a plan to escape, the Lord refuses to sit out because he wants to be the star. The plan was to claim Hiroto only survived because of them, twisting the public's view later on. It seemed easy enough. Now pay attention, because the hero admits his power is low, but he has an even stronger move for the final floor. That is why he had a counter plan and knew how to win. Takoto's mind is racing, wondering who this mysterious knight actually is. Again, he cannot believe the boy still wants to fight the whole army alone. But the hero charges with his blade, and while more clones appear, he is already striking the leader. nearly taking it down. Hiroto unleashes a draconic aura, using dragon power to finish them. Takoto is stunned that his close combat skills are just as lethal. As another clone rises, the hero says there is no need to fight them one by one. They are just weak illusions. Basically, they are just fading echoes of the original. Clearly, if you do not know the trick, it is a nightmare to handle. And Hiroto says if he had not figured it out early on, he would be worried too. On that day, even with the sudden news of the dungeon, all of Japan and homes across the world were tuned in. From screens to magic broadcasts, the audience hit 90%. It was the day the world met the beast hunter Hiroto Iyama. I know what you are thinking. How does he keep going? Takoto's jaw drops as Lady Iyama asks how he fights ghosts. Hiroto explains that bandit-class knights have a dangerous instinct, and he actually has 2 of them. He thinks it is due to his high agility. Once he knows which are illusions, he can spot the real bodies by looking. Murakami already understood, but Lady Iyama still thinks the whole thing is completely insane. Since he is not a bandit, he does not claim to understand Hiroto, which Murakami thinks is the most honest description. Hiroto has incredible skills, not just in swordplay, but also in ranged spells and support moves that are totally next level. So, Murakami is feeling quite proud of himself for trusting the hero with their lives. Takoto remembers Hiroto from the Artemis incident. But then there is Enko Kyujo, the greatest knight before she joined the Kyujo family orphanage. Her original name was Ajima. Last he heard, the Kyujo house claimed her younger brother had been kidnapped. Takoto has 0 doubts now. Hiroto survived the disaster and the death pursuer, gaining powers that are simply mind-blowing. Unlike the others, who are now just cheap copies of the real thing. Years ago, Takoto heard about the Book of Yin Yang, which is kept by the Kyujo family. It is known as the Demon King App, a force representing humanity's will. With time running out, the hero tells everyone to be ready. Lady Oi wonders if things will happen like the children said. Takoto gets worked up and demands to know what is coming next. His question is answered when a massive beam of energy strikes the ground, causing total destruction. Smoke is everywhere, but the threat is still visible. It is the ruler of the 3rd floor, the demon dragon King Vitra. Takoto is baffled. How can the 3rd floor boss be here when they are still on the 2nd? Even Yama is struggling, but it is clear Hiroto was right. Once the 2nd floor enemies fall, the big boss crashes the party. Hiroto admits he was actually shocked the first time. Even with his preparation, he had to use a messy method to win. Being a Demon King species explains that strange app name quite well. Trust me, this dragon is no joke, and even the greatest kingdoms have not beaten a 3rd floor boss in years. All right, you and I are about to see monsters that make the Empire's old legends look tame. Basically, the stakes just hit the roof. Alaric rockets forward, probably remembering the first time he fought this beast, Vithar. One wrong move back then and he was toast. Now the dragon spits a massive fireball, but Alaric dodges it like an absolute pro. With 0 hesitation, he triggers every single one of his resistance skills. Finishing with the blessing of the 4 great spirit kings. This creates a shield that effortlessly tanks the searing flames. He charges straight through the fire without missing a beat, swinging his blade with everything he has got. He whips up a massive hurricane that snuffs the fire and slams the dragon so hard it almost collapses right there. The dragon's neck is shredded, and Alaric prepares for the finish. Back in the day, he could not even scratch this monster. But now, with his boosted stats and skills, Alaric is confident he can take down even a Demon King-class beast. He swings his blade again, forcing the monster into the sky for one last desperate stand. Alaric coats his blade in pure ice, and with all his strength, unleashes the devastating Morning Star attack. Now watch this. The blade pierces the core, freezing the dragon from the inside out until it crashes down, totally defeated. Back in the capital, news breaks about this mysterious knight. Word is, Alaric was an orphan who survived the tragic Silver Spire Academy disaster. And get this, He has just been officially ranked as an S-rank knight. The kingdom of Valoria is losing it. Everyone is shocked, especially since people still remember Alaric starting out with a pathetic F-rank talent. In a world where your birth determines your fate, he defied everything. He reached the top rank. People cannot believe a low-talent commoner is outshining elites like the High King and Cedric. You and I both know that makes him even more epic. Pure hard work brought him to the top with nothing else. Alaric was chosen for the Shadow Citadel raid, and the footage makes his insane power crystal clear to everyone. The reporter asks the headmaster for his thoughts. All right, let's see what the experts have to say about this. The expert is literally speechless. He cannot find the words, but he manages to announce that a true hero has just been born. Meanwhile, in the busy city streets, Alara walks past a massive magic mirror as the crowd watches in awe. She feels a sting of regret, realizing Alaric is now in a completely different league. Inside the High King's royal chambers, the king is grinning over his new secret weapon. With Alaric, Valoria can finally go toe-to-toe with the Western Empire in dungeon conquest. All that rare loot and ancient tech is pure gold for their kingdom's future. They are ready to reclaim their former glory. While the new nobility backs House Sterling, the old guard has Alaric on their side. An advisor asks about the next move, and honestly, everyone is waiting for the answer. Across the sea in the Empire, the most elite knights are glued to the broadcast in their grand hall. The young squires are stunned. They are dying to know who is truly the strongest among the 3 legendary heroes. Even with the god of destruction's raw power, one knight admits that victory is far from a sure thing. He is itching for a duel with Alaric, but his friend warns him. He remembers the last time a swordsman tried to challenge Solarix and failed miserably. So, the warrior admits mages are tricky, but that is why he has the twins. To the silver-haired leader, Alaric looks like a dangerous lone wolf. The kids just want to know, who is stronger, our guy or this newcomer? The Empire's crew worked hard to recruit Lady Alina from Valoria, but she just offers a mysterious grin and stays silent. Elsewhere, news is buzzing about a huge announcement coming from the High Council regarding Alaric. They have officially named him the kingdom's top knight. The expert claims he has never seen anyone like this in his entire life. Starting tonight, Valoria will be leading the charge into the dungeons, all thanks to this one man. The High King himself will present the award. Now, every major merchant guild is lining up to offer Alaric massive sponsorship deals. The offers are astronomical, and it looks like the guilds might completely drop Cedric, the kingdom's former golden boy. Hearing he is about to be replaced makes Cedric feel incredibly salty and bitter. But then, 2 ladies spot him in the street despite his mask, giving his wounded ego a tiny boost. Cedric thinks about offering an autograph to reward their good taste. He prepares to tell them not to cause too much of a scene. So what do you and I take from this? Never assume you're the main character when Alaric is around. All right, you and I are about to dive into the rise of Sir Arthur, the knight everyone is obsessed with. Arthur knew his fame was growing, but he didn't expect to be mobbed every time he stepped outside the tavern. He activates his cloak of shadows, leaving the crowd gasping as he vanishes. Seeing that level of skill is just mind-blowing. Even after he escapes, the fans are still cheering, while Lord Thorne stands by, feeling more bitter than ever. In the capital of Kingsreach, at House Beaufort, Lady Alara lies unconscious atop a glowing ritual circle on the stone floor. The nobles are thanking the heavens for the success of the revival, but they fear her soul is still incomplete. The Duke explains that they must use Isabella's power to stabilize Alara's rank, as she is vital for the kingdom's defense. But he warns that a disaster like the one in Blackwood could happen again. Unless Isabella dies, they have to keep her protected. One lady notes that General Beatrice is overseas for safety, but another scoffs, saying it shouldn't be much of a problem. Now the king is curious about this General Beatrice. Word is she joined the Western Duchies to prepare for an epic rift raid. Everything is moving smoothly on their end, and even the island king has finally got his act together lately. But the high priest warns that if Empress Morgana loses control, it is game over. In the back, a knight realizes that speaking of the general this way means the king is truly powerful. Now pay attention here, meet the Iron Sentinel, a legendary human known as the guardian of mankind. This stat window is insane. This man is just a small pawn in a much bigger game, yet being a human champion makes him stand out. With his terrifying beast-like look and massive power, the name Iron Sentinel only adds to the mystery and the confusion. Far from the mortal world, 2 moons hang in the sky above a massive, dark fortress looming over the landscape. Inside, Morgana complains that it is unfair that chaos is spreading so quickly through her domain. But here is the real twist. She is chatting with the Shadow Monarch himself, who stays quiet since she is now the boss. Hearing praise from a multiverse god, like the monarch, sounds like nothing but pure sarcasm to her right now. Regardless, she says this world is already a disaster, but they are strengthening their forces with ancient divine artifacts. Morgana calls it harassment, but the monarch reminds her there is no magic on the other side, so they need this. Apparently, that was the gods' decision. Morgana agrees that their enemies are just primitive people with 0 magical talent. So the monarch smiles and says there are no complaints then. Still, after defeating the monarch and entering this world, the war is ending. He tells her if she wants to whine, find someone else. She eventually accepts it, claiming she doesn't care about victory as long as she can trust her old friend. The gates to the first rift are about to open, allowing them to attack and push all this chaos back to the other side. But the monarch warns it won't be easy, though he has a special gift for her that she is hyped for. Even as a goddess, she can't do it alone, but Arthur might avenge her and punish those who betrayed their kingdom. Right now, he is just a wandering spirit, unable to act. Finally, she asks if pretending to be a god is fun. The monarch says he is just one of many, though those who crave power might actually enjoy the role. Let's pause here because Lord Thorn is cruising through the city in disguise. He's a top-tier knight who knows the crowd. Part warrior, part celebrity, he even has ties to the Beaufort family. He could easily aim for the throne if he stays loyal. Inside a hidden lift, he presses every button because the building supposedly has a secret underground vault floor. Rumors speak of a second hidden level deep below. When he finally arrives, it looks more like a rowdy tavern party. It is pure chaos. When Thorn hits the table, everyone knows it. When a famous noble arrives, things get serious fast. He claims he doesn't want to meet old friends who turn to crime. His buddy asks why he's here. Thorn's answer: personal revenge. He'll pay any price to stop those plotting to assassinate top knights, using everything from poison to burning down their inns. All right, you and I are in for a wild ride. Hold on tight. So here is the deal. No matter who you are, if the air you breathe is poisoned, you are finished. It doesn't matter if Arthur is a beast, there is always a way to kill him. Cut to the Night HQ, everyone is buzzing. But plot twist, Arthur seems completely zoned out. He snaps back and leaves, knowing he just needs to be back by 9. The press thinks he's acting weird, but the captain says chill. With all this pressure, the new knights are missing, the veterans are back, and Arthur's communication crystal is constantly glowing. He's stressed because the Western squads have already reached the 5th floor of the abyss. Alaric is the kingdom's rising star, but even for him, the abyss is no joke. Seeing the Western Empire conquer the 4th floor makes him doubt his own strength. Lady Alara lost her rank because of old noble blood feuds. It was a political grudge, not because she was a weak knight. Alaric feels like he is facing a mountain he can't climb, but stick with me. Someone just stepped out of the shadows. A stranger hands him a sealed scroll, claiming it's an honor to meet him. The shocker, it's from the Western Alliance's High Chancellor. Turns out, this man has ties to the High Citadel itself. Alaric asks, "What does a powerful lord like you want with me?" The Chancellor says, "Boy, you don't realize your worth on the world stage. You need to understand how legendary your skills truly are." Cutting to the point, the Chancellor is there to recruit him for the Western Knights. offering a massive bonus for surviving the third floor. They are ready to drop 2 trillion gold sovereigns, or 13 billion crowns. Alaric just laughs, saying, "The Westerners certainly have a strange sense of humor." But the Chancellor is dead serious about his value. The blonde lord asks for 5 minutes to prove they are legit. Alaric waits, making the lord grateful. He reveals that the massive gold bonus is just 5% of their future trade shares. Great merchant guilds are worth over 100 trillion, with founders owning at least 1 trillion each. Why? Because they are changing the world. Their magic and trade routes have made them kings, and they are the new world shakers. Now pay attention here, because he starts talking about the primordial labyrinth, where his team scored riches beyond imagination. After conquering the 4th floor, the Citadel Magi analyzed the spoils. They found a cancer-curing elixir, a new holy metal, and an artificial life form. But the real prize, an elixir of immortality. These materials will push humanity to a new level, and there is even more groundbreaking stuff waiting to be discovered. But knights capable of exploring these depths are so rare you could count them on one hand. So, after all this, the Chancellor asks if Alaric finally understands that their offer is the real deal. Lady Alara, the former champion, joined them immediately. Alaric figures out where she went, but he's clueless if she ditched House Kingsley. In the end, Alaric weighs the offer but leaves his final answer hanging in the air. He's already sworn his sword to Magnus's guild. The Chancellor insists no other place can pay this much and offers to negotiate. But our hero just shakes his head. No, that's not it. Magnus and Oswald treat him like a king, and that's enough to keep him loyal. Plus, he's already rolling in gold. You and I both know how much these knights value their word, and that's exactly why he's taking his time. He lives in a world where logic and honor rule everything. It is hard to process, but the Chancellor is actually impressed by the kid. Alaric's attitude just makes him more popular and in demand. Switching tracks, the hero's choice makes the East and West bitter rivals. No other kingdom could ever match their guardian. So, the rights to the Great Labyrinth are a prize to be fought over by both nations. The Chancellor calls losing Alaric his biggest mistake, while the hero remembers back when he was treated like garbage. Even now, as the best, he's still figuring out what it means. The Chancellor wants a fair fight next time, which Alaric respects. So, despite saying no, our hero is grateful they finally recognized his true worth. Meanwhile, contact with a greater force is confirmed, and Alaric's shadow grimoire is almost at its final level. A final mission pops up: finish the Citadel campaign and slay the living god, Overlord 𝑧𝒐𝒘𝒆𝒅. Later at the inn, the hero thinks about the Westerners. He turned down the offer because of his promise to Magnus and Oswald. But as the former champion tied to House Kingsley, Alara is still a major player to watch. Breaking ties with a noble house isn't easy without a reason. Alaric doesn't think they meant harm, but Oswald should investigate. Suddenly, a magic message flashes before the hero. A secret main scenario is finally unlocking. The last step is hearing the truth about the shadow grimoire. If he clears this, he might finally reach Mornstar. Later, in an ancient building, everyone is buzzing about Alaric's appearance. Tristan is told he will be at the arena tomorrow. But then, a message from Miva catches his attention. For some reason, his lady dumps him via scroll for the 10th time. Tristan is caught between rage and heartbreak, smashing a goblet. Someone walks in and sees the mess. Tristan explains he has been rejected for the 10th time. The guy says he could have 40 maidens if he wanted, but it stings because Tristan isn't the top knight anymore. And that's where we leave it, with a fallen star blaming Alaric for every single thing he has lost. All right, you and I are about to see what happens when a fallen hero's rival decides to burn his entire life down. Tristan calmly tells his companion he is defecting to the Southlands, a move that leaves his allies completely stunned. He remembers the mountain of gold he made as a top slayer, but coins alone can't win back the screaming crowds he once led. Born with a natural noble charm, he reached the rank of Grandmaster, believing he had a divine right to rule. Now, Tristan wants to be more than a slayer, he wants to be a legend. Using the high courts as a stepping stone, he dreams of becoming Grand Vizier or building a merchant empire across the continents. Eventually, Tristan plans to become Lord Commander of his new home. Everything he does is for the glory and the fame. But first, he must end 𝒍𝒏𝒂𝒅's reign. While the hero rests, it is revealed that slayers have magical shields only their own weapons can pierce. All right, let's look at the plan as things take a very dark turn for our resting hero. Have you ever wondered why these godlike slayers don't just overthrow the crown or conquer the entire world? Now watch this part closely, because you and I know even the most powerful legends have one fatal weakness when they sleep. In that moment, even a common peasant could strike down a legendary champion. When the world is against them, even the bravest knights get nervous during the night. And right now, Alistair has a shadow assassin stalking him. This killer is far beyond any commoner. He flings his poisoned blades at our hero, and they all sink deep into the bedding. Seeing the crimson bloom across the sheets, the hunter celebrates internally. He walks over to claim his trophy, feeling completely untouchable. But surprise, it is just a log beneath the silk. Alistair isn't there. From the shadows, the hero scoffs at the killer's cheap gear. If he was truly going to be assassinated, he jokes that the enemy should have brought a more professional blade. Since venturing out alone, he's always prepared for an ambush thanks to his elite combat instincts. Alistair remarks that if the assassin actually knew who he was facing, he wouldn't be about to die. The killer flees, but it's far too late. The hero has already decided his fate. Attempting to run is useless, and Sir Alistair is absolutely not in the mood for mercy. Moments after the intruder is dealt with, a massive magic circle traps the inn. Boom! Roaring flames and thick smoke erupt everywhere. Inside, the mastermind grins at the inferno. The plan: seal the room with a barrier, torch it, and let the oxygen levels plummet to 21%. At 16% oxygen, the blinding headaches begin. 10% means unconsciousness. 6%, game over. But slayers can handle the smoke and the fire dies down as the air thins. So the mages try a new trick, electrifying the air to poison the atmosphere and kill the remaining oxygen. You and I both know Sir Alistair isn't the type to just sit there. He's ready to strike back. Insisting on handling the mages himself, he argues that anyone who burns down an inn is too dangerous to leave alive. Seraphina agrees. Shifting gears, Alistair is impressed by Seraphina's speed, but she is more stunned by how perfectly the hero predicted this entire attack. The hero explains that recent crimes in the Abyss are tied to the new generation. He knew they were working with rogue knights. Still, using the order to track Tristan's gold was a masterstroke. Turns out the Lord's accounts were emptied into a secret offshore vault. 8% went as shadow banks in foreign lands. The rest is packed in crates, ready to go. Seraphina trusts her hero's instincts. Alistair says they don't need the official help of the Knighthood Association. He can track the coin easily. Seraphina of the Dungeon Guard feels a bit useless. Regardless, the hero tells her to keep moving. This failed assassination will be the talk of the kingdom, and House Blackwood is going to suffer for it. He asks if she's okay with the fallout. She nods. Detecting 2 more enemies nearby, they move to finish them together. Later, in an old castle, Tristan is screaming into a mirror, declaring that he doesn't need anyone's help anymore. His ally asks if he's sure about cutting ties with House Blackwood, but Tristan, planning to flee the country, doesn't give a damn. To make matters worse, he receives a final bird. The news is devastating. His entire squad of killers has been wiped out. Tristan starts to panic, realizing he's being hunted. His companion remains calm, saying they're safe as long as they keep moving between hideouts. And every place they visited had whispers about strangers living in the shadows. As long as the hero didn't know who pulled the strings, they would remain safely hidden from his wrath. With all these clever maneuvers, Tristan manages to relax for a brief moment, until a strange purple light appears at the window. Trust me, that is a legendary power level you and I will never forget. It was Alistair's divine wrath hitting at full blast. A bit earlier, Sir Alistair and Lady Seraphina were closing in on the traitor's location. Following Tristan's movements, it was clear he was hiding nearby. And no shocker, the castle was swarming with elite enemy knights. "All right, you and I are about to see how House Blackwood and House Valerius sent their elite knights to trap their prey inside the manor." But our hero just unsheathed his blade, proving he was the one setting the real trap. Using his legendary Godslayer technique, he unleashed a wave of divine destruction at the ruins, triggering an explosion that literally leveled the entire landscape. After all, when dealing with rats, Sir Alistair believes there is no solution better than a massive, scorching fireball. Inside the wreckage, Lord Thorn stood paralyzed by the carnage. Suddenly, a mysterious figure emerged, claiming the High Council was behind the ambush. Looking at the devastation, they assumed siege engines were responsible. Even their strongest knights were barely hanging on. But Thorn realized this was no catapult. It was pure, raw magical power. He had never seen such force except for the great mage across the sea. Then, it clicked. He remembered a warrior from days ago with that exact power. Now pay attention. Panic set in fast as they realized the entire forest was crawling with enemy sellswords. Trapped with no plan, Thorn's mind raced. If they fled now, the kingdom would brand them all as treasonous criminals. Their scout tried to keep it together, but the sheer pressure caused his strategy to crumble into nothingness. Thorn's nightmare was becoming a reality. Then, Alistair appeared from the smoke, coldly asking if they knew their sins. Without a word, the knight raised his steel, demanding they face their end with at least a shred of dignity. Survival instincts took over as Thorn threw himself out a window and into the dark woods. He didn't care about his men, he just wanted out. Trusting in his own speed, the noble dashed straight toward the line of knights surrounding the perimeter. He used his hidden skill to blur past them. Thorn was not ready to die today. Within minutes, he was already miles down the royal road. He was only moments away from clearing the city gates and catching a ship toward the southern seas. But suddenly, the mangled remains of his comrade were tossed in his path, stopping him dead in his tracks. You saw that coming, right? Because Alistair stepped out of the shadows, making Thorn collapse in terror as a blade was pressed against his throat. Alistair's expression remained stone cold. Thorn scrambled back, desperately searching the dirt until his hand finally brushed against a discarded short sword. But looking into his opponent's eyes, his fighting spirit simply evaporated. All he felt was the crushing weight of his own mistakes. A man once destined for glory, and blessed by the heavens, was now running for his life from a devil in human skin. The same fate that once favored him was now being ripped away by a betrayal that cut deeper than any blade. Thorn screamed for him to wait, offering piles of gold and jewels to buy his safety. When the knight didn't budge, he promised exile and tried to tempt Alistair with beautiful women, but the hero didn't even blink. The sword rose high. Alistair made it clear he wasn't going to ask twice. Finally, the realization hit Thorn like a ton of bricks. There was no talking his way out of this. Just then, a peasant girl stumbled onto the road. Thorn saw his chance, a cruel, desperate miracle. She stopped, confused by the two men. Without hesitation, Thorn lunged forward and grabbed her, holding a knife to her throat as a hostage. No matter how cold the legendary knight was, Thorn believed he wouldn't let an innocent girl die. Alistair simply spoke a command and flicked his wrist. In a flash of light, the girl vanished, a master-level translocation spell that swapped their positions instantly. As the girl landed safely nearby, guess who was suddenly standing right in front of Thorn's jagged blade? It was Alistair, and he disarmed the coward with one effortless strike. Thorn watched in horror, wondering what kind of monster he had truly challenged. Facing his inevitable end, the noble completely lost his mind. Let's just say his dignity wasn't the only thing he lost. Alistair showed zero mercy and finished the job right there. No regrets. Just like that, the era of these corrupt nobles was over. By morning, news of Thorn's pathetic defeat sent shockwaves through House Blackwood. The leaders of House Valerius were disgusted by how much he had focused on vanity. Lord Valerius dismissed the entire skirmish as a complete and utter waste of resources. The veterans realized the new generation was weak, but Lady Yuzuki knew it was far worse. Normally, recruiting so many knights would cost a fortune, but this time everyone volunteered for free. It was the chance of a lifetime to serve the hero. Yuzuki explained what it truly meant to be the kingdom's champion, possessing god-tier skills and a reputation that bordered on the divine. Now every sword in the land was watching him. Sir Alistair was already a living legend across the entire realm. Even the Grand Duke and Lord Valerius were his close allies. The Duke eventually asked if he was ready for the next mission. As the top-ranked knight, Alistair had to address the kingdom. He hated the attention, but every seat in the royal arena was already sold out. Alistair's fame was soaring, with everyone gossiping about his power, while Valerius checked the latest town crier reports. The hero simply promised to be there after settling some business at the inn. When he arrived, he just collapsed on his chair and checked his letters. "Trust me, you and I know he doesn't kill just for fun." "All right, you and I are about to see how Alaric somehow took down 3 Grand Knights and moved toward the spire's final floor." Morning arrives at the Grand Arena, and the crowds are roaring. Inside the royal box, Lady Alara is stunned by our hero. Every high lord and legendary mage is present. Even Sir Cedric's big award ceremony didn't pull a massive crowd like this one. It feels like Alaric is drifting away into another world now, leaving her behind, even if she knows that thought is selfish. He tries to calm her, shocked by his own insane power creep, but that's not actually what was weighing on her heart. Alara clearly just wants him close, but Sir Oswald interrupts before things get too personal, putting their conversation on a sudden pause. "Now pay attention here. The Chamberlain announces a major arrival, despite the threats from the powerful and treacherous House Valerius." King Alistair himself steps forward. He defied the Valerius family's threats just to attend this ceremony, which is a massive political statement. Considering Lord Cedric's huge recruitment offer, Alaric thought he understood the situation, but never expected the king himself to appear. With shared enemies in sight, the king offers a handshake, swearing that the whole kingdom finally has Alaric's back. In fact, every lord in this room supports the hero. The king apologizes for his bluntness, preferring to speak plainly with young legends. As the king ages, he admits the realm is in total crisis, barely surviving the abyss gates and House Valerius's shadow. Then, in a move that shocks the court, the king bows low before our hero. With total humility, he begs Sir Alaric to save the kingdom, and trust me, we're about to see things get wild.